Yep, you are now live.
Okay, thank you, Clerk Minor. Okay, today is Monday, August 3rd at about 5:01 p.m. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Palo Alto City Council. If the clerk would please take the roll.
Councilmember Cormack,
Here.
Vice Mayor Du Bois,
Here.
Councilmember Filseth,
Here.
Mayor Fine,
Here.
Councilmember Niss,
Here.
Councilmember Ku,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
7 present.
Thank you. Okay, so council has returned from our summer break. We got a bit of work to get right back into. Our first item of business is a closed session conference with city attorney on existing litigation, Santa Clara County Superior Court, Miriam Green versus the City of Palo Alto. Do we have any public speakers on this item?
Any members of the public that would like to speak on the closed session, please raise your hand. If you're using a phone, dial *9, and we'll wait a couple of seconds. Mayor Fine, there's no public speakers.
Just saw a hand go up.
Harriet Stern.
Hello.
Hi, do you wish to speak on the closed session?
I think so. I would like to speak about the reduction of commissioner size. Is that?
Yeah, no, that's not this item.
Pardon me.
That's later in the meeting.
Okay, sorry.
That's all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Harriet. We'll talk about that item on the consent calendar, scheduled for about 6:50. Okay, if there are no further commenters on the closed session item, I'll move that we go into closed session to discuss this.
Second.
Thank you. Let's vote. And as we'll get to in our city council discussion, I'm going to do it alphabetically this time, but then we'll try to move down the list. So we'll start with Councilmember Cormack. Next vote to start with Vice Mayor Du Bois. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yep.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay. We're scheduled for 30 minutes on this item, so we'll be back at about 5:35.
You're muted, Liz. I don't know if you wanted to be or not.
Unmuted.
You're unmuted.
It's so hot back here. I'm trying to figure out how to get a fan going and some cross ventilation. Since
That's exactly what I just did, was put a fan in the kitchen and have it going.
there's no AC back here.
I don't have any either. I feel you.
Well, it went up to 90 today, so it was warm.
So I think we have everybody here, but we don't have a quorum on video. There we go. Okay, it is 5:35. Council has returned from closed session with no reportable action. Thank you, everyone. And let's move on to our next item, a study session, City Council discussion of procedures for virtual council meetings. Staff have any opening comments or?
Only to tee this up for the council's discussion, given that we are in this as obviously state of Zoom meetings and will be for quite some time, it appears, into the future. So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, appreciate the opportunity for you to check in on what's working.
Thank you. So I have a quick couple comments, then happy to hear from my colleagues, any comments, questions, or ideas you all have, and then want to go to the public for similar input from them. Councilmember Cormack and I put this together for a couple of reasons. One is it seems like we are quite likely to continue having virtual meetings through potentially the end of the year and perhaps even into next year. I wanted to share some of the working practices that we're using on council and that staff has been using. Things such as how we're voting with voice votes, how the city clerk displays names of public speakers. I also wanted to highlight a number of guidelines from our council procedures and protocols that I think are particularly relevant. This is all in light of roughly two things I see. One is this is the first time we're having a lot of virtual meetings in series, and that represents a new and sometimes challenging environment. And second, I think befittingly, there is an increased level of public and civic engagement in many of our items, which is absolutely welcome and justified. But it's important that we all just understand the rules of this chamber. So I'll turn it over to Councilmember Cormack if she has any comments, but just looking for feedback, questions, and any other ideas about how we can run effective and transparent meetings.
Thanks so much, Mayor Fine. You know, it was a busy time there from March through June, and we didn't have a lot of opportunity to sort of pause and think about how we were doing things as opposed to what we were doing. And I know I serve on a number of regional boards, so have an opportunity to see how other public organizations are operating. Some of you may also have, you know, seen practices that work well other places. I think in addition to the things that are listed here today, another thing we should, you know, just all reflect on is that there are some people for whom this virtual environment is less conducive than it was to come in person. And so I think that puts a greater premium on making sure that we're all up to speed on email and, you know, we pay attention to that. So really, I think it's appropriate for us to just pause. We got a little bit of time off during at least the break from the Monday night meetings, and would love to hear from my colleagues what's working, what's not. And then I hope the public will also share with us how, you know, a better understanding of how things are going for them.
So maybe just first open it up to council member questions, comments, and ideas, and any things you've learned, or as Councilmember Cormack mentioned, you think are working well or not so well. And then we can go to the public after that. Councilmember Niss. I think you're on mute, Liz. I think you're on mute.
Am I off now? I hope.
You're good.
Good. Which is one of the challenges to begin with, is you've got to remember if you're on mute or unmute or push down the space bar, whatever you might do. I think it still is an awkward way to communicate because we are not really seeing each other. I'm looking at all of you. You're flat. There's nothing, I can't look at one of you sideways and see what you actually might be thinking or doing. So I find that this is an effective but a flat medium to be communicating in. Better than nothing, I certainly agree. But I think there comes the challenge. I think when you're on this for an hour, I don't know if you, but I'm so tired of looking at me. So I try to spend as much time as I can looking at somebody else, obviously. But I think about every hour, you need at least two or 3 minutes to stretch or stand up or do something because you're on camera all the time. Secondly, I know because I'm on VTA, there's a tendency to do this. In fact, I'll do this right away. So I know that you can hear me, but you can't see me, right? So the question is, and this is one for Molly, am I on or not? Am I part of the quorum or not? And I think that's one of the things we really need to address because some groups say, okay, there's no quorum, we have to stop the meeting. So those are a couple of things that I'd like to ask Molly because it's very tempting to put your picture up and go get a glass of water or whatever you may want to do. So I think being aware of what your needs are otherwise is really important. But Molly, let me ask you, that's my specific question, which is about a quorum. And do you need to see the people to have a quorum or do not?
So there's no specific enumerated rule on this. The Brown Act does not discuss at all video teleconference. It talks about teleconference, which the assumption when the rules were written is that was audio teleconference, the way council has traditionally used it before we had the pandemic and we were meeting in person, and occasionally we'd have someone on the phone. And that person was part of the quorum, even though they were not physically present. I think the best advice, and when the governor suspended some of the Brown Act rules, he did not address the visual versus visual and audio aspect. It would probably be permissible under the governor's rules to have an all audio meeting if that was the technology that council chose to conduct its business during the pandemic. Since we have chosen video, I think the best advice is that we do need 4 council members to be on video to have a quorum. Because as you mentioned, it is possible to take away the video and to actually leave the room. And if you analogize that to an in-person council meeting, if 4 council members got up to use the restroom and left the podium and were not present in the meeting and hearing what was going on in the meeting, there would be a loss of a quorum. And so I think that is the best interpretation, and that's the one the mayor's used, and I think that is sound.
And so Molly, if we were coming in if I couldn't have come in by net tonight, if I didn't have a connection here across the country, and I had come in by phone, how does that alter how you would judge your quorum.
So you're present then, you're able to vote. I know there was a question at some point, I think you were in some committee meeting and there was a problem with the video.
Mhm.
And you still are able to vote because audio teleconferencing is permissible under the Brown Act and the governor's order. And so we would have to address that in terms of the quorum question. You know, ideally the council is not getting anywhere close to that. You almost all come to almost every meeting and you are almost all here throughout the course of the meeting. It's very rare for council members to you know, they take, you know, people take breaks to use the facilities or to just stand up and stretch for a minute. So I think the memo that was circulated for today encourages council members to keep their video on, except for those occasional moments when you're getting a glass of water, et cetera. And that's a sound practice. I think you should continue that.
So just to get a little more specific on that, if one of us gets up and you see an empty chair, is that then once again your quorum is gone, or do you know that they're still getting their glass of water, whatever that may be?
So again, I'm not sure what problem we're trying to solve here. I
Right.
think most council members are mostly present. So if a majority of council members really need to take a break, that's an indication to the mayor that he needs to call a break. And so perhaps, you know, you can say point of privilege, could we please take a break? And I think the mayor would do that.
I think you would too, right? Thanks, Molly.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Councilmember Niss. And to that point, absolutely, if folks feel we need to take a break, please just speak up and we can do that. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so thanks to you guys for bringing us up. I mean, I think with the current COVID situation, we're going to have more of this, unfortunately. But I think the bright side is, at least for me, it seems like we have a greater diversity of speakers. We seem to have more participation. I mean, there are some people that aren't able to participate because it's harder for them. But I think overall, we actually have more, which I think is good. And I think more participation is always a good thing. So, you know, one recommendation I would have for us is right now, members of the public, we can't see them. And I think it would be important for us to be able to do that. And you know, certainly the technology exists, but we just don't allow it. And I know there's worries about Zoom bombing, all that kind of stuff. One thing that I found that works pretty well in my office hours, that kind of totally prevented the Zoom bombing, is I have an email where people have to email, and then we send them the Zoom link. Now, of course, people fake their email, but just that one little extra step has really stopped all the Zoom bombers for my office hours. So if we do that, then perhaps we can then allow the public to be seen, because once in a while we do get to see them. Because I know, like when we have long public comments and all we do is see the same blank screen, the same timer screen, it's really hard to understand what people, I mean, to be as engaged. And I think we have the video capabilities. So one thing I would like to recommend is that we enable the videos for the public speakers, and we could prevent the Zoom bombing by asking, well, basically people have to email in for the Zoom link. Okay, the second thing is, and I think the mayor has been very creative about, like, okay, we're gonna go alphabetical order, reverse alphabetical order. We're gonna be like some sort of random algorithm. But one thing I don't understand is Zoom actually has polling in there. Why can't we just use the polling? The host could easily create a poll and then we vote yes or no. And so I don't understand why don't we use the polling feature, so that, I mean, it's like flicking the lights on at the dais. Why not that? So
I can take that one, Mr. Mayor. So the governor's order does require a voice vote. That's why.
Okay. Anyways, it just seems kind of weird. Okay, but okay, if that's the order, that's the order. Now I think the other part is, I think for us on council, we're pretty good, unless we forget. I think all of us are really good about when we're talking to enable our video, and I think that's great. So I don't think for any of the other council members, you guys don't do this. You guys always have your video enabled when you're talking, which is great. But the thing that one thing I noticed a lot is staff doesn't do that. A lot of times staff, you know, whatever, they don't turn the video on. And it kind of, to me, I think whoever's speaking, whether it's a public, staff, or a council member, I think people should enable their video. You transmit a lot of information, by being able to see the face, right? And I think that's also an important part of communicating. And so one thing I would ask is, not just council members, but a lot of times, and I realize a lot of staff members, they're only going to speak for like 2 minutes. And maybe they're in the middle of taking a shower. I don't know what it is, but I mean, I think it would be really helpful, at least for me on council, and maybe for my other council members, and maybe for members of the public, to be able to see who's speaking versus, just some random name that pops up. So I think that's the other thing that I think would be really good, is especially staff. I think public they don't have a choice because we're not enabling it, but staff has a choice, and staff for some staff members are pretty good, but a lot of, like, the city manager is awesome. City manager always shows his video, which is great, but a lot of his staff members don't, right? And I think a lot is lost because of that. And then one thing I'd also would like to recommend is there are some trade-offs here. I think Councilmember Nist said it right, which is, you can't really look to the left, look to the right. You don't get a different perspective, and that's really too bad. But one thing this does allow, which I think it'd be great if more council members take advantage of it, is, and I seen Councilmember Philsis do this a couple times, is share your screen. So he had like a spreadsheet and he kind of walked through that. I thought that was great, And so I think, so that's one thing that's one advantage that we have over Zoom that we can never really do in public, is that we can't really share each other's screen. And if we do that, it allows better communication because you have a visual aid now. Before we couldn't really, you have to say, well, it's kind of like over there, but now we could actually do it. So I think if we could do that in a more fluid manner, in fact, what would be great is by default, right, the screen share is enabled. When it's our turn to speak, we could use a visual aid or not use a visual aid. But I think that would really, because while we have a loss of perspective that Liz, or Councilmember Nist talked about, I think we could gain something by enabling the screen shares among us when we're talking, or even staff, where people could say, oh, let me show you and not just tell you what I'm talking about. I think that would be really helpful. And the last thing is, our council meetings sometimes go for like 10, 12 hours straight. And one thing I would recommend is on, this is more from a YouTube consumption point of view, but I think we should, like, between sessions, we should just stop the live stream and then start it up again, because you create these mega chunks. It makes it hard for people in the public to access our videos. So I started creating summary videos because I got a lot of feedback about people like, oh, it's just too hard to find the topic. But if we just, maybe between the sessions or maybe between the breaks, we stop the live stream and start up again on YouTube, then it creates like chapters, and it's easier for the public to access this stuff. And also, it also creates automatic transcriptions as well, which is also a nice thing, so people could search for stuff. So anyways, I think overall, I think we're still learning, but I think we're making good progress. But these are some of the recommendations I would say we should try to do to make this process even better.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. Just a couple comments there. I actually totally agree with you. Staff, when speaking, should have their videos on. It is nice when council members share their screen. One question for the clerk about giving access via an email link. Is that permissible, or do we just have to provide an open Zoom link?
I will have to check on it. I'm not sure at this point, because usually under normal circumstances, the people, when they want to speak, they don't even have to provide their name by law. So I don't know how this works under Zoom. We'd have to check it out.
Okay. Great.
Actually, Mayor, can I just say one thing about that?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So, so we don't require the name either, and people could sign up for random email addresses, but just that one extra step I found for my Sunday office hours, it prevents, because Zoom bombers, if there's a lot of work to do it, they just don't do it. But this is almost completely eliminated Zoom bombing. So I think the Zoom link is still there for people who want to watch, right? But for people who want to speak, right? If we put in there, like, here's Beth's email address, email Beth, and Beth will send you the Zoom link, the special Zoom link, so you can actually enable your video and speak. You may find that one extra step really eliminates a lot of because people, Gmail addresses, Yahoo addresses are free. So if you don't want to use your name, create a fake email address and no big, right? But just that extra step prevents Zoom bombing. And so that's what we found. This is the one thing that has worked for my office hours.
We'll have to look into it. Your office hours are very different than our open public council meetings, which are more publicized and more open to the public. But we can check into it. I'll see what the other clerks are doing and if that's something that they're using.
Yeah, I think the Councilmember Tanaka's idea is a good one, and I suspect it would have the impact that he's describing, and so that's very attractive. On the other hand, it is an additional barrier to participation, and there is a legal issue there about anonymity. So I'd like to help Beth look at that, and we'll see if it's viable for us.
Thanks, Councilmember Tanaka. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, good discussion. Overall, I think we have adapted pretty well, and we're making the best of the situation. Reading through the report, I thought some of it was a summary of our existing protocols, and I know this is a study session, but I think we should avoid kind of duplication or summarization of things that already exist in the protocols. I appreciate Liz pushing on kind of the issue of having your camera on, your camera off. During in-person meetings, we can get up, we can stretch, take a break. And, doing that online is kind of needed as well. So, I think what we're saying, certainly when you're talking, the camera should be on. People should try to have their camera on as much as possible, but sometimes you just need to turn it off. Maybe you're standing up or taking a quick break. There was also a discussion about the 5-minute rule, and we started doing that during the budget meetings. It seemed appropriate then because those were all-day meetings and we kind of established a regular rotation. For a council meeting, it was discussed, having a limit on council members' time was discussed at Policy and Services a few years back. Council decided against adopting that. And, having been on the council for a while, I think it was actually a good decision. I think some council members have more expertise on particular topics, were elected to do the people's business. So I don't think we should be formally limiting ourselves as a change in policy. So I don't support the 5-minute thing. I do think that the mayor should allow council members to speak if they seek more time or seek more rounds. I just think that we should allow that. On the public, we have had contentious issues in the past with a lot of public comment in person. And I know it's in our protocols that we aim for 30 minutes of public comment. But we've gone, 2 hours plus before. And so personally, I think we should stick to 2 minutes a speaker for larger issues, 3 minutes more generally. I don't really like giving the public only 1 minute to speak. I do think it's reasonable to cut off signups, after 10 or 15 minutes. But if people are there and they have something to say, I think we should give them the time and listen to what they have to say. And the last thing, I've worked a lot with online communities as part of my job, and there is a big difference, I think, between being there in person and online. And so while I agree it'd be nice to see the video of people speaking online, I do think by law you have the right to speak anonymously at a council meeting. And but being online and anonymous, I think we'd have to worry about offensive actions being broadcast. And it's much different than if somebody were to come to a council meeting in person and do something, offensive. They're standing there in front of you. So I do think it's a little more complicated. We definitely have to think about how you would handle those kinds of situations. So that's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Mayor. One thing, just on the 5-minute limit, I'm always happy to go for extra rounds of comments and questions if we see there is at least, I think it's 2 or 3 council members who want to continue. We need a super majority vote, I believe, to close discussion. So as long as 2 or 3 people want to continue discussing, I think that's fair. One of the things that's troubled me a little bit, and this is to Councilmember Nissa's comments, I think sometimes those feedback mechanisms we get in the chamber are lost here on Zoom at times. And, like when you're staring at somebody like, hey, you've been talking for 15 minutes, I think that can get lost a little bit. So that's one of the reasons I've done that. One quick question for you, Mr. Vice Mayor. You mentioned the 30-minute public speaker limit. Are you talking just on oral communications, which it clearly says we can limit it to 30 minutes, or for items that just have a lot of public commenters? I'm just wondering.
I'm saying I don't think the hard goal should be to limit it to 30 minutes. I think if we have a lot of speakers, you give them 2 minutes.
Sure.
And it takes however long that takes. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Council members Koo or Philseth, anything to add or questions or suggestions here? Anything from staff before we go to the Councilmember Koo?
Oh, I was just, after listening to all the discussion, I thought it is better to be verbal. So I was going to say, no, thank you. That's all.
Good point. Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, I just wanted to add on. I think that I actually agree with the Vice Mayor in terms of the. I think we shouldn't limit the discussion. If there's more than 30 minutes of people, who took the time to call in, I think we should hear everyone, even if even though it's sometimes really long. But I think it's worth it. But I do like the 5-minute rule that you instituted. I thought that was a good idea, and so I'm okay with you continuing that and just rotating around. And you've been very fair about that, so I'm fine with what you're doing there. And I think it kind of moves things along as well. One thing also that I was just thinking about is, for people that want to talk anonymously, maybe that's an option. If they don't want the video on, they could do it. But if they want the video on, then maybe we have this email protocol. You email us first, and then we allow you to show your video. Because I think most people actually would like the video to be shown, because you can communicate more that way than just orally. So and people could even share their screens and show PowerPoint or whatever. So maybe that's something that we could consider, to give people the option. If they want to be completely anonymous, they could just dial in, and it's like a unlisted number and we have no idea who they are. But I think the vast majority of people would want to be able to be seen, maybe even use visual aids, and that might help. I know for me, it's a lot more engaging if I could see people than just hearing some anonymous voice. But thank you.
Yep, thank you, Councilmember. Any comments from our city team, staff? Anything that's salient here for you all?
Nothing to add from me. Thank you.
Okay, well, just on behalf of the council and community, thank you for helping us run these meetings virtually. With that, let's please go to members of the public who wish to speak to this item about procedures for virtual council and community meetings.
If there are any members of the public that wish to speak this item, please raise your hand if you're on your computer, or dial 9 if you're using a phone. The first speaker we have is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca,
Hey.
go ahead.
Hi there. Thanks for letting me speak, and hope you all are healthy and well. Real quickly about the optional video and the video of council members. I would say that for council members and for staffers, I think it is a great idea to maximize video. The purpose of the Brown Act is to increase transparency of government decision-making processes by the public, as I'm sure you know. So it is really helpful to have as many of you all and staffers on camera as possible. Regarding the public speaking, it's very easy to protect the public's privacy and right to have anonymity, to do like what Greg Tanaka said, to make it an optional video, to allow video to be optional for speakers. That is how most other meetings actually are run, and it works really well. It is true, there are statistical studies on the fact that having video attached to words does give a greater impact. So I would argue that seeing if you can make the video optional is a great way to involve the community. And then, as to the possibility of bombing on Zoom, well, I guess I could say I spent 5 years working in live television, and I think that it's is the risk of this of people doing bizarre, offensive things is usually pretty much overstated. Most people don't behave that way. And again, given the great advantages to the democratic process and only the potential risks, I would say that the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Additionally, you always can just edit out for the archive. So you won't have a permanent record of somebody swearing or whatever they might do. So that is all. Thank you so much. And that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is James Hendry.
Hi there, Council. Thank you for taking the time to talk about this issue. I want to echo everything that Councilmember Tanaka said. I think every point he brought up was a great point. And then I also would like to echo what Rebecca said about the benefits of being on Zoom or some other online format to the democratic process. I think it's really important if we want to get the most people involved in our council meetings to have this online format. I understand that as council members, you would like to be back in chambers and be able to see each other and hear from each other. But on that note, I think maybe putting up a screen or still doing it over Zoom, right? So like if there was a screen in the chambers with the Zoom feed so that people could call in, because I've spoken to many people who are very happy with the increased accessibility of these Zoom meetings. It'd personally be difficult for me to come into the chambers for 5, 6, sometimes 10 hours on Monday nights. But to be able to participate in these meetings while getting some other work done and eating dinner and whatnot, I think really increases the accessibility to the public and gives us a more diverse cross section of our community, gives them a greater ability to provide their feedback on these really important issues that you folks discuss week in and week out. Thank you.
Thank you, James. If there are any other members of the public that wish to speak, please raise your hand now or dial *9. Mayor Fine, there's no other speakers.
Okay, thank you so much, Clerk Minor, and thank you to our 2 speakers on that. Really appreciate your input. Just rounding this out, I've taken some notes. I'll share this with everybody afterwards. We'll definitely check in with the clerk and city attorney and city manager about the possibility of having public speakers on video. If that's feasible, I think we should try that. And just going forward over the next few months, any ideas, whether you all in council or in the community have them, please just shoot me a note and we can try to adjust our practices. Okay, that concludes this item, our study session. So we next move to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. 2 quick things. Item number 5, the utilities communication, graphic design, and marketing contract has been removed from the agenda for a time to be determined. And then I will just note that our very last item of the night, our adjournment, tonight we'll be adjourning our meetings in the memories of former council member Grant Spaeth and the late representative from Georgia, John Lewis. Any other council comments or requests on this item, agenda changes? Councilmember Cormack.
If someone has a request to pull an item from consent calendar, do you want that here in agenda changes or do you want that in the consent calendar?
I believe our practice is to do it on the consent calendar.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. Any other hands on this? Okay, let's go to oral communications. We're about 20 minutes ahead of schedule, which is fine. Oral communications is a time where members of the public may speak to any item which is not on the City Council's agenda. And if the clerk would please help welcome our members of the community to provide their input and questions.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on oral communications, which is anything that is not on the agenda, please raise your hand at this time or dial *9. Ian Klaus, go ahead. You have two minutes. Ian, you need to unmute.
Thank you. And just to be clear, this is the moment that we should speak to any issue on the consent calendar as well?
No, anything not on the agenda.
And when would the public weigh in on a consent calendar issue?
When it gets called up shortly.
Okay, thank you. I'll wave my hand again.
Thank you. Mayor Fine, there's no other speakers.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Klaus will come back to you on the consent calendar in just a few minutes. We next move to item number 3, minutes approval for May 26, June 15, 16, 17, 22, and 23. I believe those are our budget hearings. Would any members of the public wish to speak to approval of the action minutes? I see one hand there.
Kat Snyder, do you wish to speak on the action minutes, or are you waiting for consent item?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got my hand up just after you said there were no hands for the public comment on anything not on the agenda.
Let's, Ms. Snyder, let's please, if you'd like to share your comments, we're happy to hear.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that. I was a little late. So I just wanted to say, welcome back from break. I've been listening to all of the meetings since the start of the George Floyd protests. I've learned a lot about the local government from attending city council meetings as well as the HRC meetings around 8 Can't Wait. One thing I noticed during the July 9th HRC meeting with the 8 Can't Wait expert panel was I heard one of the experts recommend the passage of AB 2054, AKA the Crises Act, and it made me feel, you know, super smart and awesome because I had recommended having the city support it in my June 16th public comment email to both council and the HRC. And, you know, a real life expert was agreeing with me. So I was doing this little swagger dance while listening to the HRC meeting. Then I heard Councilmember Koo ask the city manager to ask the city lobbyist to look up the Crises Act and get back to council on that. So first off, I was like, wow, our city has a lobbyist for things at the state level, because first off, this changes everything. And secondly, what are they working on and how do I subscribe to their newsletter? If I recall correctly, it was Police Chief Johnson who noted that a lot of the high impact police reform work is happening at the state level rather than at the local level. That being the case, I think it would be very empowering for residents to be able to say they got their city government to lobby for good changes at the state level. I admittedly don't know the administrative burden of what I'm about to suggest, but would it be possible to have our city lobbyists get input from Palo Altans as to what state legislation around police and public safety that we want to support? Even if you're unable to do the exact thing I just suggested, I hope you can find a way to inform Palo Altans about all pending statewide police and public safety legislation and exactly how we as a city are supporting the passage of at least some of these bills. I'll again reiterate in closing that the city should support the full funding of the Crises Act, AB 2054. For anyone else listening in, it's a grant system to expand the capacity of already established and successful mental health, drug treatment, and public safety community organizations. It's co-sponsored by the ACLU, is passed an assembly vote, and now we need to pressure the Senate and Assembly budget chairs, which are Senator Mitchell and Assembly Member Ting respectively, as well as Governor Newsom, to fully fund it. If it doesn't get funded, it doesn't get implemented, even if it becomes law. Thank you, Councilmember Koo, for taking an interest in the Crises Act, and I encourage the rest of the council to take a look as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Kat.
Thank you very much. And Mr. City Manager, it may be helpful if in the near future we have an update on state bills pending related to policing and public safety.
As a matter of fact, when you have your special session on the 24th that will address some related topics, I'll make sure that this is a part of that discussion.
Thank you so much. Okay, we are back to minutes approval. Item number 3. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Not always.
There are no hands raised.
Thank you. So now we're turning to council for comments, questions, or motions on the minutes.
Move approval.
Moved by Councilmember Niss. I'll second them. Okay, and following our sliding voting rule, next up, with no further discussion, to approve the action minutes for these dates, Councilmember Filseth?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss?
Yes.
Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Okay, those minutes pass unanimously. Thank you, everyone. We next move on to the consent calendar, items 4 through 9, with item number 5 being removed. Let's first go to members of the public who wish to speak on this item, and then we'll come back to council. I already see 2 hands. So if you would like to speak on the consent calendar, I believe Mr. Klaus, you were one of those folks. Please raise your hand at this point.
Any member of the public wishing to speak on the consent calendar, please raise your hand or dial *9 if you are on your phone. And Mr. Klaus, I'm going to unmute you. There you go. You should be able to speak.
Great, thank you. I serve on the Public Arts Commission, but I speak obviously on my own behalf. And thank you for the opportunity, council members and Mr. Mayor. And thank you for your service. It's obviously been a difficult time as the hours you put in demonstrate. And thank you, Council Member Nist, for long historical engagement with the Public Arts Commission. The decision, as I understand it, to reduce the number of commissioners from 7 to 5 was based in part on an ad hoc commission report delivered at the end of February with the idea of streamlining and making more efficient commissions and boards. In this case, we're talking about art, we're talking about public art, and we're talking about public art in civic spaces. The relationship between efficiency and effectiveness in this case is probably pretty tenuous, but we didn't even debate that, I would put to you tonight. 0 is a number of dollars, as I understand it, that will be returned to the city budget by reducing the members by 2. 0 is a number of dollars, as I understand it, that will be returned to taxpayers, whether they be business or individual residents in Palo Alto, by reducing the number of members. The report was delivered on February 24th. The date matters, I think. It's before the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, and it's before our national and local reckoning again with systemic and structural racism. The ongoing effect of the first, of course, is a budgetary crisis with which you've been dealing every day. The ongoing moral obligation of the second is that we listen, that we learn, and that we change. I think it's an odd moment to reduce the opportunity to volunteer in our communities and to reduce the number of voices who can do so. There are 8 applicants for the 2 spots. 2 people are currently, they're serving, have reapplied as well. They have served professionally and with dedication, although they don't always agree, which means that you likely face a scenario where you have to tell an individual who wants to serve in the community and bring their influence and expertise to bear on public issues, no. And will you say no because effectiveness is gained through limiting voices? No. Will you say no because we will be more efficient if we reduce the numbers? No. And you can't say no because the decision's already been made, because you can change the decision tonight. So I would ask you to consider again the number of members on the Public Arts Commission. I thank you again for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Klaus. Our next speaker is George Johnson. George, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is George Johnson with Regal Hookah. I was hoping to speak on agenda item 7 with the flavored tobacco ban and how it affects traditional hookah smoking. We have an exemption that Jerry Hill, the state senator, has granted hookah in the state of California on SB 793, which goes to the Assembly's Health Committee tomorrow. And I'm just hoping that you guys can also grant the cultural tradition of hookah to be preserved in Palo Alto. I appreciate your concerns, and I fully support youth access to vaping being shut down. It is a problem. It is an epidemic, and hookah has been part of a Middle Eastern culture for nearly a millennia. And I hope that this isn't wiped away with the single stroke of a pen. Thank you for your time, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Our next speaker is James Hendry.
Hi there,
James, go
Council.
ahead.
I'd like to speak on item 8. It's disturbing to me that we're reducing the number of members on our Human Relations Commission during a time of social movement and unrest. I think that is exactly where these issues need to be discussed and worked out, as evidenced by the great work that they've done taking on the 8 Can't Wait initiative. They worked diligently, and I can't imagine that it would have gone any better if there were only 5 members on that commission. I think they already feel like they're, from what I've heard in participating in those meetings, they already feel like they have a lot of work on their plates as volunteers for our city. And so it frustrates me that we would be adding more work to their plate during such a pivotal time, right, for our community. I think reducing the amount of people on the Public Arts Commission is equally frustrating, because in these difficult times, art is an outlet, and art expresses the will and the needs and the desires of our community. And so reducing the number of commissioners on that commission as well is frustrating. I really hope that you move this out of consent at the very least and let the public speak on it one more time. I would love to also see you not pass the reduction. I think it's super important that we keep these commissions at full strength, and I really think it shows the city's priorities if they're willing to keep the PTC at full strength, but not the HRC or the PAC. And those are the wrong priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg.
Hey again.
Rebecca, go ahead.
Hi, thanks so much. So I am, again, I kind of just remain a bit perplexed about the use of the consent calendar. I sent a couple emails about that before, and I finally was able to locate on my own the City of Palo Alto City Council Procedures and Protocols Handbook, which says every time it mentions the consent calendar, it defines it as being a calendar for items that are not going, it says items may be placed upon the consent calendar by any council appointed officer. If in officer's judgment, such items are expected to be routinely approved without discussion or debate. So I don't understand how a quasi-judicial hearing could be on a consent calendar. It seems like a contradiction in terms, and also seems to be different from, because it says no discussion or debate will be permitted upon items. How can you have a quasi-judicial review if you can't have discussion or debate? So anyway, I'm again begging you to actually have a stricter view of the consent calendar. With that said, going along with the confusing definition that is being used right now, again, a definition that I think isn't in compliance with what I believe are your own procedures. And your procedures sound really good, by the way. I would argue, just agree that there is actually no reason to reduce any commission size. These are volunteer positions. They don't cost anything materially to the city. And why not involve more of our citizens rather than fewer? Thank you so much for your time and for considering.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Lauren Gordon. Lauren, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Lauren Gordon, and I have the pleasure of serving as a Palo Alto Public Art Commissioner, and I am a long-term resident of Palo Alto. Mayor Fine and council members Cormack, Du Bois, Filseth, Nis, Koo, and Tanaka, thank you. Thank you for working so hard on behalf of our city. I would like to address the ordinance to reduce the number of Public Art Commission members from 7 to 5. I do not agree with this. The Public Art Program's mission is to promote the highest caliber of artwork, commissioning memorable public artworks and experiences that stimulate discussion and thoughtful reflection, celebrating Palo Alto's character and enhancing our civic pride. Public art makes places unique through the reflection of local history and culture, which gives our community a sense of place and identity. For example, frescoes by Victor Arnautoff grace the historical Palo Alto Medical Clinic, home of the future Palo Alto History Museum. These frescoes certainly showcase high caliber work and enhance our civic pride. Palo Alto is a diverse city that welcomes many different visitors every day. This city deserves diverse representation of 7 public art commissioners. Public art matters. As you are well aware, the Black Lives Matter mural, created by local artists, stimulated much discussion and thoughtful reflection. Thanks goes to Commissioner Nia Taylor and past Commissioner Ali Richter for dedicating hours of their time to select these 16 artists from 89 applications. Let the commission represent Palo Alto's diverse population. Reducing the commission to 5 does not reduce costs. The commission volunteers their time. We support a dedicated staff. Reducing our numbers from 7 to 5 will offer fewer perspectives. Let 7 different voices better represent Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Our next speaker is Erwin Morton. Erwin, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm a nearly 40-year resident of Palo Alto, and I'm one who puts public health first, especially children's health. So I'd like to say a few words about item 7. First, I want to thank all of you on the council for the time and attention that you have given this issue in the midst of this terribly difficult time for the city. I'll remind you in passing of the benefits of full alignment with the county. It allows them to cover the permitting, compliance, and enforcement at no cost to the city. More important, the county can get it done properly while the city does not, or at least may not, have the resources to do so. And I'd like to read one sentence from the letter that Congresswoman Anna Eshoo sent to City Council on May 18th. Quote, "When the FDA announced their guidance on flavored tobacco products in January, I wrote to the director of the Center for Tobacco to express my concern that leaving any flavored products on the market, even if they are sold at vape shops or other adult-only retail locations, still put our children at risk," end quote. So I urge the council members, please protect our community's children. Please approve item 7 on consent without changes or exemptions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Morton. Our next speaker is Tricia Barr. Tricia, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Tricia Barr, and please pass item number 7 on consent tonight. It's been a discussion 9 months since the council originally asked for an ordinance that mirrors the county ordinance, and 8 months since the council wrote a letter supporting SB 793 as it was originally written. To George Johnson's point, I know he's the lobbyist for the hookah chamber out of Southern California. I just want to speak to hookah a bit. The practice of smoking tobacco through a tall, ornate water pipe known as the hookah started in India and Persia long ago. However, it's become very popular around the world, especially around college campuses and among high school and middle school youth. And among youth, hookah use is higher in Latino high school and middle school students nationwide. At the same time, the negative health effects have been well known and well researched, and an hour of hookah smoking could result in inhalation of the same amount of smoke as from 100 or more cigarettes. In the US, including in Palo Alto, these lounges are popping up wherever young people frequent and selling flavors like gummy bear and blueberry muffin. And so this flavored hookah is far from being cultural and is really about luring new users through flavors. When it comes to COVID-19 and hookah, the World Health Organization has said that water pipe smoking is, okay, I see I'm running out of time here, can encourage the transmission of COVID-19 in social gatherings. And for that reason, it's been banned in several countries, such as Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the United Emirates, Syria, and Bahrain.
Thank you, Tricia. Our next speaker is Jade Chow. Jade, go ahead.
Good evening. This is Jade Chow. Members of the council and staff, I'm speaking on behalf of item number 7 and also on behalf of the PTA school families who are desperately concerned about the teen vaping epidemic that was happening just before the COVID pandemic and continues. We're very much supportive of the Palo Alto Tobacco Retail Ordinance to mirror the county's ordinances for all the reasons I previously stated in public hearings. First, the shops in Palo Alto are selling vape tobacco products to teens, and the shops on Cal Ave was open even during shelter-in-place order. I filed with the staff photos that I took from 2 different dates that happened there. Second, our teens are being targeted specifically to become hooked to flavored tobacco vape products designed specifically for them as they are becoming the replacement tobacco users. The PTA has voted overwhelmingly 99% at our annual June meeting to support legislation exactly such as this one in Palo Alto. This is not a problem just in Palo Alto, but elsewhere in the Bay Area and other parts of California. And finally, we continue to support local businesses as PTA is one of the largest purveyors of local business. This is not at all being unfriendly to local businesses. Our families are local business owners and students and families are customers. Please vote to support the passage of this ordinance. And I urge you to do that without any exemptions or changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chow. Our next speaker is Bonnie Halpern Felsher. Bonnie, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Dr. Bonnie Halpern Felsher. I've spoken with many of you in this council before, and I on regarding passing of item agenda on the consent calendar, the consent agenda. So many of you know I'm a professor of pediatrics at Stanford University. I'm a developmental psychologist, and my research absolutely focuses on teen vaping and teen tobacco use overall. So I just want to speak quickly, because I know time is short, on 3 issues, and I want to give you a little bit of data quickly behind some of the messages you've already heard. First, as some of you know, I have new data showing absolutely definitively from California and across the country that young people, adolescents, and young adults who vape and smoke are significantly more likely to not only have symptoms of COVID, be tested, but be diagnosed. So there's clear relationship between all tobacco, anything you inhale, and I would put in there hookah as well, and COVID diagnosis. This is huge, anywhere from 2 to 9 times more likely to have COVID-related outcomes. Second, access. We've been talking a lot about access here. Most teenagers in our data sets across the country and in California get their vapes, get their tobacco from vape shops. They're not, and also from friends, and their friends are getting it from vape shops. So this is really important to know, and they are not being age checked. And finally, flavors. Over 75% use flavors. And I will tell you a brand new data to say that about 68% are using mint and menthol flavors, and the rest are using fruit and dessert. So all flavors are important, and getting these products out of the hands of kids to protect their lungs will change their lives forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Our next speaker is Sophie Yee. Sophie, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi there, Beth. Could I confirm that we're currently only soliciting public comment for items under the consent calendar?
Correct.
Okay, got it. I would like to also comment on agenda item number 8, which is on the reduction of number of members for the HRC and Public Art Commission. I also disagree with the reduction in the number of members. This doesn't save the city any costs, and especially at a time like this, we should welcome as much civic engagement as we can. Art is a salve, particularly during trying times, and we should encourage diverse voices and perspectives in the sharing of art by encouraging people to contribute and share their perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. Our next speaker is Ben Miyagi. Ben, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. You may have to unmute from your end. There you go.
Sorry. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Hope you're doing well tonight. Public art can allow us to not just understand ourselves, but to understand each other on a deeper level. Public art allows us to document and process events. The Black Lives Matter mural in front of City Hall is one example of documenting current events. Palo Alto has a diverse population, and reducing the commission to 5 members will limit the number of diverse community members to be appointed. By reducing the commission to 5 members, 2 valuable life experiences and points of view will be missed with virtually no cost savings. 8 community members have applied to be on the Public Art Commission, but recruitment cannot be an issue. A broader representation of the Public Art Commission increases input and provides a broader view and advice to the City Council. I respectfully request the reduction of the Public Art Commission and Human Rights Commission on the consent calendar be tabled and study sessions be held to determine the effect on the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miyagi. Our next speaker is Harriet Stern. Harriet, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Hello. Thank you. I just want to say that I also believe that the HRC and the Public Art Commissions should maintain 7 commissioners as opposed to 5, because we do need these diverse and multicultural voices on both of these commissions. And there's absolutely no reason at this point to reduce these numbers. So that's all I have to say at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stern. Our next speaker is Grace Ma. Grace, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. This is Grace Ma. I'm a resident of Palo Alto for 38 years, and I'm on the Santa Clara County School Board. I want to follow up on Tricia Barr's points with regard to Iran because of the increased number of cancer incidents among the youth population between 18 to 24, including lung, head, neck, and especially esophageal cancers. The sale of flavored tobacco has been banned in the entire country since 2006. So for those who say they want hookah for cultural reasons, they can smoke non-flavored hookah tobacco, and no exemption is needed for this cultural practice. The World Health Organization says that since water pipe smoking is typically an activity that takes place within groups in public settings, water pipe use increases the risk of transmission of diseases, and it also could encourage the transmission of COVID-19 in social gatherings. I also wanted to check as far as the procedural rules for consent calendar and make sure that from my understanding that it takes a majority of the council to pull something from consent, and that the procedure says that ordinances presented to the council for a second reading shall be agendized as consent items and may be removed for debate and discussion only upon a majority vote if the council members present and voting. So I also want to encourage that we keep the item on consent and vote for it to save and ensure our youth health and safety and livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you. And could our city attorney quickly highlight to us the rules around pulling items on a consent calendar or a second reading?
Sure, thank you. So ordinarily the council's procedures say that it takes 3 council members to pull an item from consent, but the speaker was correct that in our municipal code, which is a higher level of authority than our rules and procedures, for a second reading of an ordinance, a majority of council members present, so tonight that would be 4, are needed to pull an item from consent. And the reason for that is to prevent an endless loop of first and second readings when there's a closely divided council. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is a phone caller with the last 3 digits of 851. Go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, thank you for taking my call. I'm Faith Bell calling from Bell's Books on Emerson Street in Palo Alto. We're celebrating our 85th year here, in the 500 block of Emerson Street, but I should say that Max Smoke Shop has been our good neighbor for longer than that. They've been on Emerson Street, and I think we need to take note of businesses that are going into 8 and 9 decades as being contributing to the community. Neil Corey is the current owner of Max Smoke Shop, and they have been selling flavored tobacco that has a 103-year-old recipe that is a pipe tobacco that has a little bit of vanilla in it. Neil has stated that he's willing to stop selling vaping products, but he has said that the flavored tobacco products have been a significant portion of his sales over time, and he wants to step away from the direction of attracting the younger smokers. But I think tobacco is legal, and we need to be cautious about what we do in terms of shaping what businesses are allowed to do in Palo Alto. You know, I look at that and say, well, maybe sometimes somebody will say that they don't like certain kinds of books I'm selling and want to stop that because they think they're bad for people. I'm not a smoker, and I don't like smoking, and I don't even particularly like the smoke that's, you know, generated in our neighborhood, but I support their right to sell it, and I support Max Smoke Shop and hope that there's a way that you can look at just stopping vaping products, which seem to be the major teen problem, and see what you can do to keep this really valuable business that does a lot more than selling tobacco in our town. They're a very handy spot to stop. There's one of the very few places that's open late at night where you can get, you know, a snack or a drink if you're working late. Anyway, think about if there's some more creative way that you could help them keep going without just crushing them. That's my thoughts, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jaime Rojas. Jaime, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jaime Rojas, and I represent the local Palo Alto retailers with the National Association of Tobacco Outlets. We oppose item number 7 as written today. The City Council is focused on stopping youth access to e-cigarettes and vape, but this ordinance overreaches the focus of intent by banning all flavored tobacco products in addition to e-cigarettes and vape products. Based on the data from the California Healthy Kids Survey for 2018 and 2019 of 11th graders in the Palo Alto Unified School District, traditional flavored tobacco products are not the issue because use rates of these products are at historic lows due to education and outreach. Of the Palo Alto 11th graders, 95% have never smoked a single cigarette, 99% have never tried smokeless tobacco, 99% had not smoked a cigarette in the last 30 days, 100% have not used smokeless tobacco in the last 30 days, 89% have not used electronic cigarettes in the last 30 days. Palo Alto retailers have a nearly perfect 95 compliance check passing by not selling tobacco to underage minors, according to the retail tobacco compliance checks conducted from 2013 to 2018 by both the FDA and the state of California. Tomorrow, the State Assembly Committee will review and consider Senate Bill 793 that would ban flavored tobacco products statewide. Consideration of a local flavor ban needs to be postponed in order to avoid putting Palo Alto's retailers at a severe disadvantage to nearby stores. We urge Palo Alto City Council not to move forward with any attempt to completely ban electronic cigarette products or to ban flavored tobacco products sales exempt in adult-only establishments. We thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Rojas. Our next speaker is Rima Corey. Rima, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. You may need to unmute from your end, Rima.
Unmute.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Rima Corey, and I'm speaking on agenda item number 7. Before you inadvertently vote to ban the 1,000-year cultural tradition of hookah, please understand the facts. There's no teen hookah epidemic. The FDA and CDC reports have made it clear that hookah is not the problem with youth. Hookahs are not being confiscated in schools. Hookahs are 3 feet tall and cannot be easily concealed in your pocket or backpack like vape. Hookahs take 20 to 30 minutes to set up and need hot coals. Therefore, it can't be smoked during recess in the bathroom at school. and hookahs cost over $200 for all the parts and accessories, making it out of reach for most kids. The FDA recently stated in their guidance dated January 2020 that although there's data that shows that flavored tobacco entice youth, there is no information or comparable information that shows that hookah products entice youth because of the low prevalence of youth at this time. So hookah is not the problem, yet hookah is becoming collateral damage in the war against vape. Hookah is not vape. It's been practiced for 1,000 years by Arabs, Persians, Armenians, Turks, and Indians, many of which have immigrated to America and still practice their cultural traditions. Hookah is a centerpiece of social gatherings and is often offered to guests as a sign of hospitality. Please, before you ban this century-old tradition, please understand the facts. A tobacco flavor ban is a de facto ban on hookah because it only comes in flavors. Even hundreds of years ago, hookah was flavored with molasses and honey. So before you take this next step and eliminate this rich cultural tradition, please understand the facts and exempt hookah, or at least allow 21 and over stores to continue to be able to service their cultural communities. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ms. Corey. Our next speaker is Carol B. Carol, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Carol Baker. I'm the co-chair of the Tobacco Free Coalition of Santa Clara County and a volunteer ambassador for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. I know that some of you know some of the smoke shop owners or hesitate to shut down longtime store owners. Please, you are not shutting down the adult smoke shops. You are simply removing children's flavors from their tobacco products only. You are not saying you can't go there for a snack. You are not saying you can't go there by the newspaper. You're not saying you can't go there for a cold drink. You're simply taking away children's flavors from their products. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Our next speaker is Annie Teagan. Annie, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. My name is Annie Teagan. I'm with the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. We are strongly in support of the flavored tobacco ordinance, item number 7, that's being considered tonight on consent, without any exemptions. And we're grateful for your leadership, really, especially at a time when we're all doing what we can. We're all doing our best to care for our own health, the health of our neighbors, the health of our kids, really the health of one another. And most importantly, our youth. And that's why we're all here talking tonight. I can tell you that youth are still using combustible tobacco products. And we know that because we work with teens, and teens tell us they're still seeing their friends use menthol products and cigarillos and cigars. And I understand what is being said about Max Shop. I understand it's been a part of the community for a long time. As the previous caller, Carol, just stated, they're still free to sell other products. I hear people saying they buy a lot of products in that establishment. We're just talking about the flavored products, and these are flavored products that really should never have been allowed on store shelves in the first place. So tonight is really the chance to kind of right that wrong and sell healthy products and make sure that we're actually doing our part to make sure that kids' lungs stay healthy and the next generation is really free from tobacco addiction. So thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Teagan. Our next speaker is Vanessa Marvin. Vanessa, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, good evening, Council. My name is Vanessa Marvin, and I'm the co-chair of the Santa Clara Tobacco Free Coalition, along with Carol Baker, who spoke earlier, and a parent. Both I personally and our coalition collectively encourage you to adopt the consent item on flavored tobacco as written without exemptions and not pull the item. I'm sure no one wants to sell tobacco to kids and that the business owners in town are all good people and do not intend to sell. But honestly, if good intentions were enough, we wouldn't be in this situation in the first place. And unfortunately, leaving this in the hands of the business community hasn't been enough until now. So you as the city leaders, as a city council, needs to step in. And sure, it's going to be a hard choice and there may be trade-offs that you're going to have to make, but that's what your role is, to step back and really evaluate how we do something for the greater good to really protect our kids and the future of our community. As a reminder of what we're talking about, in Santa Clara County, 1/3 of all high school students have tried an e-cigarette and 1 in 8 currently use them. So we want to encourage you to adopt the consent item. This consent item that you have is following the county's lead, adopting the county ordinance. There's a lot of benefits to having the county ordinance, which is what a lot of the other areas in the county are doing, and have kind of this level playing field across the county. So we really encourage you to adopt this ordinance and not change it and have any exemptions. So I appreciate your consideration today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marvin. Our next speaker is Ross Smoke Shop, to be followed by our final speaker, Sina Shen. Ross Smoke Shop, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, hi. I just want to mention some stuff. They keep saying kids. We do not sell kids. We check IDs. Some people who are against smoking has no clue what we do in our shop in terms of checking IDs. And I want to mention something else about, there is like a flavored beer. Are you going to ban alcohol because of that? Or it's because attracting kids? And how many people died under the DUI influence? Why don't we bring that up? Smoking is legal and it's not a shame. If you're a smoker, you are a smoker. I mean, there is, of course, people against smoking. They can say whatever they want. About the lady, she talks about sending pictures that Ross sold underage. She didn't check their IDs to know how old they are. So, and we've been actually tested with decoys. We never sold, we never got one violation selling an underage. That's all. And I wish if the mayor and councils take in consideration that we do not sell kids. And we said that multiple times. And about the hookah, there is a lot of people have wrong information about how much nicotine in the hookah. It's 0.05%, which is very small. And there's no kids in middle school, like one of the callers called, are hooked to hookahs because it requires a lot of work. And you need to have the hookah itself, which is impossible for a kid to have at their houses, whatever. And that's it. Just please take these things in consideration. And about the flavored hookah, it's been like that since 1,000 years ago. It's always been a flavor. So there is no such thing as like unflavored hookah tobacco. That's it. That's all. Thank you.
And our final speaker is Sina Shen. Go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Hi.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Sina Shen. I'm a member of Palo Alto Public Art Commission and a concerned resident of Palo Alto. Consistent with the mission and vision of the Public Art Commission, I'm calling to urge the council to reconsider a proposal impacting Palo Alto Public Art, specifically the proposal to reduce the size of Public Art Commission. The decision to reduce the number of PAC members from 7 to 5 threatens the quality of Palo Alto Public Art. Palo Alto has a diverse population, and reducing the commission size to 5 members will limit the number of diverse community members who can participate and be appointed to serve on this commission. Public Art Commission historically has no problem recruiting members. Members volunteer their time, and a reduction will not materially reduce the number of meetings, meeting time, or staff time to support the commission. Public art allows us to see ourselves and our identities within a larger society, feel comfortable in our surroundings, and make Palo Alto a more welcoming community, all of which are much needed and appreciated during this time. We urge the council to reconsider this proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Shen. And that ends our public speakers, Mayor Klein.
Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone for your comments. We now return to council. I see a number of hands, so let me just go down this. And if there are items you'd like to pull, please note that, or items you're voting against, please note that as well. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. I'd like to continue item 9 to the August 10th action calendar, given that 6 applications were missing from the packet until 11:53 a.m. today.
Thank you. Did you say August 10th?
August 10th on the action calendar.
Okay. I will second pulling item number 9 as well.
And in the event there is not a third, I'll be voting no on this item.
Understood. Is there a third to continue item number 9?
Oh.
I need audibles, folks.
Third.
I will. Okay. Thank you. Council members Cormack, myself, and Councilmember Koo have pulled item number 9 for August 10th. Mr. City Manager, I'll circle up with you to make sure that it works on that night.
Thank you.
Anything else, Councilmember Cormack? Okay. Councilmember Niss.
So I'll be voting no on number 7, which is consistent with my last vote.
Thank you. Councilmember Koo.
I'll be voting no on item number 8 as consistent with my prior vote.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, no vote on 7.
Okay. Councilmember Tanaka.
No on 8.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments here? Okay. With that, I will move the consent calendar absent items 5 and 9.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, so this is going to be items 4, 6, 7, and 8. I'm also registering a no vote on 7. So I have myself, Niss, and Du Bois, no on 7. Council members Koo and Tanaka, no on 8. Myself, Councilmember Cormack, and Koo have pulled item number 9. And with that, I see hands again. Councilmember Niss?
No.
Okay, sorry. Let's please vote on this. I'm first up this time, so I vote yes on this. Councilmember Niss?
Yes on consent. Right.
Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois?
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, our consent calendar as adjusted passes unanimously. We've been here just about 2 hours. We're right on time. I'm going to suggest we take a break until 7:05. Is that okay?
Mayor Fine, this is City Clerk Beth Minor.
Please.
Before you take the break, do you want to let the council members who voted no explain why they voted no?
Thank you for the reminder. Sure. Let's just go in the order I got them. Councilmember Niss, if you wish to speak.
Make sure I'm not on mute. Yes, for consistency, and I would make the same arguments I had before, but you heard some of those from some of the speakers tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Koo?
I think a lot of the speakers have spoken with regards to the dangers of tobacco smoke. And it is a way to keep our city a healthy and safe city.
Would you like to speak to your no vote on item 8, though?
Oh, that was for item 8. So sorry. It was for item 8. I'm done.
I think you registered a no vote on 8, which is the ordinance to reduce the number of commissioners, right?
Oh gosh, I'm so sorry.
Okay. Do you want to speak to your no vote on that? Yeah, and you're on mute.
I truly believe that with the COVID and with the interest of our community, that having the commission be at a larger number at the 7 is actually more worthwhile, and there is actually no harm that is done having versatile opinions and suggestions and guidance in the area. So, and it's consistent with my previous vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, consistent with my past comments, I don't think we should be banning legal adult products.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
So I'm just being consistent from my prior vote. You know, I agree with all the members of the public about this. I think it gives greater diversity to have more members on our boards and commission. So same arguments.
Thank you. Seems we all have the same arguments we've stuck with. Same for me on number 7. Okay, with that, we complete our consent calendar, and maybe let's take a 10-minute break now. So 7:10, let's reconvene. Thank you, everyone.
Check.
Check. Check. Hear me?
Affirmative.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the mayor for the 10-minute break. It was much appreciated under the new rules.
Sure thing.
What new rule?
That we get a 10-minute break every 2 hours.
Suggested guideline, something like that.
We just had a study session. We didn't really make any rules, but yes, I appreciated the break as well.
I'm going to give folks another minute or two, and then we'll get started. Okay, looks like we have 6 of us or so, maybe all 7. There we go. Okay, let's move on to our next item. Oh, actually, city manager comments. Sorry, Ed.
Yes, thank you. That could be our next item. Let's see if Megan is ready with the screen sharing. Great. I was terrified at the thought I might actually need to share my own screen. And while council members may find that to be liberating, I quite frankly find it beyond my skills from time to time. So that said, do want to take the opportunity to welcome council back in session. And I know for many of you, it feels like you never left given our ongoing issues, but really do appreciate the time and effort that the council members have spent with us during your July recess. And so we have quite a few things we wanted to catch you up with, and really for the community at large. So with that, let me ask Megan to move to our next. Great, thank you. So in terms of just some activities that have been ongoing through the month of July, as well as a preview of some of the upcoming issues that we'll be discussing in August. First off, and front and center, obviously, is the continuing pandemic and a variety of issues associated with that. Certainly want to continue our very consistent messaging with the community in that our focus and that of the Santa Clara County Department of Public Health is to address the ongoing increases in cases and hospitalizations that are of great concern for all of us. And our public message, and one we want to certainly repeat, is that we are in this together, and all of the actions that we individually and collectively take can help to spread the slow the spread of the virus through washing our hands, wearing face coverings, which are required in Palo Alto as well as throughout the county and elsewhere. Social distancing remains a priority, and staying at home if you are sick, and to get tested wherever possible. In terms of testing, we do want to note that we will have additional information on the County of Santa Clara coming back to Palo Alto for testing both in the months of August as well as September as part of a countywide program of pop-up testing sites now based on their new program, and that will focus on appointments and not require people to wait in lines, that they have identified the Arts Center, our Palo Alto Arts Center, Newell Road and Embarcadero as a suitable location for them to use this new protocol. And we'll have some additional information on that coming soon, as well as currently we have information on additional testing options at our website, cityofpaloalto.org/testing. Next slide, please. Also happening locally, we continue ongoing conversations and support for our business community and providing services and amenities to our community at large. Do want to first note our small business recovery grant program that the council authorized, $500,000, have been issued to, at this point, 49 local small businesses, and that we do hope to continue that through some additional grants. And doing so, though, will require ongoing and continued donations from the community. So we've identified our web page here, cityofpaloalto.org/business grant, where residents and companies can get information both about the companies that did receive small business grants, as well as can donate to a future round, which we hope to pull together in order to make additional grant awards. Also want to note our Summer Streets program, which is continuing in both downtown as well as the California Avenue business districts, where our ongoing efforts on a weekly basis, we're having meetings with both downtown and CalAV businesses, and that we are also continuing periodic updates and opportunities for community members to give us feedback on what's working and where they may have issues that they think we do need to make some adjustments. We will have our next community check-in Zoom call tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. As well as providing ongoing opportunities for members of the community to give us feedback through online surveys. We do plan to make some tweaks, as we're calling it, adjustments in the downtown area. We have made some adjustments or tweaks both in CalAV and downtown over the past few weeks. And so the upcoming one we want to notify folks of is that we will be closing on a test, I guess, experimental basis, as they all are, the half block of Ramona between Hamilton Avenue and the alley between Hamilton and University. So it's really the portion between the driveway at 250 University Avenue and Hamilton that will allow a number of additional businesses to expand into the streets. Really a great example of businesses working together and coming forward to the city with a proposal that we think we can make work, certainly in terms of circulation, as well as obviously businesses being together on moving forward with this piece. Now, this is all a preview to the city council discussion that will happen next Monday on the 10th of August, where we will be able to at least see one weekend of that additional change in addition to the overall programs, and we'll be discussing parklets and a number of other issues next Monday. For more information on this one, our webpage, cityofpaloalto.org/summer streets. Next slide, please. And then want to certainly recognize that ongoing services are continuing throughout the city. In addition to what has been in front of the council for your discussion on a daily basis, and really daily and nightly basis, ongoing services throughout the community. Want to highlight a few here with our community services department, hosting over 30 successful community camps, summer camps for youth throughout our city programs. Our library sidewalk services are ongoing with pickups and drop-offs of held items, of more than 14,000 of them. And then really want to do a special shout out to our public safety staff that the fire department this past week assisted with the Hog Fire mutual aid support, as well as responding directly with fire at the Dish area just last night. And then with our police department, really on an ongoing basis, and a particular shout out to our police department for supporting community engagement efforts related to follow up on Black Lives Matter, as well as the Human Relations Commission discussions and referral from the City Council related to use of force practices. And do want to note that the city's police department has launched a series of ongoing community briefings on specific topics of overall policies, use of force, and the like, available on YouTube and the city's YouTube channel. Also, on a broader level, want to note that we have a compendium of some updates and from departments throughout the city that were distributed as part of your packet for tonight. Actually went out late packet, so it is available online as a part of the city's council packet for tonight. Next slide, please. And as a part of that, the budget implementation, taking actions based on your approval at the end of June. Would note, again, very familiar to the council, but for the community, awareness that the fiscal year began on July 1st, and that as a part of the actions in order to meet our charter obligations, the council adopted budget did address a roughly $40 million budget gap related to COVID-19 impacts. We want to thank our labor organizations for working with us, as well as the management group for concessions that allowed the public safety and a number of reductions in layoffs in order to minimize, but unfortunately not entirely avoid, layoffs that took effect on July 31st, excuse me, as well as service impacts that were implemented just this past weekend, including fire service delivery changes and deployment changes there. And then in terms of our ongoing work for the City Council's work plan on recent equity framework, that the ad hoc committees we anticipate will be reporting out to the council on a special study session on August 24th, special session for the council that will also receive the report out from the Human Relations Commission on its referral to bring forward recommendations on the 8 Can't Wait practices and recommendations. And for more information on this topic in particular, we also have a webpage on our site, Race and Equity, as a part of our ongoing work. Next slide, please. Then perhaps just finally a few look-aheads for items that will be coming forward. Our California Avenue master planning process is underway, and that we've got some efforts and opportunities for the public to provide input on, boy, this is different, courb.co/CalAvArtPlan. Boy, that's gonna challenge me. So I'll spell that one out. COURB.co/CALAVEARTPLAN. Okay, so that's a site to provide some input, and always keeping their city manager guessing on the ability to identify a URL. Okay, and then finally, just a few upcoming items for the council later this month. Next week, as mentioned, Summer Streets will be update, as well as potential extension of the traffic closures on California Avenue as well as University. On the following week, the 17th, you will have a action item related to accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units. Then on the 24th, mentioned earlier, study session on race and equity updates for the council ad hoc committees, as well as hearing from your Human Relations Commission. And then finally, just again, ongoing work that won't be coming to the City Council in August, but we do know is of significant community interest. That, as you may have noted last week, the final environmental impact report related to Castanea School was released, and during the month of August, that will be going to the Architectural Review Board, as well as planned to be presented to the Planning and Transportation Commission later in August. So with that, I believe that's my last slide. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. That concludes my report, catching you up for the month of July into August.
Thank you, Mr. Shikata, for that comprehensive update. I see two hands, council members Cormack and then Tanaka.
Thank you so much, Mayor Fine. I wonder if the city manager could direct me to the report he referenced as having come in the late packet. That I don't seem to be able to locate that in my printed materials, and I don't see it listed on the revised agenda as an information report. So where should I be looking to find that?
Well, so with that, I will try to click along, and if I can, I will bring it up on my screen. But if not, I will follow up with that information as soon as I get it this evening.
Perhaps the clerk's office can assist you. If one of my colleagues knows where it is, I'm happy to have them share that information, but I'm not able to find it at the moment. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you for your update. I have just a couple quick questions. During my office hours during the summer recess, I got a lot of people really have concerns about the permitting process, and for things that are fairly routine and should be fairly expedient. But I realize we're still transitioning to work from home, and the staffing changes and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, it's like a reoccurring theme on my office hours, and so I sent you some emails on this. I haven't really seen a response. I just wanted to know where things are at on some of these issues.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I think we've got some relatively good news. We have, as Councilmember Tanaka pointed out, over the course of the last month or two, really, there had been a significant increase in the lead time required for building inspections in particular. And that had gone up, quite frankly, I believe up to 6 weeks, which is obviously not a situation that we would prefer or that we would consider acceptable. At this point, with a combination of increased recruiting as well as some management strategy, I believe we are now down to a week. And that is included as a part of the July report that I meant. And I believe Beth may want to point out where that report can be obtained. If not, I've got it on my screen.
I do have it on my screen. It is on the last page of the agendas for tonight, where we list all the info reports, the council doc letters, any upcoming meetings. And I have it on my screen. I'm trying to find it. Ed, if you can find it quicker than I can.
I'm holding the revised agenda, and the only informational report I see says City of Palo Alto 2020 water, gas, and wastewater utility standards.
So on the last, do you have the very last? You have the very last page.
I have the revised agenda that you provided.
And on the last, there it is.
There it is.
So we were supposed to click on that link to read this?
Yes.
Okay. But the other informational items were provided on paper.
This one came in late, and that's why it's not on paper.
Okay, thank you.
It went out after the packet went out.
Yeah, so my apologies for not making it clear, but we'll make sure that we distribute that to all council members.
I'll email it to everybody.
Thank you. And on that point, then back to Councilmember Tanaka's point, if I could just read very briefly. We did include in it a notation related to planning, inspection services, and does note that we are now down to approximately 1 week in terms of lead time required. So again, thank you to the community for bearing with us as we manage through transitions, both budgetary as well as staffing.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. The second thing is I've been hearing some concerns about, we have the mask policy in our city, and I guess there's some concerns, especially like people who are in our apartment complex who sometimes don't have a choice, like they're trying to go to the laundry room and people aren't wearing masks, and there's concern, especially with the kind of second wave starting to happen. I don't know if you could talk a little bit about, whether it's possible for us to get a, wear a mask sign or something like that, just something, something easy. But maybe, I don't know, this is not a big topic, but it's just something which I've had a lot of people who suggest, like, please wear a mask or something like that. And I don't know if there's a way to do that, because we have the ordinance, but it's not really publicized. And so a lot of people have trouble getting this happening, especially in an apartment complex or like in a laundry room where it's hard to, so I don't know if you have any thoughts about that.
Sure. Happy to discuss further, both with staff as well as this is a multi-jurisdictional issue. And certainly have had discussions among cities that the actual wearing of masks is an ongoing issue, and one I think that has gotten increased community concern. And so we'll discuss what our options might be to increase our outreach as well as leverage. We know that the county is actually picking up their public outreach as well on this point, recognizing that this is an issue of increasing concern.
Thank you. And Councilmember Koo.
Thank you for your report about during all the happenings during our council break. I wanted to ask, with the community check-in, is this only to the business owners, or are the residents included in this community check-in?
It is open to the general public, so it's a streaming, not unlike this meeting. So we have it set up, and we have been trying to increase the awareness and our push that these sessions are happening. At the same time, for the time being, I think we'll take no news as good news in terms of feedback that we've been getting, other than as the council has seen some emails periodically on specific issues.
So how do they sign up? Where would they go to find the meeting links to sign up for it? And how is that being sent out to the community?
Actually, it has been on our periodic on our email blasts about the Summer Streets whenever we talk about things that are happening on the Summer Streets program, that we've been noting that this meeting has been available. And so at the same time, I think we can take another look at, once again, how to ramp up awareness.
Okay, well, thank you. And tomorrow there's one at 5:30.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I'll look for that. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you everyone very much. That concludes our city manager comments. Let's move on to our action calendar. We have 3 items tonight, 10, 11, and 12. And let's start it off with item number 10, discussion of the Parks and Recreation Commission's pilot program to increase access to Foothills Park for non-residents. Just some brief background. Last year, our Parks and Recreation Commission debated this or discussed this item at about 3 meetings, I believe. They recommended it to council in November. It was scheduled to come to us in April of this year, but obviously the COVID crisis pushed that out, and council chose to delay the item in our June meeting. So here we are again. And if staff, I believe staff and some of our Parks and Recreation commissioners have some comments, maybe we'll do a round of questions or so and then go to the public.
Go ahead, Darren or Kristen.
Thank you. Good evening, council. This is Darren Anderson with Community Services Department. We're here to discuss the Park and Recreation Commission's proposed pilot program, which would increase access to Foothills Park for non-residents, and to ask council to either direct staff to return with an ordinance to amend the municipal code that would allow non-resident access to Foothills Park under a pilot program, or provide feedback and direct staff to explore and evaluate alternative scenarios to open Foothills to non-residents. The bulk of this evening's presentation will be made by the chair and vice chair of the Parks and Recreation Commission. Vice Chair Ann Warner Cribbs will discuss the pilot program, and Chair Jeff Greenfield, will provide a summary on the recent panel discussion that we held on the July 28th PRC meeting, Parks and Recreation Commission meeting. Before I turn it over to them, I'll provide brief background information that may be helpful for this evening's discussion. In 1941, Dr. Russell Lee and his wife, Dorothy Lee, bought the land that's now Foothills Park. And in 1958, the Lees offered the land to the city at a special price of $1,000 per acre, so it would be preserved as open space. In May 1959, an election was held on the proposed purchase. 6,542 people voted to buy the park, and 3,997 voted against it. With the 62% of voters supporting buying the land, the city purchased the property for $1.3 million, and Foothills Park was opened to the public on June 19, 1965. That public vote regarding the land purchase did not specify whether or not access to the park should be limited to residents or not. This was a council decision that appears to be based on a couple of factors. The first is that Palo Alto fully funded the purchase. Palo Alto approached the cities of Los Altos and Los Altos Hills about sharing in the expense of the purchasing the property. Both cities declined. The second factor is described in an article on December 10th in 1980 in the Stanford Daily that discusses the purchase of the park. The article states that some residents believe the city had no business creating a regional park and a group called the Citizens for Good Government formed to oppose the plan. They filed a taxpayers' lawsuit alleging that Palo Alto had violated the city charter by approving the land purchase without waiting the requisite 30 days. The lawsuit was rejected by the California Supreme Court after a referendum on the park purchase was approved by Palo Alto voters. In what former Palo Alto City Manager Jerome Keith termed an attempt to salvage the project and to appease the regional park fears of the Citizens for Good Government, the City Council announced in 1959 that the park would be open to Palo Alto residents and their guests. In 1969, a municipal code was added that defined the residency requirement that limits access to Foothills Park to the residents and accompanied guests. And in 2005, in exchange for a $2 million grant to help purchase 13 acres of land adjacent to the Pearson Arrastradero Preserve, Council voted to allow non-resident hikers to enter Foothills Park via the Beta Ridge Trail. So hikers can enter from the Pearson Arrastradero Preserve and the Los Trancos Open Space Preserve. The current municipal code ordinance makes entering Foothills Park a misdemeanor, and the fee for that citation is $50. As a point of comparison, the fee for smoking on trails in Foothills Park is $1,000. Only one administrative citation has been issued in the last 20 years for this violation. And an administrative citation is not a notice to appear or a criminal citation. It's similar to a parking ticket, and our park rangers issue administrative citations. The municipal code also lists the maximum number of people that can be in Foothills Park at any one time. That current cap is 1,000 visitors. However, in 1965, the cap was 2,000, and in 1976, it changed to 1,600, and then the late 90s changed to 1,000. I should note that the cap has not been reached in the last 20 years, and that cap roughly corresponds to the parking capacity at Foothills. There are approximately 375 parking spaces, and we estimate the average the average people per car on weekends at 2.7, which brings you to about 1,000 people. And I should note that the entrance station to Foothills Park is only staffed on weekends and holidays. A little look at our visitation trends. For the last 20 years, visitation's been fairly consistent at approximately 152,000 each year. Historically, there have been significantly higher visitation reports. In 1969, it was reported that there were 292,000 visitors. And in the early 70s, the visitation peaked at around 372,000. However, we learned at our recent panel discussion from a former staff member that the early park counting methodology may not have been quite so accurate. Visitation declined in the late 70s and throughout the 80s and 90s. And a $2 entry fee was charged in the 80s and 90s to recover costs of the Boronda Lake Dam repairs. And that fee was removed in 2001. And visitation hit its lowest in 1998 at approximately 29,000 visitors. Here's a visitation chart showing 1998 to 2019. And you can see a high year of 2011 where we had an anomaly of 202,000 visitors that year. We're not quite sure the reasons why that year peaked. Here you can see the busiest days are our holidays, New Year's, Mother's Day, Father's Day, etc. The busiest months are late spring and early summer. The least busy months are late fall through the winter. And in addition to tracking the total number of visitors, the rangers also track the number of non-resident turnaways. The 5-year average of non-resident vehicles turned away, and this is 2015 to 2019, is approximately 3,100 vehicles each year. And again, with our estimate of 2.7 people per vehicle, this is about 8,300 non-residents turned away each year. Since the COVID-19 pandemic began, we've seen a significant increase in park and open space visitation. And although this is a small sample size of 8 weekends, the slide shows the weekend visitation starting Memorial Day weekend 2020 and comparing to prior years. And it shows a 137% increase from last year. This other slide shows weekday samples, another very small sample, just 2 months, and shows the weekdays comparisons of June and July 2020 to prior years. And interestingly, for some reason, this is a decrease for the weekdays of 8% relative to 2019. I'll turn the presentation now over to Vice Chair Ann Cribbs.
Thank you, Darren. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Ann Warner Cribbs, the Vice Chair of the Park and Recreation Commission. And first, I want to say I love Foothill Park. I was so pleased when our commission decided to study options to provide others than Palo Alto residents the opportunity to enjoy Foothill Park, not just as guests of a Palo Alto resident, but in the spirit of welcoming our neighbors with whom we share this great region. The ad hoc discussion included these questions. Foothill Park is a special place, one that the city has supported and nurtured for 60 years. How can we create a situation or a program to share the park responsibly with our neighbors as we share their parks? How can this very special character of the park be maintained? What role will volunteer organizations play in environmental opportunities? What's the best way to do this? How can we collect the data that's necessary for future decisions? What will this cost to open Foothill Park? And is it the right thing to do? And is it the right time to pursue this? Beginning in the fall of 2018, the Foothills Park Ad Hoc Committee met often, considering these questions and alternatives and options. Public meetings were held in the summer and the fall of 2019, and the pilot program was presented to the commission in November for recommendation to the City Council. In that November meeting, the PRC voted 6-1 to recommend a one-year pilot program to the City Council. This one-year pilot program will allow us to test the concepts of providing a limited adjustable number of park passes for non-residents and broader availability for student field trips. Non-resident passes would be available on the city's new online reservation portal, and this system would allow the opportunity to gather information about those seeking to visit the park. City staff will use historic visitation data to adjust the number of non-resident passes available per day, with a maximum cap of 50 passes for any given day. For example, on holidays or on special days, the number of passes could decrease. The city will encourage and formalize a school field trip program and a reservation process, which is not presently available for non-resident students. The pilot program includes a $6 fee. This fee for non-resident passes will allow the city to recover a portion of the expenses associated with the existing cost of staffing the entry gate. Resident access would be prioritized. There would be no changes to the current access policy for residents. The 1,000-person per day limit will continue. At the conclusion of the year pilot program, staff and the PRC would review park visitation and impact data and recommend how to move forward, including the potential to revert back to the current policy, making the pilot program permanent, or asking for other revisions. After consideration of other and numerous alternatives, the PRC recommended this pilot because it ensures control of total visitation to the park and allows us the option to assess fees for non-resident passes to recover at least some of the significant personnel costs related to the staffing of the entry gate. The PRC addressed these factors in supporting the pilot program. This program effectively mitigates concern about overcrowding and overuse. The 1,000-person daily limit is still in place. It effectively incorporates focus for students and volunteers, both to learn about the ecology of the park and also for volunteers to help with important and necessary volunteer contributions to the park. It allows adaptation based on data collection during the pilot. And the fees are expected to generate a modest revenue. And so this is the pilot program that the PRC voted to recommend to the council in November of 2019. However, the world looks much different than it did a few months ago in November of 2019. Lots of unanticipated events will now be in our history books, including COVID-19, limitations and changes in recreational patterns, an unprecedented financial crisis for the city, for our residents, and for businesses. The City Council unanimous support for Black Lives Matter proclamation on June 8th. The civic and faith leaders calling for repeal of the current residents-only ordinance in a letter to the council, also on June 8th. and the Human Relations Commission unanimously passed recommendations to repeal residents-only ordinance on June 11th. Please note, too, that all the PRC commissioners signed the letter supporting the repeal of the residents-only ordinance. Thank you very much. I'd like to turn now to PRC Chair Jeff Greenfield.
Thank you, Ann, and good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeff Greenfield, Parks and Recreation Commission Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to present this evening. Like many in our community, I also love Foothills Park. I visit frequently and especially enjoy hiking the trails and getting away from everything. Last Tuesday, the July Park and Rec Commission meeting was dedicated to an online panel discussion on Foothills Park access at the request of the city manager. Darren, Ann, and I have compiled a summary of the proceedings, which I'll share. We were joined by a distinguished group, which you'll see on the next slide, and here's what we heard. Impacts generally depend on the amount of human use and type of activity. It doesn't matter so much where people come from, it's the number of people and what they do that are the significant factors. Impact management requires a comprehensive strategy and plan, but this can be done successfully with proper commitment. The critical importance of staff well-being was stressed repeatedly, recognizing that a skeleton staff is currently struggling with daily duties and any change will have a discernible impact. Impacts aside, opening Foothills Park can result in a range of benefits for individual residents and our community. And finally, we heard some interesting comments regarding opportunities for Foothills Park to help advance both local and global environmental stewardship. We're very privileged to have this distinguished group of panelists share their expertise from a range of disciplines. We enjoyed a congenial interchange, and I want to thank them again for contributing their time and valued insights. As our community considers changing our current policy regarding Foothills Park access, our goal was to present an overview of perspectives and impacts for a deeper understanding of this complex and divisive issue. Questions were prepared in advance, and each panelist had an opportunity to respond to each question. Commissioners had an opportunity for follow-up. Darren presented a staff report similar to this evening. And finally, there was less public input than anticipated, but there were some useful comments. More visitors will result in a range of impacts. Wildlife retreats quickly and becomes more secretive when crowds are present. When crowds are not sustained, wildlife returns quickly. Eventually, animal behavior may change, such as foraging and nesting locations. Vegetation is primarily impacted in areas alongside trails, and COVID-19 distancing has probably worsened this, with people stepping off trail to avoid hikers. People in a concentrated area can result in immediate short-term damage, like off-trail erosion at Vista Hill or trail cuts near trailheads. Quick impacts can take a long time to heal. Impact considerations are different for high use versus low use area. So popular spots like Baranda Lake, Las Trampas Valley, and Vista Hill are already disturbed or less natural. In lower use areas like trails, animal startle factor is a bigger issue and more pristine habitat is more sensitive to disturbance. The visitor experience invariably changes when visitation numbers increase. An example is when visible wildlife decreases substantially. Baseline data on plant mappings, wildlife sightings, and park usage must be established. Ideally, data is collected for a year or more to consider seasonal and year-to-year variances in weather and species. Grassroots Ecology has conducted some plant surveys and has mapped some rare plant footprints in Foothills Park. We have some camera traps in place, but no wildlife count data at this time. Effective impact management requires a commitment to allocating people and funding to do things right. A comprehensive strategy and implementation plan for monitoring and analyzing impacts to our natural environment over time should be developed. Staff has discussed the need for establishing baseline at Foothills Park, but has previously lacked the resources to do so. An adaptive management program provides agility to address issues quickly. The pilot proposal can accommodate this by adjusting the number of daily online permits if appropriate benchmark and new data is available and analyzed. Data gathering and analysis during a pilot program is very important, and weekend versus weekday comparisons may be useful. Changes should be implemented methodically to avoid environmental impacts that could take decades to heal, such as loss of rare plants, impacts to wildlife, or bringing in more invasive weed seeds through increased traffic. Mitigation for impacts may include erosion control, signage, barricades, increased litter collection, etc. And while managing the potential impacts requires commitment and may seem daunting, the panel was generally optimistic that with proper focus on environmental stewardship, Foothills Park can be responsibly shared. Moving on to staff and infrastructure impacts, lots of concerns again were voiced about making sure we take care of staff, a most important resource. The supervising ranger position at Foothills Park is currently unfilled and frozen. This leaves 6 full-time rangers spread over 4,000 acres and 4 preserves. Current staffing levels are not good for habitat or staff health. Additional weekend cleaning and restocking will be at the expense of other daily ranger priorities like patrol, maintenance, and work with volunteers. There are a couple primary infrastructure concerns if visitor numbers increase significantly. The restrooms are very old and in need of replacement, and actually have less capacity now than when the park was developed, since ADA upgrades were made about 10 years ago. Parking areas need to be more clearly delineated to avoid environmental and safety impacts. The majority of parking is unmarked and unlined in gravel lots. New signage and some boulders are needed to help people know where they may park. Concerns were raised about the appropriateness of considering increasing park access while dealing with budget cutbacks, overburdened staff, and a pandemic. And there were some positive comments about using online registration systems and references of implementations we may be able to learn from. Next slide. Here are some benefits which were conveyed by our panel. With picnic tables adjacent to vast open space areas and trails near parking lots, Foothills Park offers some unique opportunities for nature-rich experiences to those less comfortable venturing into the backcountry. Access to wild areas and nature is beneficial for the health and development of everyone, especially children. Nature teaches things that can't be learned from a parent or a book. With school moving online, supplementing with outdoor visits is very important for children of all ages. Environmental education and outdoor experiences ultimately benefit the larger community as people develop a stronger sense of belonging and support for natural spaces. Removing the non-resident barrier will increase volunteer support. For example, assisting grassroots ecology in restoration work and removal of invasive plants. This could also encourage larger scale partnerships such as funding for projects like Buckeye Creek restoration or conservation study assistance from local universities. Opening Foothills Park may also incrementally reduce crowding at nearby preserves, including Pearson Arastadero and Baylands. And finally, in today's world, the importance of acting as a good neighbor can't be underestimated. One reason this subject brings out so many strong emotions is our community's love and concern for Foothills Park. We've heard a blueprint on how we can make sure we preserve this special place by committing to monitoring, mitigating, and adapting. This requires resources, but doesn't need to be a reason to shy away from opening the park. When considering how to balance access and conservancy at Foothills Park, a key factor is the challenge and opportunity of human behavior. Giving the public a stake in open spaces can instill a love for the land and a sense of place. Creating this positive attitude of environmental stewardship is vital for both our local and global ecology. Finally, a study on the difference in perspective of visitors and locals really resonated with all of us. While mindful visitors ascribe to a leave no trace ethos, locals in Haina, Kauai took things a step further at their special beach preserve and focused on making it better. We hope all of you will be inspired to leave Foothills Park better than you found it. Thank you. Now back to Darren.
Thank you, Chair. Just reiterating the staff recommendation of asking the council to direct staff with an ordinance to amend the municipal code for a pilot or to provide feedback and direct staff to explore other alternatives. And that completes the commission and staff report.
Mr. Anderson, and thank you to our 2 commissioners for attending and all the other commissioners who worked so diligently on this. I'm going to suggest, since I presume there's going to be a lot of public comment, maybe let's go to the public comment first, and council members can hold their comments and questions until after that. Does that sound good to everyone? Just nod of yes or no. I'm seeing some nods. Okay, let's go to members of the public. So if you'd like to speak on this item, a discussion of the Parks and Recreation Commission's pilot program for access in Foothills Park, please raise your hand. I do want to just reiterate those last two bullet points there. Council's decision tonight is one, we could ask staff for more information and questions and direction, or two, we could direct staff to come back with an ordinance that would open the park up to a pilot program similar to Parks and Recreation. Anything else, Mr. City Manager, before we go to the public?
Nothing else, Mr. Mayor. Stand by for your next steps.
All right, thank you. So if you'd like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and the city clerk will help you provide your comment or questions.
And if you're on your phone participating, dial *9. Our first speaker is Claire Elliott, to be followed by Greg Schmidt and Carlin Odo. Claire, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Claire Elliott, and I'm a resident of the Ventura neighborhood and an ecologist with Grassroots Ecology. And I want to thank the Parks and Rec Commission for creating a good draft pilot program and the City Council for considering its implementation. Freedom to roam is a right in many countries, allowing people to visit nature everywhere, including on private land. It's not a right here in the US, and it's kind of interesting to me to ponder why that is. And I'm wondering if it's partly because we had to really work hard to justify owning land that was taken from the original inhabitants, including the Muwekma and Amamutsan people that are still here and trying to reclaim some rights. But because we can't roam freely on private land, we need to rely on public lands. And many cities up and down the peninsula have city parks that I've enjoyed: Golden Gate Park, Stolzaf Park in Redwood City, Redwood Grove Nature Preserve and Burn Preserve, Shoreline Park in Mountain View, and McClellan Ranch in Cupertino. So those all are preserves with a lot of nature, and I believe the residents of those cities that funded those should be able to enjoy all of Palo Alto's parks as well. So a lot of the people from these other cities come to work with us at Grassroots Ecology. And as Alex Von Felt shared, our executive director shared with the Parks Commission, a lot of them go away kind of dismayed that their families can't come back to visit, at least not on their own. And volunteering can go a long way to cut costs at the park. Not only with us, but also zero waste could get people to work on using no garbage lunches and taking home compostables. A lot of nature lovers are using iNaturalist to collect data, and a lot of them come from other cities or would like to Foothills Park, and they could collect data at no cost to the city. So I understand these are tough times and budget cuts are being made, but I think it's also really especially important times for people to be out in nature, and I want to see Foothills Park open to non-residents as soon as possible. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott. Our next speaker is Greg Schmidt. Greg disappeared.
Go
ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Looks like Mr. Schmidt is muted.
Yeah, I'm trying to unmute him, but it's not working. We'll go on to the next speaker, Carlin Odo. Carlin, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
It says I am muted. Hello?
Hello, go ahead. You got 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. City Council members and staff, I present to you this evening 33 signed postcard petitions from Palo Alto residents in the Charleston Meadows neighborhood. These petitions ask you not to open Foothills Preserve and Park to the general public, not even as part of a pilot study. The text of our petition says, it's printed on every postcard. Here's the text. I do not want Foothills Park open to the general public. I value its quiet, its uncrowdedness, its pristine condition, the opportunities to see wildlife. More people in the park will degrade all of these. I pay my taxes to keep it in this condition. These petitions were collected on extremely short notice without any publicity, education, prompting, or neighborhood conversations. I simply put one postcard petition at the front door of 100 houses in my immediate neighborhood, and 33 people returned the postcards to me within 3 days. This indicates that at least 33% of my neighborhood is strongly against the proposal to open Foothills Preserve and Park to the general public. If I were to engage in a campaign to educate and publicize this issue in my neighborhood, I'm very sure that I could double the number of signatures. Please stop wasting our tax dollars on plans to open Foothills Park to the general public. This issue has been brought up by various city council over the years and has always failed due to resident opposition. If you feel that you absolutely must continue with this idea, put the issue on the ballot in November so that you can know how Palo Alto residents feel before you proceed any further. I would sincerely hope that you do not intend nor wish to force this down our throats. Remember, we, the residents of Palo Alto, are the owners of Foothills, not you. Your job is to manage this resource according to our wishes. I firmly believe that you do not actually know our wishes, and that by spending our tax dollars on plans to open Foothills, for example, running a pilot study, you are overstepping your legitimate authority and powers.
Thank you, Ms. Otto. Your time is up. Our next speaker is James Hendry, to be followed by Debbie Mitels and Mark Nadim. Jamie, go ahead.
Hi there. Hi there. I'd like to start by expressing my gratitude to the Parks and Recs Commission for putting together this pretty thorough presentation and developing this pilot program. I know that a lot of work went into this, and the can's been kind of kicked around since last fall, and I really appreciate the work that they've done. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and another Palo Alto resident named Ryan Globus, who unfortunately couldn't make the meeting due to another a conflict. We would both like to ask the council to approve the pilot program. Speaking to Carlin's remarks, I'm not against this issue going to the ballot, but I think sending this issue to the ballot after we've done the pilot is probably the wise move, because then we can provide solid data and information to the public so that they can make an informed decision. This is only a 1-year pilot study, and it is a study. The 3,100 cars turned away a year averages out to less than 10 cars a day, 20 people a day. So I'm not sure that would really affect the noise for any individual person on the 10 miles of trails that Foothills Park has. So I'm just strongly urging the council to approve this pilot program, not kick the can around anymore, and hopefully we can send it to the ballot maybe next year or in 2022. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Hendry. Our next speaker is Debbie Mitels, to be followed by Mark Nadim and Sophie Yee. Debbie, go ahead.
Hi, this is Debbie Mitels. I'm a 40-year resident of Palo Alto and chair of Peninsula Interfaith Climate Action, a member of the 350 Palo Alto team, and also I'm a docent nature hike leader for Mid-Penn Open Space District. It was about 20 years ago that another Palo Alto City Council, then led by Council Member Ron Anderson, not a relation, I guess, to Darren, also had a vote on the question of opening Foothills Park to the general public. At the time, I was executive director of Peninsula Conservation Center, now called Acterra. And before the council's vote, our board of directors decided to send a letter to the council approving the plan to remove the residents-only restriction. However, to protect the nature preserve aspects of the park, we did recommend that the council institute a limit on the number of cars that would be allowed to enter. Preserving the habitat for wildlife seemed to us to be the only reasonable justification for limiting access to the park, and we felt that could be accommodated by restricting the numbers of people in the park, not where they came from. Unfortunately, many of the public comments during the council meeting that night had another rationale for keeping the park private. Some made the argument, which will be heard again tonight, that Palo Alto neighbors didn't want to join us in purchasing the land, so we shouldn't have to share it. Well, this ungenerous theme sounds like a child who's not yet passed the kindergarten curriculum. But I think, however, it really masks the honesty of others who are more blatant in their concerns. We don't want those people in our park, and those people with their loud radios and big family parties are overrunning our parks. This barely veiled racism was really shocking to me. I thought Palo Altans were more open to diversity and less riddled with prejudice. Well, I was wrong and disappointed when the council voted 8-1 to retain the residents-only rule. My hope is that 20 years later, we have matured as a community and learned that people of all races and ethnicities can be respectful of nature. However, I think we have only improved in the sophistication of our arguments against open access. The proposal to charge non-residents a parking fee smacks of the poll tax that some voters in the South were charged in the days of Jim Crow. While a $6 fee won't bother people from Los Altos or Woodside, it may not be so easy for an East Palo Alto resident who makes $15 an hour. Likewise, the proposed pilot with its plan for hiring a staffer to handle special non-resident reservations, it really seems like an effort to kill off the idea with complexity and an unnecessary cost factor. It's way beyond time for Palo Alto to open access for this park, and the only limitation should be the number of cars allowed to enter. And the proposed 50-car limit is much lower than the capacity, as the PRC staff liaison Darren Anderson just explained. I hope you guys will really rethink this whole recommendation and just let's have the park be open.
Thank you, Ms. Mytels. Our next speaker is Mark Nadim, to be followed by Sophie Yee and then Leland Levy. Go ahead, Mark.
Good evening. Mark Nadim, Alexis Drive. I am appalled that this issue of opening the Foothills Park is being given another look. It is wrongly given the name park because it is not a park. It's a very delicate ecological system that is environmentally sensitive and which is correctly zoned open space. If anyone has gone to the Foothills Park on a weekend, you would have noticed that there's no place to park a car, and that is only Palo Alto residents going there right now. Therefore, once it is open to everyone, more cars and more people will try to go in. The more people trampling on grasses and vegetation, the longer time it takes for these grasses and vegetation to recover. Now that Fire Station 8 is closed, the time to respond and extinguish a fire will take much longer. I hope that you realize that if there is a fire, that whole hill and homes around it will go up in flames, and not only within the limits of City of Palo Alto. And the more people entering the park, the higher risk that a fire will erupt, whether intentionally or accidentally. How about the cost to maintain the park when there are no restrictions or on who goes in, even if there is a set number of non-residents are allowed? There will be a need to increase the number of park rangers required to maintain order and number of city employees to maintain the park, especially these days when the city is facing fiscal issues due to the pandemic. To frame this issue as racism, segregation, or social injustice is an insult to every resident of Palo Alto. This city is one of the most progressive cities in the country. So please, let's not pay attention to words that are meant to intimidate you, to open the park to non-residents. Do not make a decision that you will regret later, because once you open the park to non-residents, it will be impossible to close it. What I suggest for you to debate is what to name it, what name to give it, since it is not a park but an environmentally sensitive open space. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nadeem. Our next speaker is Sophie Yee, to be followed by Leland Levy, and phone caller with the last 3 numbers of 896.
Hi there. My name is Sophie. I grew up in the Bay Area, and I've been a part of Palo Alto since attending Stanford for my undergrad and staying in the area since. I strongly support opening Foothills Park for all. While the pilot program is a good start, I believe that we can do even better by making the program more accessible. Requiring a $6 day permit, having to make the reservation online, and limiting the number of parties of non-residents who can enter per day are all barriers to access. Parks are public spaces. Parks are for all. We are on the land of the Muwekma Ohlone, and this land should be open to everyone. Non-residents should be able to enjoy the same public spaces that residents do. Imagine how it would be if all regional parks outside of Palo Alto were to charge and limit only Palo Altans for wanting to enjoy the natural land around us. I agree with keeping the limit of 1,000 visitors for the pilot program for environmental reasons, but in response to those who are concerned about the impact, we should not be so prejudiced to believe that Palo Altans are the only people who can act responsibly in the park. The park should be free and open to all. Opening the park up will ensure that we allow everyone in the Bay Area to enjoy the diverse flora and fauna here, connect with nature, and be granted the opportunity to love and protect the world we live in. This is long overdue. Please support free open access to Foothills Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. Our next speaker is Leland Levy, to be followed by a phone caller with 896, and then Salim Demirji. Leland, you may need to unmute from your side. There you go.
There I am.
Yep. Go ahead.
Thanks.
You have 2 minutes.
It's been some time since I've had the pleasure of singing a song in front of the city council, but I thought you might welcome a small change of pace tonight from the many speakers. So I have here a song written in collaboration with Woody Guthrie. I usually sing it as a duet, but I am going to have to sing it by myself today without any accompaniment, so I hope you'll put up with that. It goes like this. This park is my park. It is not your park. From Lake Boronda to the Page Mill roadway, from Montebello to Arastradero, this park was meant for only me. Now I have visited Cupertino, a lovely city, quite neat and clean. Oh, that does not mean, though, they can make our scene, no, 'cause this park was meant for only me. This park is my park. It is not your park. From Lake Boronda to the Page Mill roadway, from Montebello to Arastradero, this park was meant for only me. I've often traveled way down to Gilroy, where the garlic fragrance brings Jack and Jill joy. Now I do not wish to be a killjoy, but this park was meant for only me. This park is my park. It is not your park. From Lake Boronda to the Page Mill roadway, from Montebello to Arastradero, this park was meant for only me. Last week I journeyed to Far Milpitas, which ought to prove that I'm not elitist. They asked when we come, how will you greet us? I answered, this park was meant for only me. This park is my park, it is not your park. From Lake Boronda to the Page Mill roadway, from Montebello to Arastradero, this park was meant for only me. This park was meant for only me.
Thank you, Mr. Levy.
Let me just thank each one of you on the council for all you've done to make Palo Alto a great place to live. And I hope tonight you will continue to make us proud to be residents. Thank you.
Our next speaker is a phone caller with the last 3 digits of 896, to be followed by Salim Demirji and Rohan Ghosh. Phone caller, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Sarah Longstreth. That's a bit of a tough act to follow. I lived in Palo Alto for 37 of my 50 years, and by my best estimate, I've camped at Foothill for 47 of my 50 years. My family and I are up at the park all the time, and we love it there. I wanted to offer up a quote from Ibram Kendi, who wrote, among other things, How to Be an Anti-Racist. The source of racist ideas is not ignorance and hate, but self-interest. Those who are arguing that Foothills Park should remain closed to non-residents need to look inward and ask themselves, why am I allowing my self-interest to take precedence over what I know to be right? And to the City Council, first, I have to say I question whether the survey that Councilmember Koo conducted could ever accurately represent Palo Alto's views. But even if it were, even if it does, even if the majority of Palo Altans prioritize self-interest over integrity, over inclusion, over fairness, I guess my question to the City Council would be, will you let their self-interest, and by self-interest, I mean their racism, be your guide? It's time to open it up for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Salim Demirji, to be followed by Rohan Ghosh and Kevin Ma.
Hi.
Go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah. First off, I want to thank the caller two prior to mine for the amazing song. That was really, really entertaining. And then the person prior to me, very great substantive comment that I completely agree with. So I'm Salim. I live in Los Altos. I'm not a Palo Altan. And I'd like to ask the council to, ask staff to craft an ordinance for the pilot program. And I say this knowing I'm not a Palo Altan. The thrust of my comment is just that this divide between residents and non-residents, I don't think is an important one. We have overlapping communities. So people can work in Palo Alto and not live there. They might not be able to afford the rent. People can also study in Palo Alto and not live there. People can grow up in a less vibrant town like mine. It was pretty sleepy when I was growing up here. And then visit Palo Alto as an outing. And all of the same is true in the reverse. People in Palo Alto can go to other towns. And so I don't think we should be building walls between our town's public spaces. There are a lot of towns that have large open nature preserves and pay the costs of upkeep without preventing other people from enjoying the land. And I think that's the kind of place we want to live in. We want to live in a Bay Area where you can go to another town and still feel like you belong. If when you traveled to San Francisco, you weren't allowed to go see the Golden Gate Park, I think that would really suck, So, I think we should be the change we want to see in the world, and we should act on the golden rule. And in that situation, I think here it means that, Foothill Park should be opened up to non-residents who, also care about Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you, Salim. Our next speaker is Rohan Ghosh, to be followed by Kevin Ma and Roger Smith.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, yeah, I'm a Palo Alto High School student, Palo Alto resident, and an Eagle Scout and I've extensively done volunteer work for trail maintenance, invasive species removal, and erosion control at the Foothills Park. In fact, for my Eagle project, I rebuilt a set of steps above Baronda Lake. And the fact that some of the people who volunteered to help on my project in the hot sun, digging into the hillside so that Palo Alto residents can use that trail, cannot themselves access that park is beyond me. The groups that actually put in the hard work of maintaining, conserving, and preserving Foothills Park for all of us, those groups, environmental volunteers, grassroots ecology, Palo Alto 350, they unanimously support opening the park to non-residents because they know in working with the environment that public access is the root of conservation. And I think these faux environmental arguments being made against these opening the park are honestly a little bit ridiculous, considering that the groups and people actually putting in the work, sweating, working on removing invasive species, restoring trails, and making that park a better place, they all support opening this. So I don't understand why that their voices are not being considered as much as they should. And speaking of voices not being considered, I'm wondering if anyone has reached out to Mwekwa Ohlone or Amah Mutsun tribal leadership in this entire discussion. And if that hasn't been done yet, then they definitely should be brought into this discussion because this is their ancestral land. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohan. Our next speaker is Kevin Ma, to be followed by Roger Smith and Bruce Reyes-Chow. Kevin, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, City Council. My first experience with Photo Park was as a new resident to the city. I was turned away because I did not have papers to prove that I lived here. And that's the reason I keep multiple identification papers with me anytime I leave this house at this point. The current policy is exclusionary, and all this talk about environmentalism, like, where were these people when the SCAP had made no progress in the past 5 years, or the SCAP as we're planning it this year? There is no voices from them. And if they really cared about selling a lot of people coming to the park, none of them are saying like we should reduce the cap from 1,000, which, as was shown in the presentation, no one has actually talked about reducing it since like 90s. We're asking in this pilot only for like 50 vehicles a day. Like, we turned away much less than that when we had the policy in place. The park is already partially open. We have the Beta Ridge Trail. People could walk from Pearson or Astudero or from those Trancos or any of the mid-pen places to come down. So, and I'll talk about taxpayers. Like, we get money from sales taxes from people who visit like Stanford or University Ave or Cal Ave, but suddenly they, because they're not residents, decide like, you know, get the hell out of this park. That's incredibly parochial. You've seen letters sent by groups like from SU, the NAACP, former mayors, former council people from the community to say that this park should be open for all. And as the previous speaker has noticed, this land was not always ours. This land had native people that unfortunately are not here with us anymore. And as such, I asked the council to open the park as much as possible. The pilot program can show us a way to get there gradually, but it should be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ma. Our next speaker is Roger Smith, to be followed by Bruce Reyes-Chow, and then Rabbi Amy Eilberg. Mr. Smith, go ahead.
My name is Roger Smith, and I'm a 55-year resident of Palo Alto and founder of Friends of the Palo Alto Parks. Some people worry that Palo Alto residents are exclusive regarding the Foothills Preserve. This is totally not true. Our other 34 parks are open to all at a great expense to the Palo Alto taxpayers. These treasures include Arastadero Preserve, Bixby Park, Baylands and Interpretive Center, and the Magical Bridge at Mitchell Park. Why open the preserve now during the global health and financial crisis? The city had to lay off 60 staff members. There is no money to man the front gate 365 days a year. The preserve needs a large amount of costly deferred maintenance. My friend Bob Roth, who has worked at the preserve every Sunday along with a group of volunteers for the past 34 years, told me the bathrooms at Orchard Glen look like something from a third world country. I understand that the bridge to Treasure Island needs to be replaced. The Interpretive Center is very old and tired. These expenditures are much more important to our residents than a pilot program. The position of Superintendent Ranger has been vacant for some time, and this position has been frozen under the new budget. I conducted a survey on Nextdoor Palo Alto to 23 neighborhoods on Wednesday, July 27th. The question was, should we open the Foothills Park Preserve to non-residents? The survey was open for 24 hours with 251 residents voting. 17% voted to keep the preserve as it is, 78%. The Foothill Preserve is a very fragile, unique place. More visitors will do nothing but damage this special preserve. As my wife Judy King says, we must remember that the true residents of the preserve are the deer, bobcats, birds, wild turkeys, coyotes, and raccoons. We are the guests who must tread lightly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Our next speaker is Bruce Reyes-Chow, to be followed by Rabbi Amy Eilberg and then Oneza Kazi. Bruce, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Bruce Reyes-Chow, and I am the new pastor at First Presbyterian Church of Palo Alto. I've been here for about a year now, coming from San Francisco after living in San Francisco for about 30 years. Now, as a newcomer, I know that you can either hear words as somebody who has just got here, so doesn't have, has not paid the dues to comment on the life of the city, or you can see a newcomer as one who brings a lens that might open us up to become the city that so many have told me it is. In our experiences we've been here, it has been lovely. It has been a different experience than growing up and living in the city in San Francisco. There have been many, many things that have welcomed us and shown hospitality to new people coming into the city, into Palo Alto. At the same time, I would want to challenge those of you who believe Palo Alto is such a progressive city. It is not. From the ways that my children have experienced their experience here in the high schools and hearing words and understanding of assumptions around people, especially around folks of color, I think we would be surprised to hear about that. I would say that when I told friends that I was going to be moving to Palo Alto, the first thing they said to me was, "Oh, Foothills is yours now." This was not said as a compliment. The optics and the perception and the realities of how it excludes and shows an exclusive nature of this city and the provincial way in which we engage racist, exclusive behaviors is symbolic in this park. I would encourage us to just open it up. I think there's much more benefit to who we are becoming as a city and what we're saying to the world if we exude openness, hospitality, and generosity with the resources that you and I have in this place. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rabbi Amy Eilberg, to be followed by Oneza Kazi, and then telephone caller with the last three numbers of 274. Rabbi, go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I especially appreciate the comments just before of my colleague, Reverend Reyes-Chow. I want to say that I really appreciate the process that has brought us to this day. I attended the Parks and Rec Commission meeting last week, and obviously a lot of deep thought has gone into this process. I speak to you as a longtime member of the Palo Alto community over a 30-year period. I now live in Los Altos. I'm part of the Colomet community and part of the steering committee of Multi-Faith Voices for Peace and Justice. So I'm deeply engaged in the community of Palo Alto. I really am here in response to the call of our friend Reverend Coloma Smith of AME University Zion Church, who really called my attention to the fact of how exclusionary the policy of the restriction of entry feels to members of his community. To those who ask why open the park now, it is precisely now that we should open the park, now that all of us are learning about implicit bias, about messages of exclusion and rejection that those of us who are white have not been very conscious of over 400 years, really. Supposedly innocent policies can have unintended impact and send messages of degradation to minority and oppressed communities. We all love Foothills Park. It's clear that there are ways to do this that won't bring harm to the park. I favor complete repeal, but if the best we can do is do this in increments, let's move toward opening as soon as we can and care as much about the people of Palo Alto and its environs as we do about the animals and the wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi Elberg. The next speaker is Onaiza Kazi, to be followed by phone caller 274, and then Harriet Stern. Onaiza, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Yeah, first of all, if you hear cats in the background, I apologize. I just want to say that, I've lived in Palo Alto for most of my life. And I moved around a lot before we got to Palo Alto, and I'm always grateful that I grew up there. It's home, basically, right? After I graduated, I work as a tutor right now, and I can't afford to live there. So I currently live in Campbell. And as much as I love Palo Alto, the thought that I personally, as someone who grew up there, who's invested in the community, who calls at these meetings, who cares about everyone who lives there, I think it's sad that I can't go to the park without a resident. I don't think that's right. And for everyone who's, talking about foreigners and outsiders, I mean, separate from that, there are people who are unable to live in that city for many reasons, and who, have grown up there like me, and who can't go to the park without a resident. I think that's also a problem. To me, this proposal, it's obviously people have put a lot of thought into it, and I really appreciate that, because there are a lot of balancing interests to balance. And I think it's time to pass at least this small step. And just, we're all watching, and we're all hoping that the council does the right thing. And thank you again for your time and for hearing me out. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Onaiza. Our next speaker is telephone caller 274, to be followed by Harriet Stern and then Stephanie McDonald. Go ahead.
Hi there, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello there, my name is Owen Longstreth. I'm a rising senior at Palo Alto High School. I wanted to make a couple of points regarding this pilot program. The first thing that I just wanted to say is that this program and just the way that we have created the Foothills Park that we know is not race neutral. It's important to keep in mind that our town, the reason that our town has the demographics that it does today and the housing prices that it does today have been created because of historic redlining practices, and not to mention the fact that since property values have gone up, it is virtually impossible to live in this town and be working class at the same time. We also must acknowledge the fact that the land that Foothills Park sits on was taken from Native Americans, and they don't get any say in whether the park is opened or not. So I really think that we need to keep this in mind. The other thing I want to say is talk about potential lawsuits and bad optics. The simple fact is that we want to be a progressive town. And I mean, it's great that you guys passed, that resolution in support of Black Lives Matter. But now I want to see, you guys have shown that you can talk the talk. I want to see if you can walk the walk. Because the simple reality is that you need to live up to the standards that you have put forward. If you support racial equality, if you support Black Lives Matter, now is the time to show that you really do and that this isn't an empty promise. Additionally, when it comes to both the issue of race and also an issue that has been previously brought up with funding, I would like to say that if you guys want to knock out two birds with one stone, keep in mind that it is always a good time to defund the police. At a time like this, it's always important to invest in our community and try and really be the progressive town that people have said that we are. So in conclusion, defund the police, open the park to everyone, and live up to the promises that you have set. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Owen. Our next speaker is Harriet Stern, to be followed by Stephanie McDonald and then Daniel Allen.
Good evening.
Harriet, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Kurt Kinski. I'm actually Harriet Stern's husband, using her iPad. I don't really have that much new to add to the conversation. I just simply would say, please share the preserve. Do the right thing. I know there are complexities and complications to sharing or not sharing. I know it's not a simple issue, but in today's world, at this time, at any time, in any world, we're better off to share and find common ground with others than to do the opposite, which is to keep people away. So I encourage the council, you have a recommendation in front of you. It's well thought out. It addresses as much as possible the opening of the preserve to more people. It's a step in the right direction. Some people might want a bolder step. Some people obviously want no step at all. To me, very simple, share the preserve, follow the recommendation of the commission to have the pilot program, and let's move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Stephanie McDonald, to be followed by Daniel Allen and then Janet Cox. Stephanie, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, yes, my name's Stephanie. I'm a resident here in Palo Alto, and I wanted to comment and reiterate some of the previous comments in support of opening Foothills Park to the public. To quick comment on some of the financial aspects, if we open the park, there doesn't need to be a person manning the gate, so that comment is doesn't really apply. I do think the park should be free. I don't agree with the fee, and I think hiring a staff member for the day passes, I hope is just a temporary fix during the pilot program, and that long term it can be open to everyone without any barriers to entry. To follow in the footsteps of one of the previous speakers in quoting Ibram X. Kendi, there is no such thing as being a policy being neutral when it comes to race. It's either racist or it's anti-racist. And this policy is racist. Having Foothills Park only open to residents is a racist policy. I know people don't like being called racist, but that is it is what it is. And I feel like there are a lot of scare tactics going around under the guise of protection and preservation. When Donald Trump made egregious comments about Mexican immigrants coming into the US, stating that they would bring drug dealers and rapists, I hope that my fellow Palo Altans did not agree with those comments. And I think the same thought process is being applied to the reasoning of keeping this park closed. So I think it's a pretty simple solution, open the park to everyone. And thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Our next speaker is Daniel Allen, to be followed by Janet Cox and then Scott O'Neill. Daniel, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Daniel. I strongly support efforts to make Foothills Park accessible to all folks in our regional community. You know, the pilot program recommendation would not change the visitors limit, and so it would lead to marginal, if any, incremental impact on the environment. And honestly, I think that the barriers in the recommended pilot program are too high, but it's a step in the right direction, and we need to take steps in the right direction. Any arguments against opening up that rely on specious environmental rationales are empty and pernicious, because it's not increasing the max capacity of the park. So apart from this, what valid argument is there to exclude our neighbors from it? You know, poor people that can't afford to live in Palo Alto are too loud at their picnics. Menlo Park residents don't care about the environment as much as Palo Altans. East Palo Altans will destroy the park. This is ridiculous, and it's keeping the park exclusive makes Palo Alto a backward, sclerotic community. Do we want to be a community that puts up walls, that excludes our neighbors from sharing our prosperity and our lucky natural endowment? Or do we want to be a welcoming, open community that fosters a love and appreciation for nature and environmentalism among us all? So I urge the City Council and all of us to put our money where our mouth is and open up the park and foster a more regional cooperation. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Our next speaker is Janet Cox, to be followed by Scott O'Neill and then Rebecca Eisenberg.
Hello, this is Janet Cox, and I'm happy to have this opportunity to address the council. I live in Oakland at the moment. I raised my daughter in Palo Alto and worked in the city for many years. I was present for some of the earlier debates about opening Foothills Park. I have to say I'm really encouraged by the general tenor of people's comments tonight. I think maybe the worm is turning, or maybe they're just more younger people who are comfortable coming to council and speaking out. I especially want to align my comments with Debbie Mitel's and with Bruce Reyes-Chow. I'm a member of the Presbyterian Church of Palo Alto, until when we were meeting in person, I would be down there every week. You know, we're learning a tremendous amount about racism and implicit bias. The country is in the grips of change, and we have to change. And in that context, I think it would be terrible for Palo Alto to keep Foothills Park closed, or even to support a pilot project which is so complicated and expensive and difficult to implement that it seems like it's set up to fail. We don't need a pilot project. We just need to open the park and understand that everyone will take care of it. And if you need the funding, then charge the residents as well as the people from out of town. Let's be equitable and show Palo Alto that we're not what the rest of the country suspects we are. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. Our next speaker is Scott O'Neill, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg and then Winter Dellenbach. Scott, go ahead.
Hello.
Hi, Scott, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I wanted to share that I live in Palo Alto now, but I didn't always. And when I was living in neighboring Mountain View, I visited Foothills Park several times as a guest. And the experience of passing through the gate and knowing that I was not welcome in a public park except as a guest was discomforting. I've lived in Palo Alto for 8 years now, but always associate that feeling of unwelcomeness with going through the manned gate. Today, I'm a troop leader with the Girl Scouts, and I would propose an outing at any other local park before having my troop challenged for their papers for the privilege of enjoying nature. The spirit of the current policy is exclusionary and elitist. The commissioner's proposal is too restrained, but far preferable to inaction. I support staff in this, and I hope good experience with the policy encourages the council to further liberalize the policy in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Scott. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Winter Dellenbach, and then Kelsey Baines. Rebecca, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, this is Rebecca Eisenberg, and I urge you to take this opportunity to open Foothill Park permanently, freely, and fully. Foothills Park is an example of enforced segregation based on a history of segregation. Yes, Palo Alto paid for it, while our less white, less wealthy neighbors did not. Palo Alto engaged in more than a century of official racial redlining, including mandatory restrictive covenants on titles, making it a crime to sell property to a person of color. With the force of government and backed by the police power, Black people were prevented from living in Palo Alto, were prevented from obtaining highly paid jobs in Palo Alto, and were otherwise deprived of economic opportunity and racial justice in Palo Alto. It is illogical and wholly unjust to intentionally create an economic underclass through racist withholding of financial resources from people of color, than to use the poverty that we created in others as justification to further entrench the racial segregation that our community caused and continues to enforce through the unfair distribution of wealth. This is the exact kind of decision that should not be made by majority rule. It was a majority rule of white people and systemic exclusion of people of color that created this problem in the first place. Although I recognize that few here today were involved in the racial discrimination that comprises so much of our beautiful city's history, I urge you not to personalize or individualize the matter. Rather, I ask you to consider the decision before you today the way that is advocated by author Robin DiAngelo in her phenomenal recent book, White Fragility. Although our mostly white residents and governance of Palo Alto may not have caused this segregation, we must acknowledge that we, including me as a white person, benefit from this segregation. It is time for us to create a fair Palo Alto. Thank you.
This is Winter Dellenbach. I support the pilot program. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, I support the one-year pilot program as long as the current 1,000 person limit and the parking limits are in place. And I dearly hope that data can be collected, although I take our budget, Palo Alto's budget problems very seriously, and am grieved at all of the workers who have been laid off as a consequence. I watched the budget hearings for, I don't know, was it 20 hours, 25 hours of hearings, and it is a very serious situation that I am startled to think that there are so many speakers that don't seem to be aware of the restrictions on Palo Alto to be able to deal with a lot of the impacts that when they speak of just let's open the park to everybody, it sounds like they want to have that happen almost immediately. That's just virtually would be impossible. I don't think it should happen anyway in terms of ever being unlimited access. I don't mean in terms of location and where people live. I mean, there should always be limits of 1,000 people and parking in place. I do put habitat and animals first. We are, because of the human creation, living through what is the beginning of a massive species die-off. And I think that sometimes animals and habitat do sometimes come before people. And if we overwhelm the Foothill Preserve, the essence of the place and why people want to go there will be destroyed. And I have no compunction to put those values first, sometimes in some places. So that's what I would like to say.
Thank you, Winter. Our next speaker is Kelsey Baines, to be followed by phone caller 654, and then Flory Imberman. Kelsey, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, council members, and thank you for your service during this time. I am really quite encouraged by all the comments tonight in support of opening the park, and want to echo those comments. I think we need to have our parks and our public lands generally be inclusive to people regardless of what address they can afford. And as many previous commenters have already talked about, it's important to recognize that this policy is not race neutral. And even if people don't have racist intent with keeping the park exclusive, it does have racially disparate outcomes because our community, our residential neighborhoods are segregated. And I think that's important to recognize that it's not just the history of redlining and the history of stolen land, it's also our current housing policies that are maintaining segregation. And segregation is even worse now than it was when we had explicitly racist laws because of practices like exclusionary zoning and extremely slow processes that we have here in Palo Alto and in other exclusionary communities. So I hope people will stick around for the next item, which is about our housing goals, because I think that we should aspire to have a less segregated city, because it's not right that that our demographics here in Palo Alto look so different than the demographics in East Palo Alto. And my final point is just, someone told me that they had their chance, and I've heard that from many people, and just want to note that the chance was long before I was born and even before East Palo Alto was a city. So I don't think that's a great argument. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey. Our next speaker is phone caller 654, to be followed by Flory Imberman, and then Randy Renaud. Phone caller, go ahead.
Hi. I hope among the research that's done is an environmental study on Page Mill Road. It's very difficult drive up there and back, and I've heard 50 cars mentioned. That would be a disaster. So I think there's been a big disinformation campaign by some people. I'm looking at the headlines in the newspapers, the San Francisco papers, San Jose papers, Palo Alto papers, and I see that the current situation is called closed to everyone except Palo Alto residents. One paper asked if it was an exclusive club. I think that the same sorts of disinformation had led people make friends with somebody from Palo Alto. We're a very friendly bunch, and we'll be happy to take you, people of any race or background, into the park. I think it's a good idea to have someone from Palo Alto who knows the rules of the park, who can say no smoking, who can make sure nothing is left out for cleanup. I think one speaker made a good point. People who have actually worked at the park could get an exemption. That shouldn't be too hard to do. So, I think, but just to a tryout program will be very, very tough to retract once it's enacted. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Flory Imberman, to be followed by Randy Mont-Reynaud, and then David Gobedy. Flory, go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Flory. I lived in Palo Alto for about 20 years. I live in Mountain View now. I was, first of all, thank you very much for this open forum and for giving time and space for people to weigh in. I was really moved by Pastor Smith's opinion piece a couple of months ago, and it's motivated me to write to the City Council about this, as well as to show up tonight. I believe that the number of people has to be limited. It's not a free-for-all. I don't want the animals and the fauna and flora all getting trampled on. But the point is that every human being on the planet should have equal access to be one of those numbers. I'm very much reminded of an expression from decades ago to think global and act local. And while we're all, or many of us, are thinking about Black Lives Matter and inequity and the need for racial justice and other forms of social justice in this country, this is our peninsula issue right now. And I hope we can step up and do the right thing by opening the park equally to everybody. If we can't and we have to do a pilot, I guess I support it, but I think it's a much less desirable choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Flory. Our next speaker is Randy Mont-Reynaud, to be followed by David Gobedy and then Richard Mellinger.
Hello. Here we go. Okay, I'm on two devices. I think I'll get offline. Yeah. Okay. I'm Randy Mont-Reynaud, and I'd like us to try to think outside the park. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. My point is, we need to think outside the park. We are creative people. Enough of this gated community. I can't sing as well as Lee Levy, so I'm not going to bother you with that, but this land belongs to you and me and them. This is a statement of our values, of who we are as a community and as a people. I'm a 40-year resident, arrived here after the fall of Saigon with my mixed race son, who attended Palo Alto High School. I raised a family here. It's really important that we carry on what we learned in kindergarten. Share. The earth belongs to all of us. Charging a fee, charge a buck, charge more, figure it out. I'll leave the finance to the finance wizards here. But if you have to charge, bring in young people who need jobs, who need something after school or after distance learning. Pick your community, pick your neighbors, have a youth corps. These young people can learn from you, from the rangers about protecting the environment, cleaning the environment, environmental issues, and they can earn, and then they'll be part of the buy-in. So if you're charging fees, I support using the fees to support jobs for young people, for training, for learning experiences for everybody, to learn how to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Our next speaker is David Gobity, to be followed by Richard Mellinger, and then David Grimes. David, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, and thank you, Council, for giving us the opportunity to have this open forum. I've been a longtime resident of Palo Alto for over 43 years. I think considering the opening or the closing of the park a racial issue is definitely a red herring. We shouldn't consider that. Let's consider the environmental impact of having people come into the park and disturbing the wildlife. Let's consider the fiscal costs of continuing to maintain the facilities and improving them. Let's consider the fiscal cost of policing an entry policy that requires tickets or fees at a time when COVID-19 is causing the city to reduce staff. We don't have the luxury of being concerned with whether or not Foothills Preserve opens up. We need to recognize that this is an issue that may be on the shoulders of the Rex and Park Commission and is something to be considered by City Council, perhaps, but it's really an issue that should be placed on the ballot for the entire city to decide whether or not they want their preserve to be open to the public. It was the city that made the decision to get Foothills Park in the beginning, and I believe we would find out that if it was on the ballot, the residents of Palo Alto, who are diverse and ethnically diverse, would definitely want the park to remain in its current status as far as entry is concerned. Thanks very much for giving me the opportunity to express this point.
Thank you, David. Our next speaker is Richard Mellinger, to be followed by Jordan Grimes, and then Ebon. Richard, go ahead. Richard, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Shame, shame, shame. It is shameful in this day and age that a so-called progressive city like Palo Alto is debating whether or not to keep a public park segregated. I say Palo Alto is a so-called progressive city because, of course, it has thoroughly failed to live up to the progressive values that it preaches so very loudly. The truth is quite simple. Palo Alto is a segregated city. 2% of Palo Alto's population is Black. 6% is Latinx. In contrast, East Palo Alto is 17% Black and 65% Latinx. This is not an accident, but the result of more than a century of deliberate policy which is continued today by Palo Alto's continued refusal to build its fair share of housing. You say Black Lives Matter, but you continue to deliberately exclude the vast majority of Black people from your city and even your parks. And the idea that somehow only Palo Altans can be trusted to treat this park with respect, well, frankly, I find that patronizing, offensive, eco-fascist, and racist. There's only one moral and constitutional course of action for this city, which is to lift the ban on non-residents entering Foothill Park. Any limits on daily entrance to the park must be without regard to city residency. Palo Alto must abolish this eco-fascist, segregationist, racist ban immediately, without trial period, completely and permanently. Otherwise, shame, shame, shame. I yield my time.
Thank you, Richard. Our next speaker is Jordan Grimes, to be followed by Ebon, and our final speaker for the evening is Mary Vincent. Jordan,
Good evening,
go ahead.
Councilman. Oh, thank you. Good evening, Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'd like to add my voice to the chorus of other commenters strongly supporting opening Foothills Park to those who do not live in Palo Alto. As callers before me have stated, this policy is exclusionary, it is racist, it is segregationist, and work to undo it must begin immediately. Other people will tell you that opening this park to non-residents is a big deal. It isn't. In fact, it is a minuscule act in comparison to undoing the many other racist policies Palo Alto embraces, particularly those related to zoning, housing, and policing. Opening the park is quite literally the least Palo Alto can do to make itself less exclusionary. Please move this pilot program forward as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Our next speaker is Yvonne, to be followed by our final speaker, Mary Vincent. Yvonne, go ahead.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Wonderful, thank you. I'd like to start by saying that I find it insane that we need to go through a public forum to open a public space to the public. As other people have noted, Palo Alto is built on a deep system of racism, and this park being open to residents only is just a continuation of that system. For those worried about costs, Palo Alto just shut down an affordable housing measure in order to build some $1 million mansions. I propose we tax those and every other $1 million mansion we have in our city to fund public parks. As Jordan said, it is the least we can do to undo our history of racism and exclusion. Like Janet said, I believe the pilot makes no sense and is setting up this measure to fail. We do not need data or experiments to see if public parks belong to the public. They simply do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our final speaker for this evening is Mary Vincent. Mary, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for having these meetings and all of the public meetings that you've had on this park. I like to think of our community as open and neighborly and caring about others. We have neighbors in East Palo Alto and East Menlo whose families have been sheltering in place with their school-aged children since March. As good neighbors, let's open Foothills Park and by opening Foothills Park, I'm saying start the pilot program and give people a new venue to enjoy the outdoors. The meadow is perfect for family picnics and the lake is a new place to explore. Also, the Reverend Coloma Smith, pastor of AME Church in Palo Alto, and also a community member who is on the Human Relations Committee and donates much of his time to the city, wrote an op-ed telling us how to be a more welcoming community. His very first recommendation is to open Foothills Park. He is doing the work for us and telling us what actions we need to take. Also, let's honor the team of community volunteers who developed the pilot program. They spent many months developing the program while seeking input from the community through open meetings along the way. Let's start the pilot program as soon as possible. We can make necessary adjustments during the year as needed, as outlined in the program. So really, I'm just thinking about the families that need places to take their kids. And also I'm thinking about the Reverend and the fact that he has told us that this would be a very good first step in continuing our reputation and re-earning our reputation as an open community. I think it's time to let go of the grudge with Los Altos Hills. Let's move on.
Thank you, Mary. And that was our final speaker for this evening.
Okay, thank you very much, City Clerk, and thank you to our dozens of public speakers for your comments and ideas and questions on that. We now return to council. I'm going to suggest we take a 5-minute break and then come back to this item. So let's please return at 9:15. I'm just going to give it another minute or so until our colleagues return.
It's okay. It's just midnight out here.
All right, and I think I see everyone. Okay.
Liz, are you still on the East Coast?
Pardon?
She is.
Are you still on the East Coast?
Yes.
No, I didn't know that. Okay. Wow, it is late out there.
You didn't see the sunset behind me.
By the way, you might be interested in knowing, so is John Late.
He's out here too.
We'll be on the next item. Yes.
Funny.
Looks like he's on this one too.
All right, so let's return to council. I'm going to suggest we have a round of questions and comments. If we need to do more than that, absolutely. So if you're interested in speaking, please raise your hand. I see Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you so much, Mayor Fine. I wanted to go first because I was the liaison to the Parks and Recreation Commission last year when they began this process. And I want to tell a story of when then Mayor Phil Seth and I met with the chair and the vice chair at the time because we were planning the study session. And they mentioned they were going to work on Foothills Park. And then mayor and I had pretty much the same question. What is the problem you're trying to solve? And off they went, and honestly didn't think it was that big a deal until they presented the data that thousands of people are turned away every single year and asked for papers at the door. And so when I learned how big the problem was, and I watched the commission thoughtfully, carefully, step by step, create this pilot that frankly gently opens that door, I commended the ad hoc team that worked on this, and I'm really pleased to be able to support their careful, thoughtful work this evening. I have a lot of comments I'd like to make. Frankly, I have like a multi-page speech here, and depending on how my council members, my colleagues go through this, I'm happy to go through all of that. But I wanted to start with that because one of the things I did over the break was finally finish up my library book, and I have turned it in. And Aristotle had a philosophy that it is never too late to change your mind. And he said, you do this when there's new information. And for me, that was the new information, that this really was a problem, that I just wasn't aware of how big the magnitude was. And the other reason you changed instance in the past couple months that have caused us to rethink what we might be doing intentionally or more importantly, unintentionally. So with that as an overarch, I do have a few questions. One of the things that happened during the Parks and Recreation Commission panel last week is some people talked about the staff well-being. And I wonder, how does staff feel about turning away people at the gate? If our staff is willing to answer on behalf of the Rangers, what is the experience like for our staff when they tell people they can't enter this park where they work?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Cormack. I was a ranger when I started my career with City of Palo Alto 20 years ago and staffed the entrance at Foothills Park. And I oversee the Rangers now and speak with them about their experiences. It's a challenge and frankly, not a very comfortable one, turning people away. That's not why people get into the ranger profession. The way we end up handling it is apologizing and explaining the policy and then offering alternatives such as the adjacent Pearson-Rastradero Preserve or the many Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space Preserves adjacent to Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. That actually leads into my next question because we've had a number of members of the public, either in writing or this evening, talk about how Foothills Park is special. And I wonder if you could tell us what's different and the same about Foothills and Arastradero. They're contiguous. You know, why would it be different, right? When Arastradero is open to everyone, what is the same or different about Foothills and Arastradero?
Good question. A number of differences. Maybe I'll start with what's the same. And the habitat types are very similar. So the trail systems are pretty similar, maybe a little more single track within Foothills Park, meaning narrower trails. So the habitats are about the same. The wildlife that you're going to see is very similar. The differences are in the amenities, whereas Foothills Park has a lot of elements of picnic places where people can come and families can hang out. We have a reservable picnic area for large groups up to 150 in Oak Grove, where you might find just some park benches in Pearson Rastradero, more oriented towards low use. So I think the amenities within Foothills Park draw more folks. The parking is another significant difference. Pearson Rastradero Preserve has a parking lot that can handle about 35 vehicles. Foothills Park has a spot for 375. Another unique spot or element of the parking at Foothills is how it's scattered about the park and not identified or delineated very clearly. Most of it's unidentified gravel lots. And one of the challenges of the parking element there is most of the amenities that draw folks to Foothills Park are either the lake or the Orchard Glen picnic area and lawn. But a lot of the other parking is in remote areas where people are less likely to park up at Vista Hill and walk down to the lake that they want to visit is one of the challenges.
Yeah, because you have to walk back up on the way back.
Exactly.
It sounds like from what you're describing, and certainly from my experience, that Foothills Park is actually more accessible for people with disabilities than Rastradero. Is that a fair characterization if I think about like the new area at the back that's flat, that sort of thing?
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
My apologies, go ahead.
Yeah, no, okay. I'll let you answer the question.
Yes, you've got the main paved roads in Foothills Park, which would be more accessible than what you'd find in Pearson Rastradero. And a lot of people use those if you're not intending to go for a hike, but rather just a simple walk through the main parts of the park. I think those you would say is more accessible. And then the newest section of Foothills, the 7.7 acre area, is very flat, where you can walk in and have a flat walk for the entire duration of your jaunt there.
Another question I have is about the history of this. And let me just pause for a moment. Someone's keeping track of time because I'm not at this point. We have some measurement now. Okay. Does that mean?
There's our assistant city manager.
Okay. Is that you're keeping track or is that my time is done? You're keeping track. Okay. So people talk about how special Foothills Park is, and it certainly is. But am I right that when we actually first got the property, it was not in, shall we say, particularly pristine condition, and there was work that needed to be done? Help me understand sort of the evolution of the physical nature of the park.
When the Lees had the family, it was a working ranch and farm. And there were a number of changes between the purchase date in 1959 and 1965 to change it into the park, including creating the lake. I understand a number of course, all the roads, I think, aside from the main one, were adjusted a little bit and repaved. The picnic areas, of course, were all new. So significant changes in reshaping. The trail system was all put in with CCC volunteers, as I understand it, back in the late 50s, early 60s. And then the other element is that, yes, I think you might have read before that the Army had used portions of the park for training. And so there were some unexploded ordnance, for example, on the property. And we found some, within my time with the city, within the last 20 years, we found some of that still in the park. So there's that element of use that you would say is less than pristine.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anderson.
Thanks, Councilmember Cormack, and we can certainly come back for another round. Councilmember Filson.
Thanks. I wanted to ask a question. I wanted to make sure that I understood one of the slides that was showed earlier, where you were looking at a number of visitors on weekends since the COVID situation happened, or since Memorial Day. It looked to me like that was about 2,000 on each weekend. So is that, can I map that to 1,000 a day so that we're pushing up a bit against the limit? Did I understand that right?
That is correct, although I need to clarify that limit is 1,000 at any one time. So with this current period of COVID, we are having 1,000+ days. especially on the busy weekends. And this is, of course, our busy time of year. So yeah, we're over 1,000 for the day, but we haven't reached that point, even with these COVID increases, where we were at 1,000 at any one given time.
Okay, we haven't hit 1,000 at a time, although we're over 1,000 a day. How close are we coming to 1,000 at a time?
It's a difficult one to assess because our visitation has been so low for so long. We haven't had to develop a really great monitoring system. It's one we've been looking into in anticipation of the pilot and any other changes where we would implement some sort of electronic monitoring system. But the way we do it now is the ranger drives through the park and analyzes how much of the parking is taken up.
That makes sense. And then the 3,000 cars turned away per year for non-residents, I assume the overwhelming majority of those are on weekends in the summertime?
Almost exclusively, because that number is generated from rangers being in the entrance station. So on the weekdays, there isn't a ranger there to turn away.
Sure. On the other hand, if anybody drives through in the week, I assume that the parking lots are pretty much empty during the week.
Visitation is much lower during the week, yeah.
And then finally, anybody can come in walking. Can anybody come in on a bicycle?
I should clarify, you can't just come in walking unless you come in through those trails on Pearson Escudero Reserve.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, I have Councilmember Niss.
Just make sure I'm heard. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Let me ask a sort of a different line of questioning, because it sounds like you've been at the park for quite some time.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you call Foothills more of a park, or would you call it a preserve?
I would refer to it as open space. And I think that's a good question.
Better answer. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
If it's helpful, in preparation for this meeting, I was going through the comp plan, and there was a segment that delineates the difference between open space and parks. And if it's helpful, I could just read that really quickly, if you'd like. So open space publicly owned conservation land is defined as open space lands whose primary purpose is the preservation and enhancement of the natural state of the land, its plants and animals. Only resource management, recreation, and educational activities compatible with resource conservation are allowed. Conversely, it describes public park as open lands whose primary purpose is public access for active recreation, whose character is essentially urban. These areas, which may have been planted with non-Indigenous landscaping, may provide access to nature with an urban environment and require a concerted effort to maintain recreational facilities and landscaping.
So as I looked back on some of the reporting, this was truly bought as open space, correct?
Yes.
It was bought to preserve the open space because Dr. Lee felt that that was so valuable and wanted to leave it to the city.
Yes.
So because it's a very special kind of preserve or open space, or however we may characterize it, and several people did talk about the sensitivity that goes with that as far as plants, animals, whatever else you may be trying to preserve in your open space. So could you talk a bit about that? Because apparently there's no supervising ranger any longer. We have just cut a number of positions at the city. And the Foothills Park is sounding like it needs a fair amount of sort of sprucing up. There are problems with the facilities, there are problems with some of the trails. Could you talk about that and what it would take to get it back to that, what you would call in very good shape?
Thank you. That's a good question, a complicated one. So please bear with me. I would say the protection of foothills is very much in keeping with what we do at the Baylands and Pearson Rascadero Preserve. So the rangers do the same kind of things where we want to make sure that dogs are on leash when they're allowed, and that people aren't going off trail. Those kind of protections are in place and similar amongst all the preserves. The maintenance element is a little bit challenged right now in Foothills Park because we're down one position. So we typically have four full-time staff at Foothills Park. And when we had a recent retirement and that position was frozen, that's the supervising ranger, we're now down to 3. And it has strained staff to maintain and keep up with all the usual assignments of patrol and maintenance and resource management and all these elements that the rangers do. What it would take to get it back to where we were before would be refilling that frozen position with the supervising ranger. And I think we would be back to where we were before. And by and large, I mean, you could always come in on a day where certain things aren't looking good, but overall feedback I've received has been fairly positive about the condition and maintenance of the facility. Your question was also about some of the individual facilities within the park, and the restrooms are probably a very good example. We have 3 restrooms, external restrooms in the park that are beyond their lifespan. And we had the capital plan for replacement, and they've been pushed out just because of other competing needs within the city. Most recently, they were pushed out again because of our compacted capital budget. And so those are slated now for FY23, FY25, and FY27 is my understanding that we'd get to them. And I guess you could ask the question of, they need to be replaced regardless of whether we open to more residents or not. They're beyond their lifespan now. They would just be further taxed by increasing visitation to some degree.
Thank you for that. So given that you're talking about 1,400 acres, whether it's 1,400 or 1,200, depending on who you talk to, that's 3 of you taking care of that?
That's correct. Dawn to dusk every single day of the year. We also have seasonal staff support of approximately 2.5 FTE, and they're spread out amongst all the preserves, predominantly in the busy part of the year, predominantly helping with maintenance and or staffing the entrance station when needed.
Monique, I see you. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I think you all have a big job, and I appreciate you're doing some backfill on the conversation we've had.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Council Member. Next, I have Vice Mayor Du Bois.
A couple of quick questions. So I think many of our rec programs have shifted to full cost recovery at this point. How much would the entry fee need to be to fully cover the cost of the pilot?
Thanks for that question, Councilmember Du Bois. I was doing some analysis on what I thought would be necessary to implement the pilot. Not very many things, I'll just list them off. We need that real-time parking monitoring system. About $1,000 is on the low end and something we'd like to try. We recently found that option. The better delineated parking that I mentioned, which will allow greater capacity with our existing lots, about 7,500. The increased restroom cleaning, probably needed anyways with our increase of COVID visitation right now. Traditionally, we clean 3 times a week via a contractor. That needs to go to 7 days a week. And the cost for that would be $35,000 a year. And then increasing our waste collection, trash recycling and compost, about $5,000 per year. That comes to $48,500. And then the frozen position, the frozen supervising position, which would bring us back to our normal staffing, would be $150,000 to restore that position. The grand total, approximately $198,500.
Okay, thank you. And then the pilot program as it's proposed, reservation services within the park, like the campgrounds, is the proposal for those to remain resident only?
It is.
And the picnic area?
The reservable picnic area, yes.
Yep, okay. And was there any consideration to making Foothills no dogs allowed? Did that come up?
It didn't during the ad hoc discussions. Although recently when we talked after our panel and the impacts of dogs, that question came up, but we haven't discussed it with the commission.
I know like some of the mid-pen parks have limited areas where dogs are allowed and then they restrict them in other areas, but for Foothill, there's no such restrictions, right?
The restriction is only that you cannot bring the dogs on the weekends and holidays.
And they're supposed to be on a leash, right?
And they need to be on a leash at all times.
But there's no like dog specific trail versus no dog trails.
That's correct. We did not have that.
And if we changed, just hypothetically, if we changed from a misdemeanor to a citation, how is that enforceable in other cities?
Well, the change from misdemeanor to infraction wouldn't change how our rangers enforce it. They'd still issue those administrative citations. The fee would be the same. It's just a varying degree of, for example, within that municipal code for Foothills Park, there are multiple misdemeanors and infractions, and it sort of varies depending on the severity of the violation, like smoking on trails, for example, is a misdemeanor.
But if somebody in Los Altos Hills got a citation and refused to pay it, what happens?
Yes, those are enforceable.
Thank you.
The violation occurs here. It's enforceable against visitors as well. It's not just residents.
But does it go on their driver's license or something? Like, what if they just never come back? I mean,
I don't know the answer to that. We can look at that. It's not enforceable through the Superior Court like a misdemeanor is.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm not sure when you say it is enforceable, what that really means. I guess we would.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a concern also for people who live in Palo Alto, frankly.
Okay.
The administrative citations have a lesser, sometimes there are challenges with
Got it.
collecting on the sanction for those.
Okay, got it. Thank you. That's my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo.
So, Chair, may I ask a question of the Parks and Rec Chair?
Please.
Thank you. So, if the Chair of Parks and Rec, oh, there you are. Thank you for the presentation tonight and your leadership on this and the panel last week. It was a lot of work, but it was a very good, informative panel. I wanted to find out, why do you think Foothills Park should be open to non-residents? I mean, I see that looking through the past material that, there was a time that you didn't vote for the Parks and Rec recommendation, but then you did agree to a letter to repeal the ordinance. Can you help me understand what was the shift?
Sure. Thank you for the question. It's a complicated issue, and my answer is probably complicated as well. I support opening Foothills Park to non-residents for a variety of reasons, but I think ensuring the environmental integrity of Foothills Park is a priority as well. As far as the initial PRC recommendation, I was the one vote that did not vote for the recommendation. I always supported changing the misdemeanor to an infraction. I think that's relatively straightforward. Ultimately, after spending time on the Foothills Park Ad Hoc Committee and working with the group that developed the proposal, I felt like I had too many concerns with the pilot program details and inconsistencies. There were some incongruencies, aiming for equity yet charging non-residents to get in. The plan wasn't simple to understand. I had reservation access concerns. I had concerns that the resource costs of the plan were not estimated properly, and I was concerned about the proper sustaining of the park. As far as the letter is concerned, I ended up signing the letter with reservations. I thought it was important to signal my support for opening the park. I didn't necessarily agree with a lot of the tone of the letter, and I don't agree that the ordinance should be repealed outright. I think it's important to prioritize stewardship and preservation first, and I think that repealing the ordinance without a comprehensive plan in place is not responsible stewardship. I'd also signed the letter knowing that I would have an opportunity to be directly involved with ensuring proper stewardship is maintained. As far as why I think the park should be open to non-residents, it's a good neighbor thing. The policy decision was made a long time ago. I think it's reasonable to reconsider it. But really, it's kind of an issue of exclusivity, and I feel like there aren't many parks that have a similar kind of policy, or any cities that have a similar kind of policy. It's very uncommon, and I think it's the right thing to do.
Thank you for that. It sure is. It sure is. And I wanted to ask Mr. Anderson, how many parks, urban parks, do we have in Palo Alto?
34.
We have 34 urban parks. And how many open spaces?
4.
4. And that includes Foothill Park, right?
That's correct.
The 4. And out of the 34 urban parks, are they open to everybody, anybody?
They are.
They are. And out of the 4 open, only Foothills Park is not open to, well, it is open to a certain extent. There's just some restrictions in there for non-residents, right?
That's
so
correct.
It would be the only one. So essentially we have I'm sorry, 37. I have to add in Chinese, so 37 parks that are open to everybody and anybody. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So now we're just kind of, and even then Foothill is still kind of open with certain restrictions. Thank you for helping me with that. In terms of the costs that you gave us, in terms of ballpark figures that you looked up, and really thank you so much for that, because this really helps a lot to kind of put it into understanding of how much more we need to come up with in these times of over 39 million in budget reductions. And we're not even sure what's going to be happening in the next fiscal year, since our revenues are not even there. But did you have any idea of what the cost for impact assessment would be?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And this kind of ties in with the baseline monitoring that was mentioned in the panel discussion. Is that what you are referencing?
Right. Do you have any idea how much? Yeah.
It's a really tough one to estimate, because in my work with environmental consultants, the ranges can be so great. It's depending on what we ask of them. If it was to establish a very simple baseline and we got some assistance from our staff, we got a little hint from Taylor Peterson from MIG, who was a member of the panel, and she was identifying some simple ways that we could do that. She mentioned these wildlife cameras or trap cameras, where you would set it up and take photos over a period of time and document it. Well, we haven't done that. It could be done in-house. And likewise, Grassroots Ecology has captured some data that could be useful in terms of vegetation types of habitat. So we might be able to use some stuff that we have readily available. It's just a matter of having enough staff to do that. And right now, I mentioned they were stretched a little thin, being down a staff person and being very busy with the increased visitation lately. So I've got an email in to a consultant to ask just for ballpark, but I haven't heard back yet.
Okay, thank you. Then there's also, okay, thank you.
Do you want to finish that question, council member?
It's going to require a long answer. So if it's okay if we come back for another round, I would really appreciate that.
Okay, council member Tanaka.
Yeah, first let me thank the different commissions that kind of took this on and investigated it. Really appreciate everyone's work on this, and of course staff's work. So my first question is, when is there someone actually at the gate?
These are weekends and holidays, Commissioner Tanaka.
Okay. When on weekends? Because
there's some variability depending on either calls for service, because our rangers respond to emergencies and other calls. So sometimes it depends. We have times where there's only one ranger on for all of open space on given days. So it's variable, but typically they try to get there around 8 to 9, and it's also weather dependent. If it's really overcast or rainy, they don't come until later.
Yeah, because I used to, before I got really busy, I used to go to Foothills Park just about every week because I was part of a walking club. And so my friend, he also lives in Palo Alto. He would organize this walking club, and we had probably about 20 to 40 members of the club that would show up, and we would meet. I forgot the exact time because it's been a while since I've been part of that club, but we'd meet in the morning, Saturday morning, and never have I ever seen a ranger there in the morning. And so I guess, and of the 20 to 40 of us, only me and my friend were actually Palo Alto residents.
Oh.
Everyone else was non-Palo Alto residents, like people from Cupertino, Mountain View, East Palo Alto, Menlo Park, a bunch of other cities. And so that's why I was just curious to know when exactly is there a ranger there? And I, especially when my kids were little, I would take my kids up because they like the wildlife, and my son has a little, he used to be really into like a little scientist, like mini scientist inspector kit thing, right? So he has a lot of wildlife, so I'll take him up there a lot. Like he has a little butterfly net and a bunch of other stuff. And but I've maybe there's once, and I've been there like way past maybe 50, 100 times. I don't know. I've been there a lot of times. Maybe once of all that time have I ever been asked for my ID. So that's why I was just kind of curious to know when is there actually someone at the gate? Because I've just rarely seen anyone at the gate. And so that's why I was trying to figure that out, because one thing I'm just wondering about is kind of like around the counts, because it sounds like you're not counting them at the gate, you're counting them actually when they're in the park. It's a big park, it's like 1,200 to 1,400 acres, right? So, I mean, if you're not counting them at the gate and you're trying to count the cars, there's so many of these little micro parking lots. I'm just trying to figure out how can you reliably do that? Because it seems like that would be a full-time job just to patrol to try to count the cars. So I'm just trying to figure out how do you guys actually how do you actually like do the car counts? Because it seems like a crazy. I mean, at the gate I could see you doing it, like if you put a hose there or something, but to actually count the cars, like not at the gate but at the parking lot, it seems like I mean, we have a hard time doing this inside downtown Palo Alto, right? For the RPP zone and stuff like that, right? And that's all real close, like all in one concentrated area. And here, the parking lots are all spread apart. And how do you do that?
Yeah, good question. And I would couch this in terms of I don't think we do it perfectly. So at no point would I say, yes, we've got exactly 900 cars in Foothills right now. I don't think we're capable of that. So we have a device that tracks vehicles coming in, even when we're not there. It's a magnetic device in the ground that picks up things. So the rangers can check that. And that's what we do for weekday monitoring. In the weekends, we try to have a ranger there. I understand you haven't seen very many of them, but we try to have them there on Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays, typically somewhere around 9 a.m. to, depending on closing, but an hour before closing. And they would count cars coming in, but we don't count cars leaving. They're usually busy dealing with people coming in. And so that's when it takes that about 10-minute drive through the park for the ranger to assess, are most of our parking spots filled? And if so, are we getting close? But as I mentioned, it hasn't happened in 20 years. The last event was a big concert in 1999, 1998, the Sister Monica concert that we reached that level, had to shut it down.
Yeah, so for me, my own personal experience, I've been there for like when my son was interested in this kind of stuff, like nature stuff. And then I've been there for my walking group. And then I've also been there for picnics, right, that we've held, which was also really held for, I mean, a lot of non-residents were actually invited to it. So I'm part of several different clubs that would hold picnics there. And usually, someone from Palo Alto would be on paper, but everyone else, wasn't necessarily from Palo Alto. So do you guys have any way of estimating how many non-residents? Like in my walking group, I would say probably like 80-90% or more was non-residents. So do you have any estimate or any idea of how many non-residents attend, or is there any way to figure that out? Because my own personal experience, except for my son, like my son, sometimes I'll take my daughter, but when my son and I would go to the Foothills Park and around the lake and stuff, of course, that's 100% Palo Alto residents. But every other time it's either been my walking club thing or, the picnic held by one of the organizations I'm part of. there, and that one almost was dominated by non-Palo Alto residents. So how do you estimate, like, how many? Because people are saying that non-residents are not allowed, but in my experience, most of the time I've seen, most of them are non-residents already. So do you guys keep track of that, or how do you guys estimate that?
Not very well. Again, during the weekday, we would have no idea because it's not staffed at the entrance, and we don't check IDs of people walking through the park, or run license plates or anything like that. So during the weekday, if people come in, they come in, and then the municipal code allows up to 15 guests per Palo Alto resident. So on the weekends, if someone brings in guests that are not residents, they're welcome to bring in guests, up to 15 per resident. So there's that, but I don't have an accurate number to say X number of our visitors are non-residents.
5 minutes.
Oh, okay. I guess I have more questions that I'll go on later. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, council member. I've got a couple. So again, thank you to all our public commenters. Thank you to our Parks and Rec committee. And thank you to staff for bringing this forward. A couple questions about the pilot program and a little bit about operations today. So why does the pilot propose only online reservations? Why not in person? Why shouldn't a non-resident be able to drive up to the gate and pay their $6?
The hope was, as I worked with the ad hoc that developed the pilot and came up with ideas on how we could minimize impacts, that if we handle the payment of the entry via the reservation system, and that they have a pass that they could show the entrance station, say, hey, I'm registered, you're good to go. It reduces the impact and time spent at that entry station. There are times where we get a big backup at that area, depending on how many people are trying to get in, and it's not very large before you're backed up into Page Mill Road. Right. And so that was one of the purposes.
Okay, that makes sense. And so is the expectation that a non-resident would purchase their permit for their vehicle and either print out a ticket or, show you the email on their phone and then be admitted?
That's correct.
Okay. So I guess that kind of leads into something I think the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Tanaka were getting after, like how often is that gate actually staffed? And so if a non-resident is coming on a Wednesday morning, they pay their $6, they get their email, they show up, and there's no ranger there. Like that's something that's been anticipated and could just happen here. Is that right?
That's right. And I would expect that they would just come in like everyone else does when there's no ranger there.
Okay. And ideally, or I guess in practice now, I guess the rangers are off doing better things. Is that the understanding? Like taking care of the park?
It could be opening up restrooms. It could be responding to an injured animal or loose dog. It could be responding to a medical call. It could be that there's only one ranger for all 3 open space preserves and they're opening up gates. So yeah, a myriad of different things.
Okay. So I would just put that forward that, right now, I agree with my colleagues to say most of the time I go up there is not a ranger there. And, me, a resident, it doesn't matter. But I'm certain, folks from out of town know that as well and visit the park, and we can't tell the difference from one person or another. And the presumption with this pilot is that we would leave that entry gate staffing roughly the same. Is that correct? Weekend, holidays. Okay.
That's correct, with the small exception of we're down from 4 staff to 3, and that impacts that service as well.
Okay, as well as things you said, like injured animals, restrooms, opening gates. Okay, that's kind of more systemic. I guess some questions about environmental impacts, and could you explain to me how do we measure environmental impacts in foothills and other open space areas? What monitoring do we do? What do we have numbers? Is it more qualitative? And then what do you think we will need to expand, particularly in foothills with this pilot?
Unfortunately, we don't have good monitoring other than, and I'll look more globally beyond just foothills. We partner with certain organizations that do monitoring for us. For example, the Baylands, we have the federal partnership with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and they'll do bird surveys. But with our limited staffing, we don't. So we don't do good tracking of much of that. Our tracking is done through partnerships. So Grassroots Ecology's tracking of the vegetation, that's an area where that we have some records that would be useful. In terms of impacts from visitors coming, it would be the kind of thing that we would say, well, we're seeing an increase in potentially, if this were to happen, shortcuts on trails, for example.
Mhm.
But what we couldn't do very well is to say, well, there's normally X number of deer that are on the lawn, and now we're seeing a change. We wouldn't be able to do that. And even if we could, unless you have a baseline, it's not very valuable information. These are dynamic, nature's dynamic, and it changes on its own periodically. And to attribute it to one thing is sometimes difficult unless you have a good baseline.
Okay. And so if we use like partnerships and some degree volunteer efforts, I guess a number of speakers raised the point, to really build buy-in and get that next generation of environmental stewards, having folks visit and get some purchase there is important. Do we foresee any kind of volunteer or environmental service opportunities, or I know there was the learning component, but anything there where it's like, maybe part of the thing is like, hey, we're opening this up to some limited amount of non-residents, and we're also kicking off broader volunteer opportunities at the park?
I think most assuredly, we would see our partnerships with the Friends of Foothills Park, which is an organization that does restoration and grassroots ecology. Those are the two main groups we partner with. And I would foresee both those groups growing as a result, because there'd be more opportunities for people to get involved. And in my personal experience, I do believe that leads to better stewardship opportunities for people to grow. They come and volunteer, and suddenly they care in a new way. They see the park in new ways.
Thank you. I see the Assistant City Manager. I have one tiny little question. In the reservation system proposed, are we proposing $6 for a vehicle or a bicycle or a pedestrian?
I believe it's $6 per vehicle, but the bicycles could be a group of bicycles.
Okay.
If you were coming with a group.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, I'm going to suggest we have another round of questions. I think a couple of you indicated you'd like that. So please just hit your hands. Councilmember Cormack.
Questions and comments?
Sure, please.
Great. One of the things that I did in order to prepare for this, and we had a little bit more time to prepare for the discussion than I had thought we would have, is I did a bit of a thought experiment. And I thought about, if we were to create a new park today, would we restrict it to people who have paper identification that they live in Palo Alto? I don't think we would. And that means that this park is this way because of history, not because it's how we want to run our city or operate our parks and our open spaces. And I share that because I know people have thought long and hard about this and have probably felt a lot of strong emotions. And that one really solidified it for me. I don't know that we would be able to justify that. So it's pretty hard for me to justify continuing to say that you can only use this space that isn't really different from Arastradero if you live in certain parts of some zip codes. So I share that as all of us are thinking through not just the details of the pilot, but also, you know, what is the underlying philosophy here. And I just want to say that I think some things have been said that both could be true at the same time. So let me see if Mr. Anderson can help me with that. Is it true that we turn away, on average, more than 3,000 vehicles per year on the weekends?
That's correct, 3,100.
Okay. And it can also be true that people who do not live in Palo Alto can come in during the week because nobody's checking.
That's true, but I just would caution that some people say, well, that means the rule's not in place. The rule's still in place. It's just that we're not enforcing it.
I just want to be super clear that both of those things can be true at the same time. Okay, great. I just want to say a little bit about my virtual background. So when this all started, I jumped on Zoom for the first time with one of our IT people, and he had this cool like Golden Gate thing. And I was like, well, I'm gonna go see what Zoom has. And I clicked through like the 5 defaults on Zoom. And thank God I had a newer computer, because if you have an older computer, like you can't use a virtual background at all. I work in my dining room and there's a lot of activity behind me. So it was important to me to use a virtual background. And so I looked through my own photos for a natural one. that would be Palo Alto specific and would feel calming to me. I had no idea how many hours I was going to have to spend staring at it, and all of you would have to. And I chose this photo, which is Boronda Lake, and I've used it ever since. And I really hope that tonight we're able to say that anybody can come and visit this in person. It isn't going to make it any less special if we share it. And I firmly believe, having sat through all of those meetings and read all of the details and the backgrounds of the pilot, that there is room, right? We turn people away and there is room for us to share it. So I don't think I have any more questions. I do have a few more thank yous and some specific ones. One of the people who really spearheaded this was Ryan McCauley, who recently resigned from the Parks and Recreation Commission. And so we all talk about the ad hoc committee, but he was truly the first person to step forward. And he certainly had a lot of support from other members, some of whom remain on the commission and some who have moved away. So our former chair no longer lives in Palo Alto, for example, and can no longer visit Foothills Park. And I also want to thank so many members of the public who wrote in. I had the opportunity to write back to a very small fraction of them today, very short notes, but I particularly wanted to call out Enid Pearson's thoughtful email to all of us. I think when we hear the voices that signed the letter that Mr. Greenfield mentioned, and we hear the voice of Ms. Pearson, former Councilmember Pearson, we can realize that now might be the time to make this change. So that's all I have on this round. And when we get to motions, I'll be ready.
Thanks, Councilmember Cormack. And just regarding your background at Boronda Lake, that's where I learned to fish, and I haven't improved much since. So still open to any council member comments and questions. Councilmember Tanaka.
Okay, I'll just continue my list of questions here. So I think staff mentioned that the picnic areas would be off to non-residents. Is that right? Is that the plan?
The pilot proposes that rental facilities like the Oak Grove picnic area would still be reserved just for residents.
Okay, and how do you? I mean, were you guys going to have someone staff that, or how are you going to actually enforce that then?
So we have first come, first serve picnic areas where anyone could come. For the reservable spots, if a group came in and there was someone else there, yes, the ranger would come and say, I'm sorry, this area is reserved for such and such holder of the reservation.
Okay, so it would take some sort of staff time to do that.
I don't know that it'd be significantly different than what we have now, but potentially. Under the pilot proposal, we can control the amount of people coming in. I wouldn't foresee that being a big issue.
Okay, so you're saying that you guys could do the work and there's zero additional staff time needed to go and arbitrate disputes among these picnic tables that people might have. You're saying that there's no work involved.
Well, I couldn't say that definitively because we haven't tried it. But once the pilot, if we do the pilot, we'll learn and adapt. I don't foresee that particular issue being an overly onerous one, but it could be.
Okay.
Could I add that I think we only have one picnic area that's reservable. All of the other picnic tables are not reservable. So we're just talking about the one large group area down at the end of the road.
Sure. Okay. Let's see. So to Councilmember Nissa's question about trying to keep the park, keep up the work at the park. You mentioned that you kind of need one more person to really help out on that. And I guess my question is, because this should have actually more traffic at the park, I assume. And I guess my question is, and then I thought the number that you quoted was good because I was actually going to ask about that. You're estimating about 200,000, right? 198,000. Okay. We just laid off people, right? And we had a pretty massive budget cut. where do you guys propose we take the money for this? What program do we cut, or where is the money coming from that would fund this $200,000? I mean, do we have this money laying around, or where would this come from? Like, how do we fund this? Is there some money that we didn't see during June's budget meeting that we have laying around that would fund this, or is this going to be really cost neutral to where all the fees are going to cover it? But it sounds like we're not going to really have someone at the gate collecting or checking. So I guess I'm just trying to understand how logistically do we, in this kind of recessionary era, where do we, how do we plan to fund this?
Thank you for that good question, Councilmember Tanaka. I don't have an answer for which funds we would draw upon for this. I can tell you that I do not anticipate that the revenue from the pilot would cover those costs.
Okay.
I would guesstimate that on the very high end, that is if we allowed 50 paying customers for the weekdays and 25 paying customers for the weekend per the pilot, that we would have approximately $87,000. I don't think that's very likely. I think the revenue would be probably quite a bit less, but it's difficult to know for sure exactly what that would be.
Would we cut our library hours, or would we,
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
No, I'm just trying to think, what do we, because right now we're in a very limited budget era, right? Where we had like 30, 40 hours of intense, and you ask all the councilmen, intense budget discussions, right? And so I'm just trying to think of like, what do we leave on the table that was, discretionary, like a slush fund? What do we have that wasn't critical to the city because we had to lay off people, right? We had to cut fire people and police people, and we had to cut people from the theater, and we had to cut our library hours, and we had to cut, I don't know. I mean, we had to cut so many different things. I can't even keep track of it now. And I'm just trying to think of where does this money come from at this point in time? Like because I think, and I see my time's up, but maybe staff could think about that and come up with a good answer. Like maybe there's a hidden fund that we just didn't know about, or there's extra, the revenues are coming roaring back, and this 10, 15, 20% drop in GDP is just, we're going to get this V-shaped recovery. But maybe staff can explain to me how our economic situation is getting way better faster. But I'll be interested in knowing about that.
So let me just, if I could weigh in on that. I think as Mr. Anderson pointed out, staff does not have a recommendation at this point in time, but again, should the council decide to proceed with the pilot, we would come back with that as part of our recommendation. And whether it's a combination of cost recovery, as well as sharpening our pencil on what the actual cost would be, as well as looking at other available funding sources. I think that that's certainly something that staff would be able to come back with.
And I believe that the staff report indicated looking at reprioritizing CSD resources to fulfill this. Is that all, Councilmember Tanaka?
No, I have more, but I want to respect the 5-minute rule. So
I hadn't seen that money. Okay. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. So I appreciate, the question of what problem are we trying to solve, right? And so, I guess turning away people, or I think I understood or I heard that there was about 3,100 cars that were turned away that were non-residents in a 5-year period. Am I correct or am I wrong?
Just to clarify, that's the average. So every year, approximately 3,100 vehicles.
Every year, okay. So that was the average. But there's also, it just seems rather, very narrowly looked at if we're just looking at that, because there is also, how is Page Mill Road viewed, so you would have more excessive cars going up there, and there's also bicyclists that use Page Mill, and how do we, ensure that the safety factor is there with that increased amount of usage on Page Mill Road, which is actually very narrow. Then also, and I don't know if I'm looking for answers, but maybe some thoughtfulness towards this, right? And Councilmember Tanaka just said, there's comes up to about 200,000 that we're supposed to come up with, but that doesn't include the environmental assessment, impact assessment that we really don't have a figure for right now. It could be a lot of money, it could be little, who knows, right? Then there's also infrastructure, right? I mean, I think one of the panelists who was a former ranger who's retired mentioned that there is infrastructure costs. Then environmentally, the trails that are going to be overused, and then the soils, how do we ensure that the soil isn't so compacted that it continues to defeat the attempts of plants coming back to that space, right? And I mean, myself as a gardener, we try to loosen our soil all the time, and it's not easy with the soils that we have here in this part of town. And I don't know how the soils are over there, but I'm sure compacting, people walking on it all the time, same place, to remain on the trail, there must be impacts. And I'm not even a scientist, And in this COVID time, how do we make sure they don't get off the trail so that now they're creating another trail somewhere else? And it's just a balloon of things, right? Then I kind of constantly think about, I think this came up at the panelists, at the panel session that talks about noise on the trails, or maybe it's somewhere else that I heard it, that in a wildland area, 2 people are not twice as noisy as 1, but 4 times. One of the repeatedly expressed concern is that increased noise levels will cause wildlife to withdraw beyond where they cannot be seen. And I have to say, in this COVID time where we're all sheltering in place, it's actually been pretty nice to see the wildlife come back, with the good, there's also the not so great, I know there's this bigger infested rat population that has been coming. But, I oftentimes also think about tadpoles. At one point we had a big colony of tadpoles that actually had a impact on our mosquito population. Now we're using chemicals, helicopter flyovers, in order to eliminate mosquitoes. So we have to think about, why are we not using natural means in order to combat all of these things, rather than using human forms of pesticide or chemicals in order to do away with, in order to care for making sure that we're not impacted by some other system. Let nature take its course and give it an opportunity to take its course, And I think, also talking about being a good neighbor, I believe that there are also neighbors that live up in the hills in other cities that have concerns about fire safety and impacts on that. So while, we can be good neighbor all around, but we also have to be concerned about the neighbors that are living close by and the potential impacts of this. Lastly, I just want to say, I see Monique there. I just want to say, history is great, but we should respect the history and learn from the history and learn from why we're doing what we're doing and why people have placed this in place. There's a reason, and that is for our next generation. We open it too soon, we could be taking it away from the future generations. Things to consider, but thank you.
Next, we have Councilmember Niss.
Mr. Anderson, you've been very helpful, and you've certainly answered a lot of questions. You just kind of slid over one item, which was capital improvements, and said you've been put off yet again because for the obvious reasons this year. What was the capital? What are they, and how much were you due to receive for the improvements?
It was the timing of them that was really problematic. I would say there's 5 to 6 capital elements that need to be addressed in the near term for Foothills. The 3 park restrooms, the bridge at Sunfish Island, and the paving of sections of the road and parking areas.
And do you remember what the cost was?
The restrooms are on the expensive side. The entry station restroom is in the neighborhood of a remodel in the tune of 300 and change, 300,000. The 2 remaining restrooms are significant in terms of needing complete replacement, and that's $700,000 approximately each. One of them is on a septic system, and the hope would be to connect it to the sanitary sewer line, so it's expensive. The paving is in the neighborhood of $300,000. The last paving job we did a little over a decade ago, we only had funding to do half. So you can see portions of the road where half was repaved, the other half looks a little different. It's because it wasn't surfaced at the same time. So about 300,000 worth of that. The bridge at Sunfish Island is in the neighborhood of 75,000 or so. And those are some of the capital work that needs to be done and costs associated.
And so it continues to deteriorate. I realize as you're not able to use the capital improvement monies. Do you worry if we add 50 cars, if we add the number of people we're talking about adding, are you worried about what will happen to the park as far as what we discussed earlier, wildlife, the flora, the fauna, and so forth?
The number of people in the pilot, if we went with the max of 50 people every day on the weekdays and 25 on the weekends, would be about 28,000. And if I look at those numbers in 2011, when we had 202,000 visitors in the park, I was there during that time, and I don't remember, and nor do my colleagues, an appreciable difference in maintenance. So with that number of people, if we had less, somewhere between 15 and 25,000 extra visitors, I don't think it would be a tremendous change in those things. Of course, that's the nice part about the pilot, is there's a built-in ability to adapt. And that if we started to see it, my hope is that we could toggle down the number of visitors coming in so that we didn't have those impacts.
So you would see the pilot as an experiment and then a chance to tweak it as you go along, correct?
I think that was the intent, yes.
Okay, thanks very much.
Sure.
Thank you. Councilmember Filseth.
Hi, thanks. You may, Councilmember Niss, you may have just answered my question to Councilmember Niss, but my sort of mental arithmetic on the pilot is, it probably increases the visitor count by somewhere around 10%. Is that an accurate back of envelope?
19% if we went for sort of the high end, if we had all those people coming in on the weekdays and the weekends as allowed.
20% or 19%.
Yeah. And then again, it doesn't mean, for example, that would mean on those busy weekends that we were giving 25 passes. And, if our COVID visitation levels continue, that probably wouldn't be the case. Right. On July 4th, there might be no passes.
Right. Right, because you're still capped at 1,000 at once, right?
Right.
Although the implication there is that you're turning people from Palo Alto away because you've given out passes up to that level, which hasn't happened before, but could happen now.
Potentially.
Okay, so, all right, so people in Palo Alto got to think about that too. Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, could you just explain to me the 20% figure? Because I also was noodling on like 10 or 12%, assuming, 50 cars on top of about 415 average daily.
Yeah, if the way I had figured out, if it was 50 cars for every weekday and 25 for every weekend, you'd have 14,625 vehicles. And if we gave that our multipliers, we end up at somewhere around that 28,000 figure.
I wasn't accounting for vehicles, people per vehicles. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes, thanks. So just some thoughts. I did think Enid Pearson summed it up pretty well in her letter, where she said that we're perfectly capable of managing the numbers of folks in the park, and we should, but we should protect the whole area from being used to death. So I thought that summed it up pretty well. I do think we should keep in mind this is a preserve, not a park. I know it's called Foothill Park, but it's not an urban park, and maybe we should even think of renaming it Foothill Preserve. Some of the things I've been thinking about as I've been listening tonight, I do think we need to recognize that our daytime population, outweighs our nighttime population. I do think the entry fee helps in that respect. And one thing I did today was I was checking out parks in California. It's pretty easy to find the prices for all the state parks, and most of the popular state parks are about $10 a vehicle. And so, a lot of parks have entrance fees. I think that's something we should really consider as we think about, our budget situation. Is $6, the right level? Maybe we should think about going higher. I also think there's some other details, and maybe I didn't catch them, but I think we should talk about limiting the vehicle size. I don't think we necessarily want tourist buses or large commercial vehicles. And so if there's a way we could say it was something not larger than a small shuttle kind of size. I'm also kind of concerned about the dog usage in the park. I think the restriction of no dogs on weekends is a good place to start, but it's something that we should also keep an eye on. And would require potentially better signage. Think about how we would open this up. So making things very clear about what's expected with dogs. And then finally, I think in any case, we should change it from a misdemeanor to a citation if you enter, without a pass, or basically enter without permission. So those are my thoughts right now.
Thank you. I guess I see Councilmember Koo, if you have another question or comment. Okay.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask, so how does increasing the usage of the park interact with the city's sustainability goals? Obviously, it's a fragile environment. Page Mill is fragile. So won't this increase the carbon footprint if we're really concerned about carbon footprint and our sustainability and so forth? I don't know, Darren, if you can answer that, but if not, city manager can answer that, or somebody.
Not sure I have a great answer for that, Councilmember Koo. It's a good question. We had talked about this a little bit with the ad hoc as they were coming up with this plan. The ad hoc committee had suggested that with our 3,100 annual turnaways, if we had publicized this well and they knew there was this other methodology, would they still be driving up? And would that offset some of the extra trips? It's hard to say, and I'm not an expert in that area and couldn't say definitively. But that was some of the thinking that the ad hoc had.
Thank you.
Well, perhaps I would add that, speaking as the engineer, that was a very engineering type response to try and quantify it. Aside from the quantification, the panel did talk a bit about the social aspect of this and the value, or at least the potential value, of having a greater interaction and therefore appreciation for the value of that natural environment. I think the term social ecology came up at one point in the discussion. So I do think that there's a qualitative aspect to increasing availability and appreciation for the environment that Foothills Park presents.
So it's something like a cap and trade, trade-off. It's okay for a little bit more of impact on the carbon footprint as long as there's the social aspect in the park. And that's the trade-off you're mentioning then?
Oh, no, not at all. Perhaps I didn't make myself clear.
Or maybe I didn't hear it right.
The point was, and again, I'm referring to the panel discussion, one of that having having more people be able to enjoy the environment means more people would appreciate the significance of sustaining that environment. So it is as much a classroom as it is a ecological preserve in and of itself.
I guess that doesn't really answer the question of the carbon footprint then. It still increases it no matter what, right?
Well, I suppose it depends on how widely you define the bubble under which this action is considered. Is it simply the actions of driving to and from the park, or is it the change in behavior that it inspires for everyone who is able to enjoy the park? And again, I don't want to suggest a philosophical position on this, but I think that was the discussion and one of some perhaps debate.
Definitely. I mean, it's definitely a debate because, we're trying to adhere and make the sustainability plan have some legs and actually have some meaning. And yet, this come forward. Then I just want to kind of also bring up that my understanding was August 1st, which was Saturday, was the first time that we had a brownout at Station 2, correct?
Let's see, I believe I covered that under the manager's update.
Right. And then, yes. So yes, you briefly did cover it, but I kind of wanted to make sure that we brought that up. And Station 8 at the fire at Foothills Park is not staffed except on high fire days.
So it is currently staffed. That's correct.
So now, those are areas of concern also. Then I also wanted to bring up that, wear and tear is very huge on a lot of the parks here, especially on something that is one of the big examples would be Magical Bridge. It was looked upon by a lot of different cities to come and have it tested. People come here to play, and that is great. It's very inclusive. However, when it came to any kind of damage at the park or things that needed to be replaced, it took a long time to have it replaced. And there's concerns about that because sometimes the people that it was intended for couldn't even use it because they needed more care in order to use the equipment. And if it's damaged, there's more concern that they could get hurt. So I really want to kind of caution that, this is a potentially area that we haven't really studied enough, and that we may not even have, we may be squandering the resources, especially our natural resources. And again, I said it earlier, for the future generations. These are natural places that is going to have a hard time coming back, especially with the region, which we're going to be studying later on, the Plan Bay Area method, which is asking for the region over here in Santa Clara County to build over 440,000 housing units. So we have to really think carefully on this. Lastly, I just want to say thank you to, I think it was former council member and Mayor Leland Levy who sang to us tonight. It was a pretty nice way to go about in the meeting. There was a lot of theatrics, but thank you for the song.
Okay, Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I have a really quick question. I saw in some letters, and some people spoke about this as well, that says that we're the only city in the country or a state that has a policy like this. And I just wanted to ask staff, is that true? Like, because I saw that Huntington Beach had something similar, and I know some of the other cities on the East Coast have some similar policies. And so I was wondering if staff could comment on that. Is it true that we only have the only thing, or is the research I found that other cities also have something similar true? So I just want to understand, Yes or no? Are we the only ones, or no, there are other cities like us too?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councilmember Snaka. I don't have a definitive answer. I, like probably most people, did the Google search and checked with colleagues in the parks field, and I couldn't find any in the Bay Area, and I couldn't find any in California. It
Well,
doesn't mean that they're not there.
Huntington Beach has it. I know that.
Huntington Beach does?
Yeah.
I found two on the East Coast, the town of Greenwich, Connecticut, and Clarktown, New York. Their websites had elements where the parks were resident only.
That's. I just was trying to clarify that comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I'm going to open it up to comments, questions, and motions. Councilmember Cormack.
I'd like to move that we direct staff to return with an ordinance to amend the municipal code to allow non-residents to access Foothills Park under a pilot plan and a resolution to define the pilot plan itself.
Is that the,
That's option A from the staff recommendation.
okay, thank you. Is there a second for that? I'll second it. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I would, thank you. This is such an extraordinary year. And if I think about all of the things we've gone through in the past couple months, this is an opportunity to be more inclusive. And it just happens to be coming at a time that some people are concerned about, but this is a plan and a program that the commission spent an entire year working on. And fundamentally for me, we turn away thousands of people every year, and the body of evidence shows that there is room for them in the park. So I think it's appropriate for us to share it. Questions would be on either side. Should we charge at all? Should we charge more? Let's let staff come back. They can give us a couple options and a range. They can listen to what we have to say this evening and reflect on what they've heard from the community. But I think I actually know that this is the right thing to do at this time.
Thanks, Councilmember Cormack. Just to my comments, this has certainly been a long-running and contentious issue in Palo Alto. The staff report notes the previous times this has come to the city council and it's been voted down or tabled. And I'm in agreement with my colleague, Councilmember Cormack, that we have an opportunity here to fundamentally think about how we share our public spaces and the opportunities in our town, which are great. I think that's one of the wonderful things about living in Palo Alto and being raised here. I mean, I went to camp at Foothills. I've been to memorial services there. My wife and I considered having our wedding there. It is an absolute gem of this community. And I think fundamentally we are able to share that space and still maintain a pristine environment for our residents and for the limited number of visitors who would come here. You know, there are lots of arguments that this is not the time, or we have to worry about things such as fire danger or parking. I think some of this is kind of getting into, you know, reductive arguments where we'll kill it with 1,000 cuts. And I think it's important for us to be somewhat brave, but also somewhat just in opening this space up to a limited number of residents. I don't want us to derail what is obviously the right thing to do. If I think about this community in 50 or 100 years, like, will Foothill Park, we can rename it Foothill Preserve. Like, will it still be just Palo Alto residents? I don't believe that's the right thing. And we can't restrict conditions so much that we make the trial period meaningless. I think it is, as a few have mentioned, an opportunity to learn, to get some data, to have our staff work on this and figure out what needs to be done, whether it is signage, whether it is a lower limit, whether it is restrictions on larger vehicles. I think all of that is legitimate, and we'll learn more over the year. A few other comments. Also want to thank our Parks and Recreation Commission and our community for showing up on this issue over the past year and a half. I think there's been a lot of engagement. That's a good thing. And, we have two of our commissions unanimously and publicly supporting this, the Human Relations Commission and the Parks and Recreation Commission. I think we need to take that seriously. I'm also really encouraged by a lot of the new voices we've seen specifically on this topic. Some of them certainly are racial justice activists, and Palo Altans may disagree with that framing. Others really care about the environmental benefits and learning and service in Foothills Park, and think it can provide a new opportunity to train environmental stewards and have volunteerism here in Palo Alto. I'm pretty proud of our faith leaders for showing up. I think they bring an important lens to this. And then also many of the youth, who still live here or who don't. I'll note, I've told you guys all 100 times, I'm the youngest of 6 kids. I'm the only one still here in Palo Alto. And my brothers and sisters, when they come back to Palo Alto with their kids, can't take them to Palo Alto without me, my wife, or my parents escorting them up there. And that feels weird to me. That's just odd. And I would be happy to tell my brother he has to pay $6 to get in. As for some of the issues around finances, I think this seems like a pretty minimal outlay for the city to address a long-running issue. The staff report does acknowledge there are costs, but also that staff time can be reallocated and reoriented to pursue this pretty minor pilot. And as for environmental challenges, let's see what they are. I think a number of speakers in our Parks and Recreation Commission really hit the nail on the head that it's not, environmental damage doesn't come from where somebody comes from, what city they're a resident of. It comes from what behaviors they exhibit and the number of people who are visiting their park. And I think those are two things we can control, whether it is through education, through signage, through a baseline study to figure out what's going on at the park, through an education and marketing campaign at the city level, and maybe even in partnership with our cities in Santa Clara and San Mateo County, letting them know, hey, we're welcoming your residents in a limited fashion. Will you help get the word out about good practices in our preserve? So I really encourage my colleagues to support this. This has been a tough year in many, many ways. I really hope we don't leave this issue behind again. Next, I have Councilmember Koo.
So I'd like to make a substitute motion. I'd like to put this item to a vote by the people of Palo Alto. It can possibly be on the 2022 ballot. Meanwhile, we keep this, we keep the park as it is. Then item B would be to change the name Foothill from Foothill Park to Foothill Nature Preserve. Then 3 would be to change the misdemeanor, from misdemeanor to a citation. I think the most important point is to take it to a vote to the people of Palo Alto. I really believe that it's important that we do respect the history and the people who brought this forward. I understand that we want to do everything regional, but at the same time, it should be through the people. I did do extensive research using a survey, and there was over 1,100 people who had answered the survey, and overwhelmingly. And I think my survey actually matched Mr. Smith, Roger Smith's survey, where there were over 70. Mine showed 81% favoring keeping the park as is, especially in these times where we are in a COVID situation, and that people are going to need the open space in order to find places to go. But most importantly, it should be the voice of Palo Alto who puts this, who decides to do this. I'm sorry, I spoke before we got a second. I forgot.
So there's a substitute motion on the table. Is there a second for this? Seeing none, I believe the motion fails.
I'll second it.
Okay. Seconded by Councilmember Tanaka. Councilmember Koo, I believe you've spoken to this.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Tanaka.
Well, for me, we're just coming off one of the roughest budget cycles in our history. And I think we all see the storm clouds on the horizon. It's looking like it's going to be even rougher. We have a lot of things on our plate. There's a lot of, I know our staff is always giving a lot of feedback that they're really, really busy right now. And I think what's important for us is to do a few things really well. I think that, I mean, we cut what, $2-3 million out of our school. I mean, from the Cumberly rent thing. I mean, it's pretty dire. So I don't think that we have just stuff laying around. I mean, I think we did a pretty thorough job at our budget hearings, and so to me, it doesn't seem like the right moment to be doing this. Maybe last year when we had a lot more money, it's different. But right now we are. I mean, you guys were part of all those budget hearings and all the people that were upset about programs that were getting cut. I mean, where would this come from? To me, it just seems not the right time. And then I also did a survey, same thing as Councilman Ku, and my survey was also in line with everyone else's as well. So so I think it's better for the people to decide.
Councilmember Niss.
So let me see if I can, am I unmuted, I hope. Let's see if we can do a hybrid of this, because I think it's absolutely appropriate to put this on the 22 ballot. I feel very strongly that we're caretakers of this, and this truly is a very special and very oriented to the people park. I have had so much correspondence on this, and I know you all have, going in both directions. Lydia, you made the motion, Greg, you seconded it. Would you consider doing the pilot for the first year so that we have some data as we go to the people, and if we got the votes for it in 2022?
Can you repeat it? I'm sorry. So go ahead with the pilot now.
Do and simply on D say, and do the pilot for the following year, assess it, and then use that as essentially a jumping off point for putting this on the ballot. It would give us more information about how this would work if we actually do allow more people in the park, in the nature preserve.
So there's a proposed amendment, Councilmember Ku and Tanaka.
Assess has two, you need another S. And could I say some more about this? For good or for worse, I have served a long time. You look back, you can see the number of times that this has been voted on in some way or other: 69, 73, 91, 2005. There is a long history of this being discussed and voted on and usually turned down. I'd like us to find that way to go forward, both with the experiment that does add some inclusivity, but at the same time says to those people that I know voted on the polling to not open the park, to see that they would have that opportunity to vote in 2022.
So is the proposed amendment accepted?
I think Lydia's chewing on it.
Yeah, to a certain degree, I do want to, I would like to see that, but I think that's pretty fair. Thank you, Councilmember Niss, for proposing that, and we can gather the information from there. Although I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to see, is the proposed amendment accepted?
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Can we also add in there to get a cost to all of this? Because I think amount is important to know before we move forward with this pilot program.
So that sounds to me like a separate thing. Let's just focus on this letter D as proposed by Councilmember Niss. Is that accepted?
Not without the cost.
And I'm fine with the cost. I think that's important.
So if we could just include in there, assess to move forward with the pilot program for the following year. I would say provide costs prior to jumping off. Oh, okay, I get it. That's all right then. Councilmember Tanaka?
So, you know, my main concern is the budget issue, right? So, I guess Councilmember Kuhn and Councilmember Miss, would you guys be willing to say we keep it revenue neutral? So we're not going to be cutting, you know, funding from our schools or from our libraries or from other things that we share in our city? Can we keep it revenue neutral? So if the fee has to be higher, then make it higher. I mean, I think the vice mayor. Yeah, so I think we should do revenue neutral because I just hate to go back to the community and say, oh, sorry guys, we have to cut something else because we're going to open up the park. Or I mean, it doesn't sound right now in this kind of recession to be doing that.
Would you be okay with that? I'm okay with that, Councilmember Tanaka.
Well, it's Councilmember Nissa's.
Yeah, okay.
If she's okay with it, I'm okay with if we have it revenue neutral.
As I said, this is a hybrid.
Are you accepting this amendment or not?
Yes, I am with the revenue neutral.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, it's revenue neutral. If Miss accepts revenue.
Are you
neutral,
accepting the amendment? Yes or no?
if it has revenue neutral?
That sounds like a no to me.
Well, I guess Councilman Nist, are you willing to accept revenue neutral?
I'm fine with revenue neutral.
Okay, then yeah, we're good. So.
Councilmember Niss, anything else?
No, I know that this is somewhat messy, which is how we make, it is how we get to some kind of, as I've said, hybrid like this. I'd like to say something about Greg's revenue neutral. I know that's going to be hard to do, but I think we have just made so many cuts that were so painful that if we now, our first meeting back, basically after we did the budget, we say, guess what? We've just come up with a pilot program that's going to cost $250,000, and we don't know where the money's coming from. So if we say revenue neutral on this, work with Mr. Anderson and so forth, I think that's a fair way to go about setting up the pilot.
Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
I have a few questions for staff related to this. I wonder if the clerk could tell us how much it costs to put something on the ballot?
That really depends on what else is on the ballot and how many cities are in with it and what they're putting it on, because it's all divided up within between the cities. Maybe 50,000 or so to do it. I'm not sure. I would have to check.
I feel like the last time this was brought up, there was an estimate of 150,000, but I don't know that that's for sure. That was before I was on council when you were discussing that, as I recall. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then I wonder if Mr. Anderson could answer a question. Boy, those numbers seem to have inflated over as each council member talked about it. I heard $48.5 thousand as the cost of implementing the pilot, and I heard a wish of $150,000 to restore the frozen position. Is the cost of implementing the pilot $48.5 thousand?
I'd be challenged to implement it without that position. We would be stressed very hard, and we'd be making sacrifices from other ranger duties to just have those three existing. So you would see reduction in maintenance and patrol primarily.
Okay, got it. So you said the maximum amount that the pilot might generate would be 87,000, and you thought that was unlikely, and I agree. So it seems to me that 48.5 might be in the ballpark that the understanding there's a lot of uncertainty that the pilot might bring in from a revenue standpoint. So it might cover those, I'll call those marginal costs, round numbers, right?
If it's helpful, as I looked at what we'd have some reasonable assurances in terms of revenue collection, if we had 25 passes on every weekend, we probably wouldn't. But if we did, and we have assurances that there's someone there to collect it, that would be $13,350 in revenue.
Okay. So I'm not hearing that this pilot is going to be revenue neutral. Does that make sense to you?
I agree.
Okay. So I think my colleagues may be forgetting the COVID-19 uncertainty reserve of $744,000 that was set aside for 4 purposes, the primary one of which is community services. And it's really hard for me to imagine a community service that's more important than open space during this time. So when staff comes back with a recommendation about how to fund this, we are expecting to hear back from them this month, perhaps a study session about how things are going. We're definitely expecting to hear in September and make a decision about whether or not we want to spend any of that $744,000. And I'll just refresh everyone's memory that community services was at the very top of the list of things that we were all concerned about. This is confusing to me. I don't know. Actually, my next question is for Ms. Stump, the city attorney. Can we bind a future council to bring something to the ballot?
No.
Okay, so is A actually possible?
Yes, you can bring it if the council in 2022 votes to put a measure on the ballot.
But I mean, we can't tonight say that that will happen.
That's correct.
Okay.
You can say that. You can make a statement of policy and intention, but whether to do that or not will be up to the 7 council members who are sitting at the time the matter is placed on the ballot.
Okay. Which would be 2 years from now.
You try to prepare something this far in advance to actually go on the ballot, but it is hard to see how you would do that when the point is to get extra information and data under number D by running a pilot. And that may inform exactly what it is that the council would choose to put on the ballot.
Thank you. That brings me to D, which is confusing. I'm not clear if the pilot program is to be implemented after the vote or before. It reads after. What is the following year? I wonder if perhaps Councilmember Niss could clarify the timing here.
It really should say for the coming year. It is to move forward with it as we go forward now, whether that's the coming year or the following, however we define that. So that would be for, I don't know what time. Did you have a time when the pilot would start?
No, we don't have a definitive time yet. It's based on your guidance.
You imagine it would start at the beginning of the calendar year in January?
It's possible. Ideally, it's during the non-summertime where visitation's a little lower anyways.
So if we put a date on this, do we put it on for the fall? Do we put it on for the winter?
I think I need a little more time to answer that question. Look at how long it would take me to achieve some of those things that we needed, like filling that vacant position and getting the funds necessary to implement the changes we talked about.
So could we say move forward with the pilot program
for 1 year?
As soon as it is fashioned. I don't know exactly the wording to use, but as soon as it's appropriate. I think you need to tell me, Mr. Anderson, how we would define when you could start it. I would have said move forward with the pilot program this coming fall or this coming winter.
I think that's fair, fall, winter, if you could give me a little flexibility in there.
Okay. Move forward with the pilot program starting in the fall of 2020 or the winter of 2021.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, Councilmember Niss.
So in 6 months.
And I will just say I will not be supporting this substitute motion. I don't think it's appropriate to be attempting to bind a future council. And I don't think it's going to be possible for the pilot program to be revenue neutral. I think there's an argument to be made for not charging anything at all. One of the counter arguments would be if we didn't actually have this, we wouldn't even have to staff the gate. And those rangers would be able to be doing beneficial work throughout our open space preserves. So I will not be supporting the substitute motion.
Thank you. Next, I see Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, again, thank you for all for the discussion, for the motion. I appreciate that a lot of people spent a lot of time on this, and there are strong feelings on both sides. Parks and Rec spent a long time, but never really came to council to see if this was something we were interested in. And I do think our boards and commissions need to work with council rather than go off on their own. I think this motion makes a lot of sense. I think doing the pilot with policy intent to put this on the ballot makes sense. You know, the people voted to fund the park, and we should let them vote, I think, to open it up. And based on the data that's been shared, I think if the people voted now, the answer would be no. So I think the idea of doing the pilot, if we can demonstrate proper environmental management, if that could be shown, I think that's the major concern that residents have that I've heard. And so I think if we're able to run this pilot, we have that data, then I think the community will support it. And doing the pilot before 2022 will be important. So I'm going to support the substitute motion.
Councilmember Filseth.
Thanks. Let me ask a question. What exactly is the envisionment by the maker of the motion that what goes on the 2022 ballot? Is it to continue the pilot program, or is it to expand it or reduce it, or what's the thinking? I think, you know, a number of the people who have spoken this evening clearly see this as a mechanism to sort of expand far beyond the pilot project and maybe remove restrictions on the number of people in the park at once and stuff like that. So what are you envisioning as to actually goes on the ballot?
Well, that's certainly a discussion as we move into the next couple of years. But I think based on the survey that that has been informing me is that, you know, should the Foothills Park remain for residents only, or should it be opened up completely? So I think that we need to have further assessments with the community in terms of finding out what is it that they want to see on the ballot. If it's just for opening or closing, I mean, I think that's pretty simple. Simply just yes or no.
So is that a big to be determined?
Just having the policy in place to revisit at a later time, yes, it's still a big question. I mean, what's informing me is that it should remain for residents only. But I think, you know, as council members, I don't have the right to vote on the original motion. I think it should be by the voters. That's the intent of my substitute motion. And based on what comes out from the pilot, you know, that could potentially be something that goes on the ballot as well.
Okay.
One other comment. I think I'm with Councilmember Tanaka. I don't think there's any way this thing can be revenue neutral, right? I don't see where $200,000 is going to come from in order to do this. I think a number of the speakers said, you know, it's time to go beyond symbolism and take some concrete actions here. But this actually seems to me about as symbolic as it's possible to get. I mean, we got 34 other parks in town that are all open to everybody, other open space preserves. I think it's I think it's, you know, I think some people feel really passionate about this, but I think it's a really stretch to think that, to call this a racist kind of thing. You know, in my mind, something that's substantive is get rid of the mortgage interest deduction and spend the proceeds on early childhood education. This seems pretty symbolic to me. And so we're talking about spending a bunch of money on symbolism, which, you know, has its place, but, you know, normally is something that, you know, you sort of want to try to avoid in real terms. Reprioritizing CSD resources sounds to me like moving money from the children's theater to this. And so, you know, I think we want to be pretty cautious of that.
Okay, thank you. In short, I won't be supporting the substitute motion, and I'll just talk through that quickly. So on letter A, I share Councilmember Cormack's concern both about the cost of a ballot measure and containing a future council's actions to do that. I think that's constraining, sorry, a reasonable concern. And then, like, let's just be clear, like, you guys have done some informal polling, and, you know, if I were to just test the winds here in Palo Alto, I don't think opening up Foothill Park to non-residents would pass the Palo Alto ballot. And, you know, I hate to do this. I've tried to be reasonable on this, but like, you don't put civil rights to a vote, right? There's something significant here where we are literally discriminating against non-residents because they aren't wealthy enough to live in Palo Alto. And we're not allowing them access to open space. Is that something we really want to put on the vote? I am not for that. As for renaming Foothill Park to Foothill Nature Preserve, it's Foothills Park. And frankly, I think that should go to one of our boards and commissions. Like, are we really just gonna, you know, tonight, without noticing it to anybody, rename one of our parks? I don't think that follows good process or procedure. Changing the fine from a misdemeanor to an administrative citation, that's possible with the main motion, actually. And that's what it accomplishes in terms of updating the municipal code to allow non-residents to access the park. It would make it an administrative citation. Moving forward with the pilot program, that's the main motion again. In terms of revenue neutral, I agree. It's probably not going to be revenue neutral. I don't think the costs are going to be exorbitant. And as I've mentioned a few times, you know, staff does indicate, they indicated tonight and in the staff report, they are able to identify resources that could be shifted around to support this. And sometimes, you know, it's not all about the money, actually. This seems like a pretty minimal cost. I think it's something we could pursue. Our boards and commissions have worked hard on this, and I think that's important to respect. Finally, you know, I mentioned earlier about, like, let's not miss an opportunity, and I'm always amazed at Palo Alto's ability to, you know, miss an opportunity. And it seems like we're really just, you know, chomping around the edges, misdirecting a little bit, and, you know, putting letters A, B, C, D, and E before the ethical thing to do. And so that's where I fall on this. And I'm sorry to be so stark on that. I really hoped we would have been able to take a very small step here for, I think, as Councilmember Filsath mentions, maybe it's a little symbolic. I don't think this is the biggest problem in Palo Alto. But to me personally, it's certainly embarrassment at times. And I think the pilot was a very small step to begin addressing that and to honor what the environment can do for folks of different backgrounds, and also to, you know, be a good neighbor. That's a lesson Palo Alto raised me with, and I wish we could do that with our open spaces as well. So I will not be supporting the substitute motion. Are there any other comments, or should we vote on the substitute?
Mr. Mayor, may I make a quick comment?
Please.
It's regarding C, the change from fine from misdemeanor, rather than to an administrative citation. I believe it's to an infraction. Administrative citation is a technique we can issue for either of those two, just an alternative non-criminal citation.
Thank
you. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I had my hand raised for that.
Yeah, sure.
And then, if I may, Mayor?
Please.
I wanted to ask, in letter D, in addition to the cost of all the infrastructure and everything that was named, is the environmental assessment included into that for you, Mr. Anderson? Do you take that as part of the cost that we have added in there? I want to make sure that that is part of the cost, because that's the whole reason to assess, right? The measurable points is what happens with our environment and nature. What are the impacts?
Yes, thank you for that.
Do you get, so will that be part of it? Or do I have to specifically add that in?
No, I'll make sure that that's in the total cost that we come up with. That and just to be clear, it's establishing a baseline of what we have that would be ongoing during the pilot period, and then some sort of follow-up analysis. Does that make sense in what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay.
That would be good. Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Please.
Just to clarify, so A through E gives staff a framework for an item that will need to come back to the council. So there will need to be an ordinance. I think the way the thinking was an ordinance and a resolution. We will work out the format of it, but you will have a chance to look at this in more detail, and you will need to hear this item again and potentially have a second reading as well. So this is not your final action on this item.
Thank you. Thank you for the advisory. Councilmember Cormack, I briefly saw your hand, but now it's down.
Attorney Stump addressed my question.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no other hands, let's please vote on the substitute motion. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
No.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
And I'm a no. So that passes on a 5-2 vote with myself and Councilmember Cormack dissenting. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around and for your contributions. So it's 11:10. I was planning to do a check-in at 10:30, but it's just as we got into motions. We have 2 items remaining tonight. One is item 11, update and discussion on Plan Bay Area 2050, where we are planning to send 2 letters to ABAG and HCD. One of those is time sensitive, the letter asking for an extended comment period. The other is kind of more subjective comments on the entire process, which I don't believe is as time sensitive. And then number 12, discussion and direction regarding potential placement of a Caltrain sales tax measure is time sensitive because I believe the deadline is in a few days for any advocacy to be done on that, and for other agencies, the 7 agencies, to place that on the ballot. So what I would suggest, sorry for all the pinging going on. I would suggest if we can take up number 11 and quickly pass the letter asking for an extension of the period, of the comment period, that would get us what we need for right now, because I believe the deadline for that is August 10th. But we can save the subjective comments about the entire process, the numbers, the baselines and data that we're using for another session. That's my suggestion. And then the Caltrans discussion is time sensitive as of tonight. Does that sound reasonable to folks?
Can we continue the ABAG discussion to next week?
Well, we could, but I know the letter for the comment period being extended is due by next Monday.
I mean, do the one letter tonight, but the other letter next week.
I mean, I'll certainly work with you and the city manager to see if next week works. I'm just don't have that agenda in my head right now. I'm saying yes, I can't commit to exactly that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I feel like the methodology discussion is also on a certain timeline, so I don't think a ton of time.
Mr. City Manager, do you know the timeline for the methodology discussion? Or Mr. Late? I hear you're on the East Coast, so sorry keeping you up so late.
Let's see, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, okay, so the Housing Methodology Committee, I think, meets on August 13th. And so we would be interested in.
Yep, doing it this week or next week. Okay, Mr. Vice Mayor, that seems fair, I think, and I think we can all acknowledge that's probably the meatier discussion on the two letters. Okay, does that sound reasonable to everybody, that for item 11, we'll just do the comment period letter, which is pretty straight and clean. We will continue the methodology discussion and letter to next week, and then Caltrans we can get to tonight as well. And
Mayor Fine, this is Beth Minor, City Clerk. On the action for next week, we have the Summer Streets program.
Okay.
For the resolution, we have the public hearing on the EVSE parking. And then we have a Webster item, all on action. At that point, we were slated to end about 9:30. If we add these on, do you want to begin at 5 o'clock and add them on?
We probably should do that. I think that seems reasonable. The EV thing I know is probably an hour. Webster's 45 minutes or so.
We also added the commission interview.
Yes.
Okay. We will probably be starting at 5. Just the discussion of selection for commission interviews. Okay. Maybe we can think about a way to do that synchronously before next week. Does that sound reasonable to everybody, the plan for the rest of the night? Okay. Thank you, everyone. Let's maybe move right on to number 11. If you need to take a break, please do so. But given it's 11:15 or 11:12, let's keep this going. So number 11 is an update and discussion on Plan Bay Area 2015 draft blueprint and the RENA process. And just to our staff and to members of the public, council's decided we will only be discussing, can staff remind me which letter it is, 1 or 2? That is about the timing.
I think it's your second attachment.
Okay. Is it the second attachment?
One addressed to the ABAG staff. Yeah, attachment B.
Okay. And if staff has a presentation, please, let's go for it.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I actually, before I get into my presentation, we have somebody that we've wanted to introduce to the council. So if I can just take a couple minutes of your time to introduce Lauren Bigelow. Lauren, if you're still on, if you want to show yourself. Lauren is a fellow with PolicyLink, and she's been assigned to the City of Palo Alto through a challenge grant opportunity made available by the Partnership for the Bay Area, Bay's Future, through a collaborative regional effort led by the San Francisco Foundation to address the Bay Area's affordable housing crisis. Lauren will work with the Planning and Development Services Department and Silicon Valley at Home to address the vulnerabilities that renters face by recommending policies that provide renters with protections. Prior to joining the fellowship, Lauren worked at Palo Alto Housing, now Alta Housing, I found out today, and focused on empowering individuals by connecting them with housing advocacy groups and networks of community partners to help them thrive and educating them about local policy. Dedicated to preservation and production of affordable housing, Lauren also serves as a housing commissioner for the city of Menlo Park. So we wanted to introduce Lauren to the council, and Lauren, if you want to say hello, we hope that you'll be seeing more of her in the coming months.
Good evening, council members. Thank you so much for staying so late and for working so hard right after you were back from break. I appreciate it, and I really look forward to working together to create policy that protects Palo Alto.
Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Lauren. Okay. So, Mayor, I have about a 15, 20-minute presentation. I feel like that might not be appropriate given it seems like the direction that the council's heading down. Is there an area that you'd like me to focus in on?
Yeah, I think if we could just focus in on maybe some of the schedules and deadlines, and then the second letter that we were hoping to send.
Okay. All right. Rebecca Atkinson, a planner with our department, I want to thank her and acknowledge her for all of her great work helping us get this information together and helping with the PowerPoint presentation. Rebecca, can you advance maybe to the one slide that's got all of the for Plan Bay area, kind of that busy slide with a lot of dates on it? I think it might have been one that we pulled off at the end.
This is the one that has the Plan Bay area just by itself. And then there's
Okay.
another one that has everything all together.
So I guess let me just approach it maybe from this standpoint. There we go. That's one. So for Plan Bay area, a draft document was released in July, and we have until August 10th to offer comments. And so staff has reviewed the document, and we've had a number of comments that we want to pass along to their staff. Council members may have their own perspective on what needs to be included in Plan Bay area, but one of the things that you had noted, Mayor, was that it's just we're struggling a little bit with the 30-day review of the draft blueprint, just given all the other issues that local governments and reviewers are having to manage at this time. So that's one of our key requests is an ask for some additional time. But beyond that, we have some other sort of foundational questions about how the data was used and how that would apply to Palo Alto, and some other questions that have been outlined in that attachment. So that's kind of where we are now with Plan Bay area. I will acknowledge that this is a long-range planning document. It's 30 years into the future. It's aspirational. It has, it talks about a future vision for the 9-county region. There's a lot of policies and strategies engaged in that document. A lot of it requires funding that is may require voter approval, and certainly a lot of political will to advance many of those initiatives. Nothing about the document itself would cause the city to have to amend its zoning code or its comprehensive plan. All of that regulatory authority remains with the City Council, even with the passage of Plan Bay Area 2050. But there is an interest in wanting to have some alignment in our interest for Palo Alto's future, and see that that's reflected in the document. And we're not quite sure that's the case yet. So I'll pause there, and I guess if there's specific questions, we'll try to answer that, and we can maybe borrow from some of the slides that we've prepared.
Okay, thank you very much. So just to be clear, what we would be discussing tonight is the letter starting on packet page, sorry, I don't have a packet page, but attachment B, comments on Plan Bay Area 2050 draft blueprint to Chair Jesse Arreguín of Berkeley. Let's go to members of the public who wish to speak on this. And just a reminder, we are focusing on the second comment letter tonight, not the baseline commentary letter.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand. If you're on a phone, dial *9. Hamilton Hitchings is the first speaker, Rebecca Eisenberg to follow. Hamilton, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Non-elected regional agencies are attempting to override Palo Alto's zoning policy and our comprehensive plan. Their current growth targets, if enacted, will ultimately destroy Palo Alto's single-family home neighborhoods. We should not support this and other ongoing attempts to remove local democratic control of our zoning. The Bay Area Plan 2050 baseline growth expects Palo Alto to increase its total number of housing units by 55% over the next 8 years. ABAG MTC numbers require more than double the housing growth in the next 8 years over the previous 8 years. Setting unrealistically high RHNA numbers enables developers to bypass local zoning and BMR requirements. It also encourages developers to hold out for more favorable mandated zoning, such as we're seeing with Fry's right now, where no housing is being developed. These agencies did not allow for appropriate public participation in the process as required by California government code. For example, the city should request these agencies to support regional planning strategies that move jobs towards housing-rich areas such as San Jose and the East Bay. ABAG has even said they did not recommend moving forward with job caps in job-rich cities, and they certainly did not take into account our job cap. This is an example of ABAG's prioritizing businesses first. These numbers also fail to take into account the current pandemic we are experiencing. This includes employers realizing the effectiveness and cost savings of telecommuting, and companies like Facebook and Twitter telling their employees they can work from home forever. The delay caused by COVID-19 and increased future telecommuting needs to be factored in. Please ask for delays, true public input, and a more balanced approach to regional growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Hitchings. I just want to remind the members of the public, next Monday, we will be talking about the more substantial issues and questions we have around the RHNA process. Tonight, we're just going to be discussing extending the comment period for Plan Bay Area. So if you could keep your comments focused on that, it would be helpful.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Greg Schmidt and Kelsey Baines. Rebecca,
Hi, can you hear me?
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. First, I just quickly want to say that I thank Allison Cormack for her leadership on Foothill Park and also for her reference to Aristotle's Physics of Change, my favorite Aristotle reference. Please forgive what's going to be terse language and to some jargon. While my incumbent opponents in the city council race have the luxury of speaking at great length to make their points, it is extremely difficult to do this in 2 minutes. Very difficult. Please do not send this letter to ABAG, I beg of you. I hope to be on city council and I do not want to be there on the receiving end of how they're going to respond to this. They are not going to respond well. It is not a good letter. You asked them for more time, but your excuse for asking for more time is that you took a month-long vacation. You did not have to take that vacation. Palo Alto is among the wealthiest, if not the very wealthiest city in the state and one of the 2 wealthiest cities in ABAG. If other cities could make the deadline, so could we. We need to be friends with ABAG, not to antagonize them. We need to work with them. It is true that we need to create more housing. Palo Alto has dropped the ball. We are the worst performer in the state. We do not have an excuse for that. We have more than enough money to spend, or at very least we have a buttload more money than Hayward and a lot of other cities on that list. Sending a letter, telling them that their numbers are wrong, asking them for more time so you could take a vacation, well, we have not displayed any good faith, well, we have not made any progress in housing at all, will create a bad relationship. Please work with ABAG, befriend them, apologize to them, and most of all, build housing, not office. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Greg Schmidt, to be followed by Kelsey Baines and Rohan Ghosh.
Hello.
Greg, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Plan Bay Area 2040 was not an effective plan. MTC's aggressive job projections underestimated job growth in the 6 cities of Silicon Valley by 43% and overestimated job growth in San Jose, Oakland, and Alameda County by 27%. How did MTC respond? By acknowledging the dramatic overconcentration of jobs in a small area and following the government code that mandated exploring alternative ways of improving imbalances? No, they ignored the code and changed the database. Look at packet pages 70 to 72 tonight. they've created their own new measuring districts, many that split cities so city data will no longer track progress. Concerned residents would like a letter from the City Council with a little more bite. Demand that MTC show beforehand and stand behind the data they use. Demand that MTC define strategies that will make a concrete difference, like new business impact fees that pay for transit. Demand that MTC recognize the public as a participant in key decisions and not a group that needs to be controlled or ignored. And demand that MTC follow the government codes that they cite to justify their own actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelsey Baines, to be followed by the phone caller with the last three digits of 603. Kelsey, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening again. So just some quick comments, and I will try not to say too much about what will be on next week's agenda, but I will share that we have been engaging around the regional housing need determination and the RHNA process for several months. We actually collected a signature with over 600, or a petition rather, with over 600 signatures asking for our regional housing determination to be higher. Because one of the things we know from Plan Bay Area is that we will only see a marginal improvement in terms of outcomes like affordability and overcrowding and our carbon emissions. So if we go with Plan Bay Area, we're not going to see the dramatic results that I think a lot of Bay Area residents would like to see. So from our perspective, Plan Bay Area is not being ambitious enough. And then the only other point I want to make is that ABAG isn't allocating jobs, they're allocating homes. And I get frustrated when so much of the discussion is about how do we limit office, because I can't live and not an office. Homeless people can't live and not an office. At some point, we actually have to talk about how to get housing, because not office is not the same as housing. The other thing to consider is we can't, like, Palo Alto has jobs for a reason. We're adjacent to Stanford. We can't pick up and move the jobs elsewhere because they are created here because Stanford is here. And finally, apartments don't destroy single family neighborhoods. They enrich them. And that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Kelsey. Our next speaker is phone caller with the last three digits of 603, to be followed by our final speaker, Angie Evans. Go ahead.
Hey, hello?
Hi, go ahead. You can be heard.
Okay. I think the mayor's letter is very good. However, it needs to be, as our former vice mayor said, it needs to be a lot more stronger and forceful. This is an agency that is a non-elected body. It speaks to no one except itself. And it's time that the people have a voice. I really believe that, as the former vice mayor said, the Plan 2040 completely missed the mark. And only if we look at this and the jobs, housing imbalances and truly look at the failure that has already occurred can we correct what should be corrected now. We've got to stop looking at little things like, and they're not bad things, but they're small things like more money for low-income childcare, and look at real sources and strategies like looking at substantial impact fees on new businesses, especially in job-rich areas, that will help and support our housing goals. I think we need to really look at this closely and study the data and have a real discussion with the public, not having it at 11 o'clock at night when most people aren't even aware of this issue. I encourage you strongly to have a discussion with the public. Reach out to neighborhoods. Find out what they're saying, what they want in their areas. I think that's very critical, and I can't emphasize that enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Angie Evans, to be followed by the final speaker, Ebon. Angie, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Angie. I just want to, I'm not even going to use my whole 2 minutes. I just wanted to make a quick comment tonight about RHNA and housing. I really think Palo Alto needs to be open to new neighbors, new homes. We need to be open with open arms. And I hope we can take a step back from debates like this one about, letters and really spend our time figuring out how and where we can make space for these new neighbors. We need more homes. We need more dense apartments near transit. And we need to do it thoughtfully and deliberately so that we can make Palo Alto a more affordable place for multiple generations to live. That's it.
Thank you, Angie. And our final speaker is Ebon.
Hello again.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I want to start off by saying that I don't really know much about this issue. Like Angie said, I don't really care about these letters and acronyms. I think now is the time to focus on building more housing and providing more livelihoods to people. I do think we need more time to talk about this. This is a big issue that concerns everybody living here, and 7 people participating isn't nearly enough. I will say that I agree with Kelsey that we need to not only meet these goals, but be a lot more aggressive with them. Housing is, as several people have said here and in the previous session, a huge issue for Palo Alto. And the way I see the city going right now doesn't seem sustainable for this generation or future ones. This is a city I love and would like to live in. And as of right now, I don't see that being a possibility for me. And as such, I would like to see more housing and better housing. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another speaker, Richard Mellinger.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and honorable council members. Richard Mellinger, Sunnyvale resident here. I want to say that the previous discussion on Foothill Park is just par for the course for Palo Alto. It demonstrates the lack of concern that this city has shown towards its neighbors, first and foremost East Palo Alto, but really the entire region. The ABAG numbers, the 450,000 units, are pitifully low. So I do hope that you extend the comment period, and I hope that you do the responsible thing and ask for the ABAG numbers to be increased. By my math, Palo Alto has a population of 66,666, an appropriate number. And the Bay Area needs about 1 million homes. Your share of that should be about 20 to 30,000 homes. Any ABAG numbers that fail to assign that sort of increase to Palo Alto, given what it has done with a 3-to-1 jobs housing ratio, given its segregationist and exclusionary history, will be woefully inadequate. So do the responsible thing for once. Ask for the extension and use it to ask for more homes. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Jordan Grimes. Jordan, go ahead.
Hi, good evening again. I just had one quick point that I wanted to make. You hear this come up a lot and it's always wrong. ABAG is an elected body. Every member on ABAG has been elected by voters in the Bay Area. It's ridiculous that we keep hearing this idiotic talking point over and over and over again. So to those commenters, ABAG is elected, and before you make statements to the contrary, consider looking up how the body in question works. The other comment I want to make is just to echo the comments of Rebecca, of Kelsey, of Iban, of Richard, and say that Palo Alto, maybe this isn't, I think this is clear to some on the council, maybe not others. Palo Alto is like the joke of the region on housing policy. No one takes Palo Alto seriously. And if you were to submit any of the demands that Mr. Schmidt or Mr. Hitchens made, you will be laughed out of the room. I would enjoy seeing that, but I don't think you would. So I would recommend against making those. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. And we have no more speakers.
Okay, thank you. Thanks everyone for speaking up. We now return to council. In the interest of time, I'll make a motion that we approve the letter, the comments on Plan Bay Area 2050 draft blueprint, and schedule a discussion of the, sorry, let me just find it, Housing Methodology Committee letter for next week.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Was that you, Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing big here. We're under a few deadlines. It's important for us to ask for more time. We can all fight about the housing thing next week. One thing I just will emphasize, as one speaker mentioned, we do have an elected representative to ABAG. That's Councilmember Niss, who serves there this year and I believe has done it in previous years as well. The floor is yours, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, first of all, I wanted to thank staff for this letter on the draft blueprint. I think it was really well written, and it really captures several real concerns. And so I really only had like minor nitpicks with this letter. I think again, concerns about COVID, whether there will be kind of long range changes to telecommuting patterns, I think those are all valid. The growth geographies and kind of real accessibility to transit, I think is also an issue. I'm pointing out kind of how the Caltrain rail corridor is not necessarily easily crossed. You know, and I also think kind of the biggest point, and I think it's one that we need to emphasize, and we can talk about it more next week, is this idea of kind of taking into consideration job shifting, job caps, limiting office growth along with the other criteria in terms of the allocation methodology. I just want to say quickly, I think it's really important the council starts to dig into this process. That we have about 26,000 housing units in Palo Alto. Some of these models would require us to grow more than 50% in 8 years, adding 15,000 units. And that's just unrealistic. And I think many cities are going to have unrealistic allocations. And so the result of these kinds of unattainable numbers are really a clear threat to charter cities, and our failure to meet those numbers will mean override of our local land use control. And really determining local land use is one of the key reasons city governments exist. So, you know, I think it's important to kind of remember what the RHNA process was originally for. It was to distribute affordable housing in the 70s. You know, in the 80s, the feds really stopped funding affordable housing, and the state of California provides funds maybe once a decade. And so, you know, we have a huge unfunded mandate here with some real repercussions. We have streamlined a lot of our ordinances to try to decrease costs for builders. You know, and I'm kind of getting tired of people blaming cities for this issue. I mean, I think the fallacy is in the process and the way it's set up. And I was hoping that we would have time, and it's late tonight, but next week, I'd really like to have a discussion about how do we mobilize our response, and how do we understand what even a legal strategy would look like to combat this kind of no-win scenario. You know, I'm really concerned. I want us to try to preserve whatever rights we have as a city, and being careful about committing to numbers that we don't believe are even feasible. Again, adding 15,000 units to 26,000 units in 8 years, you know, I don't think any of us really think that's going to be practical. So I know I kind of delved off course a little bit, but I think this draft response is a good start, and look forward to having more discussions.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you so much, Mayor Fine. I want to compliment staff on a particularly helpful staff report. When you compare and contrast that with the prior informational report, it improved, and I thank you very much for that. Limiting my comments to the Plan Bay area, one thing that isn't called out in the letter particularly, but in reviewing the details, I just want to point out that I think the sea level rise numbers are overly cautious. So I know at the end we say like, yeah, we support that, but I just encourage you to take another quick look at that part. I thank the PTC for sharing their perspectives and to staff for incorporating them into the draft letters. Specifically on the letter, for me, the biggest issue is packet page 208, the top, accurately integrating the impacts of COVID-19 into the long-range model. One thing we could consider is suggesting scenario planning. I think it's hard for anyone to make long-term predictions, let alone short-term ones at this point. But I think given the scenario that we're in, doing some scenario planning makes sense. Apologies for the lack of creative vocabulary at this time of the evening. Telecommuting, boy, we hear a lot of all or nothing, and even as written, it seems a little all or nothing. My guess is that telecommuting is going to be very flexible, and people may work 2 days in an office and 3 days out. We may have a variety of ways of structuring this, so I don't think it's all or nothing. And if we can just address that, I think that'd be great. I thank the Vice Mayor for mentioning the growth geographies. Ooh, sounds complicated to try to do a custom one for each situation, but yeah, that's a reasonable thing to discuss. And then on packet page 211 under strategies and objectives, under the first one, I don't love this description. Could we talk about locating jobs near where people live instead of moving jobs toward housing rich areas? Just a healthier distribution in general. This makes it sound like we're, you know, exporting something. And I think if we think about it holistically, what we really want to make sure is that we have ample opportunities for everyone, whether it's a job or a park. So that concludes my comments on the letter. And again, I do just want to thank staff for the very constructive tone and the requests for data.
Thank you. Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, just briefly, I want to echo that too. I thought staff did a really good job on the staff report, diving into a Gordian knot of complicated stuff and sort of fishing out what was important. So I thought that was really well done. Thank you very much. Without preempting the discussion next week, I think HCD has done half their job. I think they took a bunch of data and basically punted on all the really important problems for the Bay Area. And I hope we can be part of a process. I share the Vice Mayor's concern that we're sort of in a sea change of how land use is done in California, and the direction we're going is not better than the direction we had before. And finally, I miss David Packard. Okay, thank you.
Interesting. Okay, Councilmember Koo.
So yes, thank you for bringing this finally to us. Like the Vice Mayor said, we do need to delve into this. This is a impactful kind of plan. I wanted to also say that, in terms of housing and jobs, I do think it's important to emphasize to ABAG and to MTC that they do have to look at the plan where there's dispersion. We're talking about, equally and being able to, so I don't know about shifting jobs, but definitely dispersion would make sense in this kind of plan. Also, there is the SB 35 streamlining process, and it seems like the plan is very much set up where there's going to be failure, and then SB 35 comes in. Can you, Jonathan, explain how this, so that was my definition, but I'd like to have you explain the impact of SB 35. I just want to be very clear about how this affects, how this plan has SB 35 included into it.
Sure, I'll be brief on that. The letter does make a reference to understand that connection between sort of their planning efforts and any sort of relationship to SB 35. But SB 35, I think, really sort of kicks in on the next week's discussion where we're talking about the RHNA numbers. And just the upshot of that is jurisdictions that fail to meet issue building permits for their target housing numbers, whether it's for the low income level or market rate levels, are subject to SB 35, which means certain qualifying housing projects or mixed use projects, housing projects, would be allowed to be processed within 90 days and would only be subject to the objective standards of a jurisdiction's zoning code. So for us, that would be no architectural review, no director modifications or anything like that. It would just need to meet the straight standards, height, setback, parking, things of that nature. For Palo Alto, just quickly on this, Palo Alto is not meeting its low-income housing numbers now, as you know, and so we are presently subject to SB 35. But a qualifying housing project does have to have 50% of its units deed restricted to low-income housing. Probably not going to happen here. However, if we end up missing our market rate housing numbers for the current RHNA cycle or halfway through the next RHNA cycle, then that 50% threshold actually gets reduced here in Palo Alto to 15%. So if a qualifying, there's a number of standards, and I'm not even mentioning any of them really. There's a lot of criteria that need to be met to be a qualifying housing project. But one of them is you basically need our affordable housing requirement and all of our objective standards to our code. 2/3 of the project is housing, and et cetera, et cetera. So I know we've had a lot of conversation about wanting to get low income housing. It's a two-pronged, I think, conversation with respect to SB 35. Yes, we need low income housing, but we also need market rate housing if we want to preserve our discretionary review process that, through the architecture review process.
So it's okay. I also wanted to address something, and I want to thank Councilmember Nis for serving at the ABAG committee. But just to be clear, she is elected, but appointed by the mayor to ABAG, so not elected by the people to ABAG. I just want to clarify that since that has been a topic. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments on this one? I'm looking forward to discussing the more substantial stuff with you all next week. I've got a lot saved up. Okay, last time I believe we had Councilmember Nis vote first, so next for this item, Councilmember Koo.
What did you say, Adrian?
Sorry, I'm just trying to remember the rotation I used for votes. I believe on the last item you voted first.
Beginning.
So next we go to Councilmember Koo for the first vote.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Actually, just point of order. Did we actually make a motion already?
Yes.
Yes, I opened this discussion with the motion.
Okay, yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Myself is a yes. Councilmember Nis.
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Let's please move to our last item of the night, also somewhat time-sensitive discussion and direction regarding potential placement of a Caltrain 1/8 cent sales tax measure on the November 3rd ballot. And if staff has a quick presentation for us.
Yes, let me ask, there he is, Mr. Cami, our Chief Transportation Official, to give us a quick update on the chronology that we currently have in front of us.
All right, good evening. I'm just going to try and share my screen here.
I'm not sure if that's working.
Yep, it's up.
It's up. Okay, great. Okay, good to hear. Can't really see myself, of course.
Well, then why don't you go to the next slide? I think it's the meat of your.
That's right. We don't need to see this slide anyways. Sorry, apologies. Good evening. It's almost morning, I guess, or morning for some of us. Thank you very much for letting me speak on this tonight. The item that I'm here to speak on was originally placed on the agenda to discuss sending a letter to support placing a ballot measure on the November ballot to allow for voters to determine if they wish to support and possibly save Caltrain service, which has been devastated from the effects of the coronavirus. But the slide that you see before you now provides you a brief timeline and some information as to why staff currently believes that a ballot measure is unlikely under the existing circumstances. So initially in 2017, SB 797 authorized the consolidated 3-county election to permanently fund Caltrain operations following approval from the Caltrain board, the supervisors of Santa Clara County, San Francisco County, and San Mateo County, along with the 3 county transportation agencies, which is VTA, SFMTA, and Samtrans. And then if approved by all 7 boards by August 6, 2020, so coming up here, voters in the 3 counties would have the opportunity to weigh in during the November election with 2/3 of total votes across all 3 counties necessary for approval. So on April 1, 2020, Samtrans kicked off the voting to keep the option open for the Caltrain board to put the measure on the ballot in November. May 5th, San Mateo County Board of Supervisors approved a resolution to place a measure on the ballot in November. And then in July 14, this is when we ran into the first kind of hiccup in this process, where the San Francisco Board of Supervisors declined to agendize the ballot measure. And the discussion really at that meeting focused on concerns regarding governance issues. And at that point, it appeared that there was sort of a dire situation since the San Francisco Board of Supervisors were required to take action before July 30th in order for the ballot item to move forward. However, on July 28th, the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, just 2 days before their deadline, approved an amended resolution which contained provisions for how and when the revenues can be dispersed to Caltrain if the ballot measure were approved. And some of the funding within that, the provisions were being tied to resolving some of the governance issues. Many are currently debating the legality of the clauses included in this amended resolution. And also note that following this action, all 3 counties would need to pass the same resolution for the item to be on the ballot. So then shortly after that, San Francisco MTA, SFMTA, on July 31st, 2020, which was last Friday, they rejected the ballot measure. And their next opportunity to take up the item, and really their last opportunity before the deadline, is tomorrow. And currently the SFMTA meeting tomorrow is still listed as canceled. And I just checked that a few minutes before this meeting started. So there's been no change. I'm not even sure if they can change it at this point or what their options are for taking up another, I guess, emergency meeting in the next couple of days here. Tomorrow morning, the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors takes up this item. I've noted that on their agenda, they have listed the item, and they have both the normal resolution, the original resolution, and an amended resolution on their agenda. And then it was supposed to conclude with Caltrain board on August 6th and the VTA board also on August 6th. So with that, as I mentioned earlier, at this time, staff really does not believe that there is a likely path to this making it on the ballot in November. And with that, I'm turn it back to council for discussion.
Well, perhaps I'd add just one PS to that, which is not unlike the letter that staff drafted and the mayor signed in July. The role for the city of Palo Alto in this context is to weigh in. And effectively, that's the question before the council, recognizing this is perhaps at best a long shot at this point in time. We have advanced a draft letter for your consideration as to whether you'd like to weigh in on this topic at this time. There are a few days left, and you never know what will happen in the 11th hour. So really a question for the council as to whether you would like to have your voice heard at this point. Again, first up or next up is the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors tomorrow.
And then I believe SFMTA has said they'll come back to this on Wednesday of this week.
Thank you.
Let's go to members of the public who wish to speak on this item. And just reminding everybody, we're 3 minutes shy of midnight. So brevity is appreciated.
Any member of the public that wishes to speak on this item, please raise your hand or dial *9. At this time, we have Ryan Globus. Second in line is phone speaker 478 and Roland LeBrum. Ryan, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Fine and City Council. First, I just want to thank the mayor for saying that civil rights should not be put up to the ballot. And I say that as someone who was a gay closeted kid in high school when Prop 8 was on the ballot. And I didn't have the opportunity to vote on it, but others did. I say that as someone who has faced homophobic harassment here in Palo Alto, and as someone who is happily married because undemocratic institutions like the federal courts are the reason why I'm married today. But moving back to Caltrain, I have been a writer for 10 years. And I have a very emotional connection to it. And that sounds super nerdy and sappy, but it's true. One of the things that I miss most during this quarantine is actually Caltrain. I used to take it to Redwood City to go to the movies. And when the movie was over, we would sprint back to the Caltrain station to make sure we got back in time. I used to take it when I was living in San Francisco and I was dating someone who lived in San Jose. And that was the bridge that kept our relationship alive, and we are now married. I still take it up until the pandemic. I work in Sunnyvale. It's my main way of getting there. And it's a great way to avoid the stress of driving and all the pollution it causes and the traffic it causes for others. So overall, please do everything you can to support Caltrain. We need it to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, to reduce traffic, especially when the pandemic is over. I urge you to support a clean, normal resolution. The writers don't care about these governance squabbles, and they're just getting in the way of funding Caltrain. And lastly, I'd ask you to also send a letter to our representatives in Congress. They're still debating a stimulus bill between the House and the Senate. And if the sales tax doesn't go through, that could be another way to potentially save Caltrain. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. There. Telephone caller with the last three digits of 478.
Hi there, Council. This is Jamie Hindery. I'm calling from my phone because somehow I'm a panelist. I'd like to express my support for Caltrain and putting the 1/8 cent sales tax on the ballot. Like Ryan mentioned, I have a pretty emotional connection to Caltrain. I grew up going to Giants games, and the ride back at the end of the game was always, will always hold a special place in my heart, for sure. It's also how I've gone to every single Pride I've ever been to. And while I don't use it to commute because I live and work in Palo Alto, it is somewhere where I have an emotional connection, and I do recognize that many people do need it to commute and do need it to kind of be that bridge between relationships. I was really touched by what Ryan had to say about his connection to Caltrain. And so I'm please urging you to do everything that you can to support funding Caltrain. I agree with Ryan. Governmental and organizational squabbles do nothing for the riders. All we care is that the trains are running and running consistently. And so please do everything that you can to make sure that it happens. And also, I want to express my support to Mayor Adrian Fine for the letter that he wrote. I understand that some of the council was frustrated, but it was clear to me that that was a letter expressing his personal opinions. And he was using the letterhead of his office, which I think is totally reasonable. He was advocating for his community and not speaking on behalf of the council. So thank you, Adrian. I see my time.
Thank you, Jamie. Our next speaker is Roland LeBrun, to be followed by Kelsey Baines and Rebecca Eisenberg. Roland, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity. The first thing I'd like to do is to clarify the situation with the MTA. It did pass 3-1, however, they needed a majority. This will be addressed on Wednesday at 9 a.m. Staff is correct. There is no agenda on the MTA website. However, if you look at the SF-GOV TV schedule, you will see there's a live SFMT meeting on Wednesday at 9 a.m. Moving on to the measure itself, I am one of the people who strongly oppose the clean measure, which is what San Mateo County passed, which obviously is in their best interest. I think what the Board of Supervisors in San Francisco did in conjunction with the Board of Supervisors in Santa Clara County is the responsible approach. And I understand a lot of members of the public don't understand the ins and outs, but that really is the only way forward. The last point I'd like to bring to your attention, I encourage you to basically have your voice heard at the VTA board meeting on Thursday. Yes, on Thursday, because the VTA somehow think that should this measure pass, which I believe it will pass, that somehow will no longer be obligated to any of what we voted for back in 2000 for Measure A, and again back in 2016 for Measure B. Each one of these measures currently can and does generate $15 million a year. The problem is that right now, the VTA are burning $20 million a month on BART, and that alone is more than what Measure A used to generate pre-COVID. That is something that needs to be addressed, and I appreciate anybody who can stand up and speak on the issue on Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you, Roland. Our next speaker is Kelsey Baines, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg, and then Kevin Ma. Kelsey, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
There you go. Yes, go ahead.
So thank you again. I would like to speak in support for stable funding to keep Caltrain running. It's really important that we continue to have Caltrain running in order to prevent crushing traffic from coming back as the pandemic lifts and people choose cars to, keep themselves feeling safe. It's really important that we continue to invest in transit. Some people are saying no one's going to ever take public transit again, but I think it's really important as public officials that we prevent that from happening, because otherwise we're just going to have crushing traffic. And, you know, if public transit is over, so are basketball games, so are, you know, any like arena sports. There are lots of surveys saying that people do want to come back to transit though. And I think it's important to recognize how many cars Caltrain keeps off the roads. Pre-COVID, the data showed that Caltrain keeps off about 4 lanes of traffic off the highways. And the other complaint that we heard from San Francisco is that a sales tax is regressive, but I think it's really important to recognize that this ballot measure would actually fund equity initiatives to support subsidizing ridership for people at lower incomes and helping connect Caltrain with communities of color that aren't necessarily on the Caltrain line and low-income communities that aren't on the Caltrain line with buses and things like that. And my final point is just, it's really important that we support a clean ballot measure with simple language that voters can understand. Voters will support this, and there's polling to show that, but we need to give it a chance to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Kevin Ma and Rohan Ghosh. Rebecca, go ahead.
In advance if this sounds terse and maybe not nice, but given only 2 minutes, I can't help it. We know that sales taxes are the most regressive types of taxes. That's not debatable. They harm the poor with zero impact on the wealthy. We know that's true. That said, I strongly support infrastructure investments. But again, I lack sympathy for a legislative body, and you are a legislative body who constantly complains of being victim to your own poor decisions. San Francisco obviously does not need a sales tax because it has a system of approximately 30 different business taxes, including a new emergency business tax that goes specifically again on its largest tech companies like Twitter, like Facebook, like Alphabet. And it's using the $2 billion it's going to make from taxing those large companies for things like childcare and healthcare and housing. Yet we in San Francisco have those same companies. We have Palantir, Amazon, and Tesla, but we are the only city in the state who has these businesses that refuses to tax them. If there's time to put a sales tax on the ballot, there is time to put a business tax on the ballot. Please understand, you can have a business tax that exempts all small businesses. It can exempt all medium-sized businesses. It can exempt all retail, all restaurants, all bars. It can exempt all companies with fewer than 500 employees and fewer than $500 million in revenue. And it will still create enough tax income to pay for measures like this. Please put a business tax on the ballot. You already know that voters support it. Just the big businesses, not the small businesses. Thank you for considering. Have a nice night.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Kevin Ma, to be followed by Rohan Ghosh, to be followed by Iban. Kevin, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you on this now Tuesday morning. I support a clean Caltrain sales tax measure. Caltrain is pretty much nearly fatal in its economic stances right now because of the pandemic and how much it depended actually on fare box recovery. That the sales tax is necessary to keep it continuing for the future. It may be aggressive, but Caltrain was looking at equity proposals to make it pass its kind of current, commuter train status to actually one that can unify the peninsula. And placing any kind of restrictions on the money that is different from what the enabling measure, SB 797 by Hill, endangers the money that would be gathered from this measure. We've seen people have, in like SF in particular, where people have sued tax measures that had changes that in the end kind of screws everyone. So I ask the city council to send a letter to our board of supervisors, as well as perhaps the other board of supervisors, in favor of a clean sales tax measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Our next speaker is Ebon, to be followed by our final speaker, Adina Levin. Ebon, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello there again, hopefully for the final time this night. I want to start off by saying that I hope everybody here realizes that public transportation is a lifeline not only for the economy, but for our future. It is one of the best ways to reduce our carbon emissions and therefore should be aggressively funded with as much tax as we can muster. That being said, I fully agree with Rebecca on the fact that we should not be afraid of regressive sales taxes if they go towards funding public services that benefit everyone equally. Furthermore, it is unconscionable that, like she said, we have these massive companies right here in our city that are not being taxed, and this revenue is being let out the door, revenue that could be going towards any community that needs it or could benefit from it. With that said, I support a clean tax to fund Caltrain with no political drama that the average voter like myself cannot understand and doesn't care about. And I'd like to end by saying I fully support the mayor for his letter to the board and for pushing for public services. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Adina Levin.
Members and
There
staff.
you go, Adina.
Can you hear me? Great.
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. Adina Levin with the nonprofit Friends of Caltrain. Glad that you are considering this this evening. And although there is a narrow path to have this tax get on the ballot, I believe that this tax that window exists. The SFMTA board, which had voted it down, said that they would schedule for Wednesday if there was a path forward. And one of their board members had said that there were negotiations going on in the background. And if those were looking promising, they would schedule. So that is actually a good sign. I would like to agree with what a number of other callers had mentioned in terms of the crushing traffic that would come back if Caltrain is not available when the pandemic eases. Caltrain surveys, several different ones, have shown that people do plan to come back to Caltrain. Caltrain's polling, their business survey, and a survey of individual riders are all showing that. And even if there is some continued work from home, 4 lanes of car traffic that Caltrain had carried, there's no way to fit them on the highway, even with increased work from home. Agree with concerns about the sales tax, but the authorizing measure was passed in 2017. This is what is before us and available. And as a speaker had mentioned, this would pay for equity measures that the Caltrain board is adopting to make it easier to do things like the Palo Alto TMA program to allow low-income people to use Caltrain. On regard to the governance, we do support governance change, but not linked to the ballot measure in a way that makes it legally vulnerable and harder to pass. And lastly, the polling for this was really surprisingly good. It was at 70% with a strong campaign, and negative messaging would impact it, which is a reason for a clean measure. Please support. Thank you.
Thank you, Adina. And we do have 2 additional speakers, Rohan Ghosh and Jordan Grimes. Rohan, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hey, I'm a Palo Alto resident and student at Palo Alto High School, and owing to the fact that I cannot drive, and also because it is much cleaner for our environment and doesn't add to traffic congestion for people like me not to drive, before the pandemic, I regularly used Caltrain. And after the pandemic, I intend to hopefully still be living in the Bay Area. And in that end, to that end, hopefully still be able to use Caltrain. And Caltrain provides a clean, low carbon fossil transit option to a lot of people in this region, especially in Palo Alto. It provides a way to keep congestion somewhat manageable on our highways. And that's why I think we really need to preserve Caltrain for when it becomes usable again. And that's why I support putting a clean measure on the ballot to let the voters decide whether or not to save Caltrain, which hopefully they decide to save Caltrain. I think it's very important that we preserve transit options, especially those that are that keep cars off the street. And this is what preserving Caltrain would do. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohan. And our final speaker for the evening is Jordan Grimes. Jordan, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning, council members. Just wanted to echo the comments of other speakers and urge you to support a clean tax for Caltrain. I was very pleased to see Mayor Fine's letter. It's really great to see actual leadership around public transit issues on the peninsula. I hope some other leaders will take note. Yes, sales taxes are regressive, but let me tell you what's more regressive than a sales tax is the shutdown of one of the biggest, if not the biggest and most used public transit system on the peninsula. That would frankly be catastrophic. And let me just say, as a kid growing up here on the peninsula, my family often took Caltrain because while Caltrain is expensive and does need to be less expensive, it was still less expensive than the cost of maintaining a car. So I support the sales tax. I urge you to support the clean measure and hope you will do so. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And that's our final speaker for the evening.
Okay. Thank you everyone for your comments on this and for sticking with us until Tuesday morning. We return to Councilmember Filseth.
Thanks very much. So the draft letter doesn't take a position on the governance issue. Did I read that right?
Yes.
That's correct.
Can I ask Adina a question? If she's still there?
Sure.
Adina, are you still here?
You may take a moment to get her in again, but.
Hey, I'm sensitive to San Francisco's concerns about governments. I think most of us don't perceive there's a big problem in Caltrain right now, but if you look at VTA governance issues are a huge hardship for riders in the North and South County. And so it's sort of understandable why San Francisco would be worried about that eventually happening someday to Caltrain and wanting to get a more sustainable governance in place. So if that doesn't happen now, how do you see that happening over time?
Yeah, yes, absolutely. So, this is actually something where I blogged the timeline today because there was so much back and forth on what was and what was not happening. The Caltrain has been moving step by step for about 3 years toward, first of all, creating a business plan with a service vision that said what they wanted Caltrain to evolve into with electrification. Mm-hmm. And they had said back in 2018 that they didn't want to go for a tax yet because they wanted to do the business plan first. And there was some discussion about wanting to address governance at the start of that process. And the board said, let us figure out what we want to do, and then let us look at how we want to organize ourselves in order to do that. And there was a board after the business plan was approved in October. There's a board workshop on governance in November. They agreed to hire a special counsel to research the governing documents of the organization that had its first report in July. And so this is taking a methodical step-by-step process to look at what they want to do and then how they want to do it, which I think is very much the right way to approach governance. and trying to hijack a ballot measure to force something to happen is not the right way to make that happen, and will make this a ballot measure harder to pass and more vulnerable to legal challenges. One piece of governance that is going to be important is not just the intra-Caltrain, the relationships amongst the parties in the JPA, but it's the relationship between Caltrain and the rest of regional transit. One of Caltrain's goals is being more connected in terms of fares and schedules with the rest of the public transportation system, which Caltrain cannot do alone. That is a governance issue, but it is a regional issue that will need to be worked out. And certainly, placing conditions on a ballot measure will have no impact on being able to achieve that important goal. Sorry, that was long-winded, but it is an important topic. We support upgrading Caltrain's governance to address its goals, but tying it to this ballot measure is not a helpful way to do that.
Understand. And yet, in order to move forward on the governance issue, at some point or other, San Mateo is going to have to give up some control. And so, but you think that will happen?
I believe that working through this on the basis of what they are trying to achieve and will not be able to achieve without change is something that will move change forward. And I also think on the regional issues, there are state legislators standing by to move some of that change forward too.
Okay. All right. A little oblique, but helpful. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, I have Councilmember Niss.
So, Mr. Mayor, I would like to move the recommendation that's on the staff report and then add something to it.
I'll second the staff recommendation. And
then what I would add to it is that we would support efforts in the future to work with other jurisdictions on the governance issue. And if you're comfortable with that, I need to say some more.
I'm comfortable with that. I think that kind of bifurcates the two things, but keeps them both alive.
So my concern as a former VTA member, former Caltrain member, and so forth, is that it is very difficult to not observe when you're there that there's not what I would call a good balance, because you have several jurisdictions working together. Right now, you have the very uncomfortable situation of not one of these counties has a contract other than a handshake. They agreed what to do a long time ago. And when the money is there, and I know Adina would agree with this if she could, but when the money is there, everything works out well. When it doesn't, you get back into a situation which is as we are today. So it needs to eventually have new governance. I don't think we should hang it all up tonight by demanding that, but I think including this in that will make, at least it sends a message that we know what the challenges are, and we hope that they will continue to work on the governance issue long term.
Thank you, Councilmember. Just speaking to my second here, Caltrain has been working on their business plan for multiple years on this in order to identify how they would use these funds for operations and infrastructure. Our council's been deeply involved in that. As you all know, I'm sure you've read, Caltrain is 70% funded by farebox revenue, which puts them at particular risk of a loss of ridership in a crisis like COVID. Their polling shows that folks and businesses do want to return post-COVID. Their polling also shows that this measure will closely pass in the 3 counties. So of course, not assured. SB 797 by our state senator, Jerry Hill, is pretty clear about direct funding to Caltrain. I think that's something we should focus on. In terms of governance, I've said there are issues, but I think what's nice about Councilmember Niss's motion is it's delaying that, and that's important for 2 reasons. One is I really think it's dangerous to condition funding of an essential transit service on governance concerns today and at the 11th hour. And furthermore, I would give some voice to the fact that a lot of the governance concerns are kind of inchoate, right? It's really easy to say like, it's the wrong process, it's the wrong governance. And I'm not sure the different counties and bodies are agreed on what that future for Caltrain and the JPB looks like. And so this gives us some time to provide input on that. Just finishing up because it's past. I think it's important to support regional transit, and this gets us there. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, so first of all, I want to say, Caltrain is really critically important. We need to make sure it's running, when people start to use it again. So I support this motion. I support putting it on the ballot, and I also support governance reforms that, include an active role for Palo Alto as the second largest user of the system. So I appreciate how Councilmember Niss worded that addition to the letter. The letter also says that we request that they address governance issues within the time frame remaining. So I interpreted that we want them to at least have a plan on how they're going to change the governance. So is that kind of what staff intended with that language?
I think it was intended to reflect the reality of address the issue to the extent feasible within the time remaining. It's just a statement.
Right, but addressing it could be a plan that's longer term for new governance, right?
It could,
I guess.
Again, it really didn't stake out a position other than to acknowledge the issue.
Right. So I'd like to see that language remain, which I think the motion does, and then add the additional language. I've been active on this issue. I've been communicating with San Francisco supervisors, Santa Clara supervisors. And these governance concerns do need to be fixed, and I think we do need to have a timeline. It's just been moving way too slowly. And so while this letter is saying we support putting it on the ballot, I think it's clear that we're not endorsing it until we know what the details are. I think the other thing that's important, and I don't think it goes in the letter, but we should all be thinking about this and talking with people, is I think Caltrain needs a plan B to survive. Potentially, the polling shows that a 2/3 vote is pretty iffy. So there's a chance the tax may not pass. If all these 7 bodies get their act together and agree to put it on the ballot, it's not clear at all that it will pass. The trains are running, I think, about 93% empty right now. And so if a sales tax does not happen and the service has to pause, I think we need to really see a restart plan that includes new governance and other funding sources, perhaps a business tax, because this is really a commuter service. It's not a low-income transit service. I think Caltrain's low-income ridership is about 5% or so. So again, I think as the mayor said, I think the dependence on fares is kind of a Achilles heel for Caltrain, but it also really points out that it really is a relatively higher cost commuter service. And while we're kind of stuck in this situation of going for sales tax, which is regressive, I do think if for some reason it doesn't pass, then we should look at other forms of tax that maybe match the users up to the form of taxation. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine, and thank you, Councilmember Niss. Your long experience in this area makes you the perfect person for us to help us figure out the best way to move forward. And I'll be supporting the motion. Few minor nits on the letter, but since we are approving it, version of it, I don't think we're asking voters to weigh in. I think we'd be giving voters the opportunity to decide. And then at the end, I think voters should have the opportunity to choose, again, not to weigh in. We're weighing in maybe, but if it goes to the ballot, it'll be for the voters to decide. Bit of a nit. debated long and hard about whether or not to say anything, but this is our first opportunity back. And while I appreciate that the vice mayor has had the opportunity to discuss this with other elected officials, I think perhaps during this time of COVID, people have forgotten that we have phones and we can pick them up and call each other. And I just encourage all of us to do that rather than, sending public letters here and there. It's really hard to do right now, right? We don't have the opportunity to sit down with people and check in. But I'm certainly going to try to do more of that. I just encourage all of my colleagues to remember to pick up the phone within the limits of the Brown Act, of course, and check in. Thanks.
Fair point and message received. Any other comments, Councilmember Tanaka?
So I think Caltrain is actually really important for the Bay Area. It's kind of like the spine. And so I think a lot of the comments I really agree with. And I think until the mayor took a job down here, I'm not sure about the rest of you, but I go to San Francisco quite a bit. So I used to take Caltrain at least once a week, if not more. In fact, that's why I got an electric skateboard. So I was a very frequent user of Caltrain before the pandemic. So I definitely appreciate and know the importance of this. But one thing I was just thinking about is, since the ridership is down a lot, and I think the comment about, what is plan B is a good question. One thing I've been thinking about is, right now all the cities are struggling about what do we do with the Great Separation. And one thing that makes the Great Separation really, really expensive is having to operate the train while you're trying to do the Great Separation. And I wonder if we would step back and think about this and look at the bigger picture, whether it would make sense for us to, and it can't be just us, right? It has to be kind of like everyone up and down the line, whether we should use the opportunity to perhaps build do the Great Separation all up and down the peninsula, perhaps at a dramatically lower cost, and perhaps I think everyone's seen the GDP drop, right? So it's a really bad economy right now. Maybe it might be the time to try to do do the Great Separations right, and at perhaps a lower cost, and perhaps with some sort of federal stimulus. I don't know, but I know this is not the scope of necessarily this letter, but this is something I've been thinking about in terms of would it make sense, because there's not too often that we're going to see Caltrain ridership down this much. So anyways, just want to throw that out there, and I know it's super late right now, so it's hard to even think about this, but anyways, this might be something to consider.
So I just want to mention regarding timeframes. Currently, Caltrain's projecting that if they don't have either this ballot measure or some other type of financial security, that they would have to have some type of service shutdown that would start sometime in the fall and last for a few years, potentially. I think at least for Palo Alto, it's highly unlikely that we'd be able to construct any or even initiate the construction of any grade separation in the next couple of years. Sorry, and I don't think that Caltrain anticipates that they would need to shut down much longer than that. Not to say that that's not a significant impact. I think, as many of the callers mentioned, post-pandemic or return to work rates, it's 4 lanes of traffic of cars that typically are commuting on Caltrain each day.
Councilmember Koo. Oh, no.
Sorry, I found I was muted. I'll make it brief. I know Councilmember Niss is about 3 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock in the morning over there. I just want to say any type of shutdown for Caltrain will be impactful. There are still people taking it, and not very many, but it's a big concern if they do have to take it off service. I don't like sales taxes, or it's a tax that I just find regressive, and it hurts the lower income folks the most. But it's something that is going to go to voters. So it would be interesting also to learn more about how long this tax, the timing on it, how long does it go for? Is it only just to keep Caltrain afloat during this time, or and so forth? So I look forward for its development, and as I said, we'll leave it for the voters to determine. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. So with that, we have a motion on the table to approve this letter with supporting future work efforts on working with other jurisdictions on the governance issue. Given the hour, I'm going to call the vote, and I don't see any other hands. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Fine. Yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Okay. And that passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Let me just find my agenda. Okay. We are now on council member comments, questions, motions, or comments, questions, and announcements. It's late. Councilmember Cormack.
I thank the city manager for providing the list of the businesses that received the grants that we provided. I noted that there were 3 for-profit preschools that received those grants. And I just have to say, I continue to be dismayed that my colleagues were unwilling to support nonprofits, because that means that the nonprofit preschools were ineligible and didn't receive that funding.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, a couple of quick comments. Sorry it's so late. First of all, I want to thank KZSU for broadcasting for free this month. I do hope that, again, either the city can find some funds, or we could start a Friends of KZSU support line. I'm already getting emails from people who rely on it. Again, it was $20,000, I think. I also want to highlight that I think we still have a COVID testing problem in Palo Alto. We have some large providers that make it very difficult to get tests. And again, I see much more kind of no appointment, no doctor referral necessary to get tests in the south part of the county. So I think we need to keep our eye on that and revisit that issue. And kind of along with that, I think people are getting a little weary of COVID, but want to urge everybody to stay vigilant, wear your masks. We're seeing kind of this comeback in the second wave, and I think a lot of that is just people getting a little more relaxed. So please wear your masks.
100% agreed. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. So I just wanted to ask for the city manager to arrange for the bills, proposed Senate and Assembly bills that are coming forward. There's a whole slew, there's quite a bit of them. And so it'd be nice to look at what are the ones that are going to be overriding local zoning, density bonus changes, housing elements, including the one about the police. So it would be nice for us to know as soon as possible what is coming toward us. And then my other one is, since we're in this COVID situation and we're helping all the businesses, I'd like to have something for the community as well. And if perhaps the city manager would also have community services look into perhaps a drive-in movie show. I'd really like to have that explored so that we can have more community events that are safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Just really briefly, I should have mentioned on the last item, the LPMG meeting was either last week or the week before, I forget. 2 things. One is Caltrain has paused their business planning activities for the moment, given all the stuff going on. But 2, they have launched what they're calling kind of like an equity in payments and fares project, where they're trying to figure out how do they support more low-income residents and businesses in using their service. I think that's about it. So we now move on to adjournment, and we are adjourning our meeting in honor of former council member Grant Spaeth, who served from the late 60s to the early 1970s. There's an article about his service and life on Palo Alto Online, and also in honor of civil rights champion and the representative from Georgia, John Lewis. May their memories be a blessing. So thank you, everyone. And with that, at 12:41 a.m. on Tuesday, we are adjourned. Thanks all.